Before we start, the name is at the top of the screen. A heavy silence fills the grand hall. A young woman with long blonde hair walks slowly across the cold stone floor. Around her waist is a thick iron chain. It drags behind her as she moves. The metal sound echoes through the hall. Today is the day the unwelcome villain receives her punishment. At the front of the throne room, nobles whisper cruelly. So the villain finally gets what she deserves. Their voices are filled with satisfaction. On the golden throne sits the king. Suddenly he stands. He points directly at Elizabeth. His voice is loud and powerful. Elizabeth, daughter of Duke Fontaine. From this moment your noble title is removed. You are banished from the kingdom of Moires forever. Any last words? Elizabeth stands quietly. She does not cry. She does not beg. Instead she declares with her head high that she accepts her punishment. Inside her heart, Elizabeth does not feel anger. She holds no grudges. Because she already knows this story will always end this way. Elizabeth thinks about how, as the daughter of a duke, her appearance was considered attractive, but people often assumed she was a bully. In a flashback, Princess Rosetta is shown sobbing in a prince's arms, claiming Elizabeth pushed her into the lake at the ball. Elizabeth remembers the actual event, thinking that Rosetta simply tripped and fell in on her own. Elizabeth reflects that she had no way to escape her punishment. Her hands are shown bound in metal cuffs that clatter. She thinks about how she was seen as a rival to Princess Rosetta and how the misunderstandings led to her being cast as the villain. She is 18 years old. A carriage wheel rattles as it carries her away. Looking out the window, she notes that she was stripped of her title and has now become just plain Elizabeth. A map depicts the journey from Moires through Remisa to the remote region of Clareras. The carriage arrives at the grand stone structure of Nortia Church while the bells ring out with a loud clang. People thought Elizabeth would live there overcome with despair. Elizabeth stands under a bright sky and lets out a massive stretch. She thinks to herself that, in reality, she was finally free. Elizabeth walks through a field of flowers while children run and play around her. She thinks that she lacked no convenience at the church. She remembers that when her family disowned her, most of her belongings were liquidated and the money was gifted to the church, meaning the place is practically swimming in riches. Lucinda leans out of a window and calls her name. Lucinda, age 21, excitedly announces that tonight's dinner is roast pork with apples. Roxanne, age 17, tells her to have some self-control and calls her a filthy animal. Head sister Hilda, age 29, steps out and tells them not to get too excited. The children dance around chanting for meat. Hilda tells Elizabeth that since they have their hearts set on it, she should help out with the cooking. Elizabeth looks at a large roast sizzling in a pan and thinks that she has found open-hearted sisters and an understanding head sister. Elizabeth turns around with a tray, telling the head sister that the meat is browned to perfection. Hilda and another sister stare at her in silence. Hilda notes that nobles aren't usually allowed in their own kitchens. Elizabeth stands in shock and laughs nervously, thinking that it is true she was never allowed near the kitchens in the Duke's household. Hilda notes that Elizabeth has been there for a month and has been able to dress herself and enjoy doing laundry. Elizabeth thinks that this is not a lie. She chops vegetables with professional speed and reflects that these tasks were things she did every day in her previous life. In a flashback to modern Japan, Yuka Sawatani, age 24, is shown on the phone at a cluttered desk. She thinks about how she has memories of her previous life. She reflects that she was an event planner. She tells her coworkers she is heading out and will be back after 7 p.m., noting that she did most of her work with displays, mini-concerts, and pop-up events. On the phone, she panics when she hears there is not enough space for an event. Yuka hails a taxi in a modern city. She thinks it was a regular world with trains and airplanes. A building directory shows her company, Dream Fan. She reflects that her colleagues slowly dropped out until she was the only newbie left. She thinks that she loved her job, but the conditions were terrible. Yuka soaks in a bathtub. She mentally reviews her checklist, noting that the tables, chairs, and projector are ready. She thinks about the tea and lunchboxes for the next afternoon. Yuka holds a handheld gaming console in the bath. The screen shows a game called Princess Life. She hopes that someday her company will get a request for a Princess Dawn event. She suddenly realizes she forgot to put signed t-shirts in the gift bags and panics. She slips deeper into the water. She thinks about the signs she made prohibiting audio and video recording. Her face goes under the water with a blub sound. She states that her previous life ended there. In the fantasy world, a young Elizabeth falls into a pond. People on the shore shout for her to be rescued. She is carried out, coughing. She thinks to herself that she was drowning in the bath. She was reincarnated when she was 5 years old during a water-related incident. Elizabeth jumps up in shock. She thinks that at that moment, she remembered everything from her past life. She is shown as a child reading a massive book. Her parents think the shock of the accident made her use grown-up words, and note she shouldn't be able to read a directory of nobles yet. Elizabeth thinks that this must be the world of the Otome game she was playing. She finds the House of Duke Fontaine in the book. She thinks about the heroine of the game who is loved by all the princes and realizes that the heroine is not her. Elizabeth looks in a mirror and realizes with a shock that she is the villainous rival. She knows she is destined to be banished at the end of the game. She imagines her future self doing a villainous laugh. She wonders if her fate is inevitable, even though she tried hard to be a good person. She concludes that whether it was the force of the game's system or her own reputation, the result remained the same. Elizabeth is busy in the church kitchen, taking her frustrations out on a pile of dough. She lets out a heavy sigh while she works. She reflects on her situation, thinking that it was impossible to escape her inevitable banishment at the end of the game, and this fate is the reason she has ended up here. The head sister, Hilda, stands nearby, expertly flipping a pancake in a pan and mentions that she is happy she doesn't have to hold Elizabeth's hand through every single chore, so she supposes how she knows what to do doesn't matter. Elizabeth watches her and thinks that for such a pretty woman, Hilda is actually quite calculative. Elizabeth's mind then wanders to the variety of food they have. She realizes that while they aren't rich or eating luxury meals, this lifestyle is much better than she expected for a self-sufficient church. She giggles to herself, thinking about how she has been secretly teaching the others how to make extra thick, Japanese-style pancakes. Hilda tells her she has all the help she needs so Elizabeth can go play with children instead. Elizabeth steps out of the kitchen. As she walks away, she thinks that the head sister might actually dislike children. She moves to the laundry area, where she hangs long white sheets on a line to dry. As the church bell rings with a loud clang, she reflects on her reincarnation. She realizes that once she was reborn into the game, the world became real. It is a real country with real people, and even the NPCs now have their own names and thoughts. Elizabeth walks through a grassy field, followed by a line of white birds flying across the sky. She feels like she has been set free from the game's story and is no longer forced to play a specific role. She views this as her chance for a third life. She thinks about how she lives in the countryside with 4 other sisters, the priest, and 10 children. Unlike her life as a duke's daughter, she can now do whatever she wants. She considers using her modern memories to invent some conveniences for the village, as long as no one finds out. The group decides to race toward the gate. Elizabeth runs ahead, still carrying the child on her shoulders. She thinks about how she is living quietly in a region far away from both modern Japan and the kingdom of Moires. Suddenly, she stops at the stone entrance. Her fun life full of laughter hits a sudden wall as she sees a figure waiting for her. She lets out a shocked, "What?" A tall man in a traveling cloak stands by the fence, watching her. Elizabeth's eyes widen in shock. She lets out a small cough and thinks to herself that she has definitely seen this man before. The man offers a silent, sharp glance in her direction, causing Elizabeth to feel a sense of dread. Elizabeth stares at the man and identifies him as Leonid Guardhelm. She wonders what business a busy head knight would have in a remote place like this. She recognizes him as the Sacred Lion Sword, the lord who commands the knights of the kingdom of Moires. She recalls that in the game, he was an NPC without a special path or even a face, but in reality, he was a natural enemy, who saw to her banishment and someone she was never able to befriend. Leonid stands tall, a massive sword strapped to his back. Elizabeth feels a shiver and thinks about how scary he is, even though she hasn't done anything wrong. She lets out a sigh, wondering if she is still being watched even after being banished. Leonid suddenly speaks, stating that he has followed her here. Elizabeth is taken aback, thinking that her suspicions were correct. Leonid steps forward and grabs her arm, telling her that he won't let her run away. The other church sisters, Lucinda and Roxanne, open the large wooden doors and notice the handsome stranger. Unaware of the tension, Lucinda giggles and asks if the man is Elizabeth's guest, even inviting him to stay for dinner. Elizabeth panics and shouts that the man is absolutely not her guest or an acquaintance. However, the children are not afraid, they swarm Leonid, asking to see his big sword and wanting him to show them how he fights. Elizabeth is confused, wondering how the kids can see past his frightening exterior so easily. Leonid stands there, looking overwhelmed by the children. Nearby, head sister Hilda watches the scene and lets out a soft sigh, deciding to prepare enough food for two in the garden. Elizabeth sits across from Leonid at a table in the garden, looking annoyed and thinking about her sense of doom. Leonid inspects a sandwich before saying that they should eat. He takes a large chomp of his food. Elizabeth stares at him in silence while he chews. Leonid continues to eat, reaching for his third sandwich. Elizabeth watches him and thinks that he looks like he is enjoying the food. She looks at a Japanese-style fruit sandwich she made and wonders if there will be enough food. She worries that he might be angry if that is all they give him. Elizabeth thinks about how she practiced making bread with yeast and wants to try making more kinds. She and Leonid stare at each other across the table. Leonid swallows his food and touches his chin thoughtfully while Elizabeth looks at him with a confused expression. Leonid looks at Elizabeth and states that from now on, he will come to check on her every day. Elizabeth is shocked and asks, what? She asks if he isn't heading home soon, noting that there are no inns in the village. Leonid looks serious and explains that he bought a house on the outskirts and will travel from there. Elizabeth feels literal chills from the shock. She looks toward the church at night and wonders exactly how long he plans to keep an eye on her. The scene shifts to Elizabeth's bedroom. She tucks a child into bed and explains that the castle is a scary place wrapped in envy and jealousy. She says it is a place you can't get away from once it sucks you in. The child dozes off while Elizabeth smiles and asks if that place full of bothersome events doesn't sound fun. She thinks about a prince for herself and realizes there was no one. Elizabeth reflects that her prince was not at the palace. A flashback shows other noble ladies whispering and princes gathered around Rosetta. She remembers walking alone as a child and concludes that her prince was simply not there. Leonid suddenly appears in Elizabeth's thoughts. She feels a shiver and wonders why his face suddenly came to mind while she sits on her bed. The child nearby continues to snore. In the dark of night, Leonid lets out a loud shout of UWMPH. He stands alone in the forest and grits his teeth. He hits a tree with a loud TOMPH and a thud. He walks away, panting, and thinks to himself that he has finally made it there. Leonid stands tall and thinks about how he talked to Elizabeth and tasted her home cooking. He blushes and thinks, someday. While Elizabeth looks at him with a confused face in the background. He wonders internally if they have stepped up from being acquaintances to being friends. Leonid's face is burning bright red. He swings his sword, cracking a log and crashing through the trees with a loud shout and a heavy thud. A massive rumble echoes from the forest, causing birds to flap away from the Count of Clarera's manor. Inside the manor, Lord Christart smiles through a window. The butler pours water into a glass with a burble while Christart says with a teasing smile that the wolves are noisy tonight. The butler hands the glass to Christart, who takes a gulp of his drink. The butler asks if the noise might be the lord they call the Sacred Lion Sword. Christart laughs and says that he knows. Leonid is shown huffing and puffing in the distance. Christart looks through the window while drinking and wonders what the head knight thinks he is doing. While the Sacred Lion Sword was busy venting his frustration in the woods, the local lord, Lord Christart, was watching from his manor with a playful smirk. Christart, the 26-year-old Count of Clarera's, inherited his title 5 years ago and considers himself quite successful. Recently his domain has gained 2 new inhabitants. One of them is the former daughter of a duke, banished from the neighboring kingdom. When she first came to introduce herself, she didn't seem as villainous as the rumors made her out to be. And then the other inhabitant. He mutters, "Speak of the devil," as his study door is practically kicked in. Leonid bursts into the room, looking ready for a battle but actually just being his usual socially stunted self. Christart smiles and says he is already in, but Leonid is already turning to leave. Christart quickly runs after him, calling out for him to wait and asking if he is already leaving. Frowning, he reminds him that as the head knight, his status is equal to that of a count, so he should learn to mind his manners. Since he bothered to stop by, the least he could do is make a proper report. He then asks about the barn. Leonid simply replies that Christart told him to poke his head in when he came to pick up his horse, so he did. He also came to see him on the day he arrived in the village. He fixed the bar next to the pen, and there is nothing else to report. He adds a brief, "Thanks for the horse." That is all. Christart can't help but tease him, noting that the great head knight actually brought his beloved horse and moved into the village for an entire year. Leonid defensively claims it's just a well-deserved vacation where his subordinates can finally get some rest without him breathing down their necks. Christart, however, sees right through the act. They have known each other since they were much younger, and the Count still feels a deep debt of gratitude toward Leonid. 5 years ago he was on a mission to get rid of some bandits and this man saved him from near certain death. The scar on his neck is a wound from that incident. When he sees it he remembers his debt to him. That is why he would like to repay him in any way that he can. He then pretends to think and mentions a string of small burglaries in the village, suggesting that Leonid could help out by patrolling. Leonid immediately snaps into professional mode, claiming he will assist to ensure the citizens' safety. Christart lets him know he meant for that suggestion to be taken as advice, so he would have a natural excuse to run into her, right? Leonid narrows his eyes and asks, "Run into who?" Christart thinks to himself, does he really believe no one has noticed? Does he truly think no one has figured out his little secret, even though it's as plain as day? Determined to play matchmaker, Christart roots for Leo, and drops a final hint. He's heard that the new nun in the village happens to be a big fan of horses. Leonid feigns total ignorance, asking what that could possibly have to do with anything, but the way he sprints out of the room and slams the door tells a different story. Watching from his window as Leonid gallops away at full speed, Christart sighs, realizing his friend has it even worse than he thought. He looks at his chessboard, seeing the queen and the knight moving into position, and wonders what will happen next. Meanwhile, far across the village, Elizabeth lets out a sudden sneeze, completely unaware that she has become the focus of a head knight's awkward obsession and a count's meddling master plan. An old lady asks Elizabeth if she is catching a cold. Elizabeth insists she is fine and tells her to let her know if she ever needs help with manual labor, not to overexert herself, and to eat today's bread within 2 days. The old lady sighs, saying it sure doesn't last very long. Her bread is soft and delicious, but it's a shame it doesn't keep well. Elizabeth reassures her that she will bring more soon, so there's no need to worry. She will bring it again soon. Elizabeth skips away with a happy hum, thinking to herself that the old lady said it was delicious, but it's hard to keep fresh. Suddenly, a massive horse rears up right behind her, nearly sending her into a panic. Sitting atop the beast is none other than Leonid. With a stern expression, he warns her that she'll get kicked if she doesn't watch where she's going. Elizabeth is starting to suspect she has a high-ranking stalker, but Leonid just dismounts and tells her to get on. When she flatly refuses his offer of a ride, he doesn't miss a beat, simply stating, "Then walk. I'm on patrol." Elizabeth can only trudge along in gloom, her carefree life now overshadowed by a hulking knight and his equally hulking horse. Attempting to break the awkward silence, Elizabeth tries to compliment his horse, calling it wise and impressively muscular. Leonid seems annoyed by the praise, as he reveals the horse's name is Florestano. Elizabeth immediately starts brainstorming cute nicknames like Floris or Floor, but Leonid has a different request. He tells her she can just call him Leo instead of the formal Sir Leonid, since he's technically on vacation. Elizabeth thinks it's a bit of a pain to be so informal with a head knight, but she settles on just Leonid. The pair eventually arrives at a local manor where Elizabeth has some business. However, a very serious-looking maid blocks the entrance, firmly telling the eccentric nun to leave because the young lady of the house isn't feeling well. Not one to give up easily, Elizabeth tries to squeeze past, but the maids hold the line. Seeing an opportunity, Elizabeth calls out for help. Leonid steps in, using his incredible strength to pry the heavy doors open against the weight of the entire domestic staff. As Elizabeth slips inside, she realizes that while having the sacred lion sword chase you through a palace is a nightmare, having a sacred lion door stopper on your side is actually incredibly convenient. She taps her way up the grand staircase and finds the room of a girl named Charlotte. When she knocks on the door calling out to Charlotte, no response comes, so she swings the door open with a friendly greeting, only to find herself staring down the barrel of a loaded crossbow. "Stop right there!" Charlotte screams from her bed. Before Elizabeth can even process the threat, she finger pulls the trigger. A bolt whistles through the air with deadly intent, aimed straight at Elizabeth's head. She freezes, the world slowing down as the projectile closes in. But with impossible reflexes, Leonid catches the arrow in mid-air, inches from Elizabeth's face. Leonid calmly asks Elizabeth if she's alright. Flustered and trembling, Elizabeth can only offer a weak yes. After a short glance, Elizabeth realizes that it is only a toy arrow and lets out a quiet breath of relief. But the relief does not last long. With a sharp motion, Leonid snaps the toy arrow in half. Crack. His expression turns cold as he looks at Charlotte. Did she think you would forgive this just because it is a toy? His voice becomes loud and harsh. If that arrow had hit them in the wrong place, it could still cause serious harm. He throws the broken pieces aside. The moment someone draws a weapon on the battlefield, he continues firmly, that person becomes his enemy. Elizabeth and Charlotte both freeze. The atmosphere becomes heavy and frightening. Elizabeth thinks to herself that Leonid is terrifying. Elizabeth thinks Leonid caught a flying arrow with his bare hand and broke it instantly. Realizes that the man assigned to guard her must possess incredible physical ability. She turns her attention back to Charlotte. It's her fault, Charlotte cries loudly, pointing toward Elizabeth. She came here without permission and tells them to leave. Elizabeth quietly watches the scene. She notices something important. It looks like we can finally talk face to face, Elizabeth says calmly. Charlotte says she is Sister Elizabeth, the daughter of the famous former Duke. She has met her so she can go home. Elizabeth shakes her head and says she still hasn't invited her to Sunday Mass. Charlotte immediately refuses. She wouldn't go. Charlotte is 14 years old. She is the daughter of a businessman who later becomes a baron. Charlotte has a very naive and childish personality. Many nobles consider this behavior improper for someone of noble rank. Because of this, her family begins to feel ashamed of her. Eventually they send her away to the countryside. Officially they say she is recovering from an illness, but the truth is that they simply want her out of sight. But now Charlotte cries loudly. She is the laughingstock of the entire village. Elizabeth listens carefully. That cannot be true, she says gently. Everyone must still be waiting for her. Charlotte pouts angrily. She is sick and she needs to recover, Charlotte insists. She cannot go home until she is better. She turns away and mumbles if she goes outside, she cannot rest. Elizabeth tilts her head. But the doctor already said she recovered more than a year ago. Charlotte says cannot trust some village doctor. Elizabeth asks another question. Is noble rank as important to her as it is to her parents? Charlotte hesitates. No. She lowers her gaze. But everyone's suddenly changed, she murmurs sadly. Elizabeth looks at her for a moment. Then she turns and walks toward the window. It is not your fault, Elizabeth says quietly. She suddenly throws the curtains open. Bright sunlight floods the dusty room. They should have some fun while they are in the village, Elizabeth says cheerfully. There are many things they can talk about. Charlotte panics. Stop. Close the curtains. But Elizabeth refuses. Sunlight is good for you, she says. She looks at the dusty room. And says if she stays here longer, her legs will become weak. Then Elizabeth turns to Leonid and asks is it okay if they can ride his horse. Yes, he answers slowly. A little later, Elizabeth comes outside. Thank you for waiting, she tells him. Charlotte now stands nearby wearing a dress. She looks very unhappy and complains why does she have to wear this. The maid watching nearby suddenly burst into tears. Their young lady is finally outside, she cries with joy. Elizabeth smiles and asks Leonid if she can borrow floor. Leonid looks at Elizabeth's clothes and asks if she plans to ride in that. Elizabeth glances down at her long skirt. He is right, she says. It will get caught on something. Without hesitation, she lifts her skirt and ties it into a knot to shorten it. Leonid stares in shock. Once Elizabeth climbs onto the horse, she smiles. It's fine, she says. Then she looks at Leonid and requests him to put Charlotte on the horse in front of her. Leonid suddenly becomes flustered. A faint blush appears on his face. Charlotte immediately protests. This is improper. Elizabeth says one cares about that in the countryside. Leonid carefully lifts Charlotte and places her on the horse. Charlotte grips the saddle nervously. This is shaky, she screams. She will fall. Elizabeth gently holds her steady. The horse is walking slowly, she reassures her. Fleur begins walking along the path. Charlotte continues shouting in panic. Elizabeth laughs softly. Open your eyes, she says. The view is amazing. Charlotte slowly opens her eyes. She suddenly becomes quiet. The countryside stretches before them. Green fields spread across the hills. The wind moves gently through the grass. Charlotte looks completely amazed. Elizabeth smiles. See? She told her she would enjoy it. Charlotte turns her head slightly and asks why is she even doing this? Is she trying to butter her up for some reason? Elizabeth immediately shakes her head. No, she just wants to have a good time. Charlotte looks confused. Elizabeth explains calmly. Both of them are free from noble obligations now. She looks out at the open fields. No one is watching them here. So they should enjoy their situation. Then Elizabeth glances behind them. Leonid follows quietly on foot, watching them carefully. Elizabeth sighs. That scary pair of eyes are still watching her, she thinks. Charlotte reflects that the family of a duke may be completely different than that of a newly recognized barons, but they are the same. In a forest clearing, Leonid leads a horse carrying Charlotte and supposes that here is a good spot. Elizabeth announces that it is about time to eat and invites the others to have a taste of her energizing two birds with one stone bread. Leonid and Charlotte look at the spread skeptically. Charlotte looks at the bread with a disgusted expression, thinking that it is so weird she cannot eat it. Elizabeth smiles and encourages her to try a bite, mentioning there is water and tea to drink. People in this world still are not used to the sweet buns and side dish breads that they were so proud of in Japan. Elizabeth laments in her kitchen that she has burnt it again and the filling is falling out, wondering why this keeps happening. Regarding peanut bread, Elizabeth thinks that while nuts are expensive, growing her own on empty church land would not cost as much. For croquette bread, she notes that potatoes are cheap and plentiful, and she is surprised she developed the fried food so quickly. Regarding kinpira bread, she explains that she found burdock roots and carrots that were easy to chop and use, though they do not look appetizing, they are very healthy. Elizabeth mentions that peanuts were the hardest ingredient to come by. She reflects that in her world, they are a product of South America and did not seem to exist on the continent of Dacreston, which is environmentally similar to Europe. She explains that after the peanut flower has bloomed, the plant sends vine-like tendrils down into the earth to become seeds with shells. Elizabeth finds it slightly horrific to think of tendrils reaching out from wilting flowers and decides that since they might not exist here, she will use something similar. Elizabeth considers that making nut butter is not difficult and just needs perseverance. She explains that first, one sautés the nuts with the thick skin still on, and the trick is to catch them before they burn. Once cooled, the skins are removed and the nuts are mashed in a mortar bowl. Finally, once a paste is made, sugar is mixed in and it is done. Elizabeth looks at Leonid, thinking he has a face that probably says, "Can I eat some too?" She asks him if he won't have some. As Leonid reaches for a piece, Charlotte is shocked that of all things, he goes for the weirdest one, the kinpira. Leonid munches and crunches on the bread with intense focus. Charlotte asks if it is good, but she quickly realizes he is not listening because he is totally absorbed in the food. Elizabeth holds up a different bun and asks Charlotte if that one looks better. Charlotte performs a hesitant evaluation and chooses the most harmless-looking one. Elizabeth thinks to herself that it is the peanut-like bread, which possesses a devilish flavor. Charlotte takes a bite of the bread, and a look of bliss bursts across her face. She remarks that it is so soft and asks if there is delicious sweet stuff inside. Elizabeth confirms that she is right. Looking at them, Elizabeth thinks to herself that they made such appreciative faces. She reflects that it is because of moments like these that she cannot give up cooking. Elizabeth observes Leonid and thinks that while she does not think the food tastes bad, he is really going to town on it. She notes that his face remains as scary as ever even while eating. She wonders what he would look like if he did smile and decides that sometime, she wants to try and put a happy expression on his face. Startled by her own thoughts, she adds a nervous, "I say." Elizabeth shakes her head, thinking that her desire to see him smile is not in a weird way, but just her nature as a former event planner. She tells herself that she does not need to make excuses to anyone. Looking back at Leonid, she decides that first, she has to smooth out that wrinkle carved between his eyebrows. Leonid simply says, "Thank you for the food." Elizabeth joins in, saying, "Me too. Thank you for the food," and then asks Charlotte how it was and if it suited her tastes. Charlotte replies that well, it wasn't bad. Charlotte asks Elizabeth if she thinks it would be okay if she went to Mass on Sunday. Elizabeth excitedly replies that it would be, and adds that everyone has been wanting to meet her. Elizabeth adds that after Mass, they will meet in the kitchen. Charlotte asks if she means to make her participate in her strange creations. Elizabeth confirms exactly. She explains that she wants to work together on making food for the church bazaar that is in 2 weeks. Elizabeth notes that since she is here in this village, she cannot let them say that the sisters' treats are always the same. Charlotte giggles and tells Elizabeth that she is a very worldly nun. Elizabeth asks if that is true and wonders if it suits her. Charlotte clarifies that she didn't say that and that it wasn't a compliment. Elizabeth reacts with a dejected, "Oh." Leonid tells Elizabeth not to get cocky just because she can make some weird bread. Elizabeth asks him if he didn't just say it was delicious. Leonid retorts that those are two different matters. Elizabeth laughs and tells him to come on, as Leonid gives a subtle smile. She thinks in any world, a person's greatest pleasure is food. Thanks to the plentiful ingredients and the excess of church funds, she is working on creating more. She muses that the second greatest pleasure is amusement. Elizabeth thinks that with the knowledge she holds, she wants to think of things that the children and villagers can enjoy. Stretching her arms, Elizabeth declares that she is definitely going to make the church bazaar a big success. A group of rough-looking men watch from the woods. One of them observes that it seems like the church has a lot of money recently. Another agrees, noting that anything near a noble usually fetches a lot of coins. They decide they will take advantage of the whole festival and take everything from those complacent idiots. Even things that do not exist in this world she can make with a little imagination, so it touches her heart when she can finish her preparations in such circumstances. There is a lot of pressure to make the day of the event perfect, but since she can use her experience as an event planner in a previous life, she will pour her entire heart as Sister Elizabeth into preparing for the church bazaar. Elizabeth looks at a large copper tray filled with rounded indentations and exclaims that it looks great. She apologizes to Hobart the blacksmith, explaining that she wanted to be sure it had those specific rounded areas. Hobart tells her he worked hard on her request, though he notes it is a strange shape and unusual to be made out of copper instead of iron. He then presents the handheld pick and brush she requested, and Elizabeth thanks him enthusiastically. Hobart then mentions he has something for someone in the back, but Elizabeth lets out a startled sound as Leonid creeps up behind her. She asks him when he got there, and he simply replies, "Now." Hobart remarks that Leonid really does appear out of thin air. When Elizabeth asks why he would be at a blacksmith's, Leonid looks at her blankly, wondering why she is asking. To him, it is normal for a knight to be there for a weapon, whereas her presence is the strange one. He asks why she is there, and she replies it is for the same reason. Elizabeth poses with her tools, feeling satisfied as she declares she came to collect her weapons. Leonid stares in silent confusion as she brandishes the brush and the copper board. Hobart turns to Leonid, complaining that his order wasn't a new one and asking how many times he has to fix that item, telling the knight he should be more careful. Elizabeth ignores the bickering and tells Hobart that thanks to him, she bets the results will be delicious. Hobart replies that he profits from the work, so it is no big deal. Hobart admits he has no idea how she plans to use the board, but he offers to send it to the church in the evening when the cart is back. Elizabeth insists it is fine and that she will haul it back herself because she wants to try it out right away. She hoists the heavy board and tries to carry it, but it wobbles precariously. Leonid steps in and tells her to let him, lifting the heavy metal board with one hand. Leonid starts walking toward the Nortia church, carrying the board easily. Elizabeth tells him to wait for the cart, but he ignores her, stating he will just come back for his sword later. Hobart laughs and tells the sister that she has one reliable guard, noting that he could barely lift that board with 2 hands. Elizabeth tells him he is mistaken and that Leonid is not her bodyguard. She watches the super-strong head knight walk away, thinking to herself that there is definitely no escaping for her. Following behind him, Elizabeth reflects that, as usual, she has no idea what Leonid is thinking. She concludes that as long as she doesn't act weird, her existence doesn't seem to be a problem for him. She decides that if he comes in handy, maybe it is good that he is here. Leonid stops and turns to wait for her. Elizabeth jumps into a run, telling him she will be right there while pouting to herself that she is off to a slow start. When they reach the church, Elizabeth thanks Leonid for carrying the board. She says that now she is sure the bazaar will be a success. He gives a quiet grunt in response and asks if the board was the last thing she needed. She mentions there are still things that are hard to get in the village, so tomorrow she will go to the port to do some quick shopping for those. Leonid looks concerned and asks if she is going to the port alone. Elizabeth mistakes his concern for suspiciousness and assures him she is not running away and that it is just a day trip. Leonid's expression becomes stern as he thinks about recent reports of bandits. He suddenly announces that he is coming too. She says there is no need and explains that she wants to make it to the morning market, so it will be very early. Leonid says he is used to it and sets the time for 5 a.m. Elizabeth is surprised, but before she can protest, Leonid simply says he will meet her there tomorrow at 5 a.m. and walks away. Elizabeth calls out for him to wait but he doesn't listen. But then she thinks about it. If he can carry all her purchases, he might actually come in handy. Elizabeth decides she has it all figured out and skips away happily, humming to herself and thinking that she is lucky. Leonid stands in his small, sparsely furnished wooden house. He decides he will head to bed early tonight so he can protect Elizabeth tomorrow, no matter what happens. He takes a long drink of water, gulping it down. He climbs into bed and snuggles into the covers, thinking about the upcoming trip to the port, just him and Elizabeth. The clock on the wall ticks away steadily. Leonid lies wide awake, staring up at the ceiling with hollowed eyes. It is no good, the more he tries to sleep, the more his eyes refuse to shut. He tries to count sheep or in his case, counting Florestano 1, Florestano 2. Eventually, Leonid reaches a count of 2,797 and gives up. He sits up on the edge of his bed and nods to himself, deciding it is no use and that he will simply train until it is time to go. The night is dark as Leonid steps out onto his porch. He puts on his cloak, thinking that up until now, no matter how important the mission, there was never a time when he couldn't sleep before. He reaches out and grabs the handle of his massive sword when a sudden noise from the forest freezes him. He stares intently into the forest, realizing there are three people hiding there. He observes that they are trying to disguise their presence by softening their footsteps and they aren't carrying a light, even in the middle of the night. With a metallic slide, Leonid draws his sword, realizing they are bandits. 3 bandits gather in a clearing. One asks how it went, and another replies that there was nothing in that house. One bandit grins and says it is decided, they will go for the church instead. He suggests they can hold the sisters hostage and plunder the count's manor while they are at it. Another bandit chuckles, thinking that from what he saw that afternoon, the sisters themselves are a rather fine set of jewels. He suggests that when they go for the money, they could have it the sisters too. Leonid watches them from the shadows, his eyes narrowed as he asks them at whom they would have a go. The bandits jump in shock, their faces pale. With terror, Leonid lunges forward with incredible speed, his cloak billowing. He declares that he won't let them escape. The bandits scramble into the forest, with one of them yelling for the others to run. A bandit clicks his tongue and orders the others to run between the trees to make it harder for Leonid to follow. He lets out a high-pitched scream as a massive whomp sounds behind him, but the other bandit mocks Leonid for bringing such a huge sword, thinking there is no room to swing it around between all the trees in these woods. Leonid swings the massive blade anyway. A deafening boom echoes through the forest as Leonid's strike connects. A bandit falls on the ground, staring in disbelief at the freshly cut stumps around him. He mutters that the sight is absurd. Leonid stands heroically with his massive blade rested over his shoulder, silhouetted against a giant, glowing full moon. The bandit pales further when he realizes he is the sacred lion's sword. Leonid simply says he told them he wouldn't let them escape. One bandit yelps as he dashes deeper into the woods. Leonid watches him go and calls out for him to wait. The bandit pants heavily, his boots stabbing into the soft earth as he runs. He wonders to himself why a man like that is in this village. He eventually finds a hidden cave entrance. The bandit rushes into the cave to find 2 of his comrades. He shouts to them that someone is on their tail and that they caught 2 of their men, suggesting they split and run. The others are confused, asking if it is a group of soldiers. The first bandit clarifies that it is just one guy and that he is terrifying. He somehow managed to get away, but wonders what to do now. Suddenly, a crunch of footsteps sounds at the entrance. The bandits shake in fear as Leonid appears in the shadows. Leonid stands at the cave entrance, his face partially shadowed but his gold eyes glowing. He mutters, so this is where they have been hiding. The bandits let out a chorus of terrified screams that echo into the night sky. In her room, Elizabeth ties a bow in her hair and tells herself that she is all set. She looks at herself in a full-length mirror and reflects that it has been a long time since she has gone out in clothes other than her habit. Though she isn't particularly dressed up. She gets the feeling that Leonid is the punctual type. She worries that he might have shown up 2 hours early and imagines him standing outside with his arms crossed, telling her she is late. She thinks that is probably just her imagination and decides there is no sense in dilly-dallying as she leaves the room. After capturing the bandits, Leonid hauls the bound criminals back to the manor, handing them over to a very impressed Lord Christart and his butler, Daniel. Christart tries to discuss a proper reward for the head night service, but Leonid is already out the door. He's got something far more important on his mind. He is desperately late for his appointment with Elizabeth. With a sharp whistle, he calls for Florestano and gallops back toward the church. Meanwhile, back at the church gates, Elizabeth sits there with a grumpy look. It's now 9 a.m., and she's spent the last 4 hours sitting on a wooden crate, drawing circles in the dirt with a stick. She's furious with herself for waiting so long and missing the morning market entirely. She always thought Leonid was the type of man who valued punctuality, but now she's convinced he's just another unreliable noble. Just as she's about to give up and head back inside, she hears the rhythmic thud of hooves. Leonid arrives, panting heavily from the exertion. Elizabeth stares at him with a sweat drop and a flat, annoyed expression. He hops off his horse as he continues to catch his breath. Elizabeth shouts at him that he is awfully late. Leonid looks down with a weary expression and offers a simple apology. But she is too mad to notice. She asks him if he was late because he wanted to sleep again after waking up. Leonid remains silent, staring at the ground. This makes her more furious. He could at least try to make an excuse. She shouts again that she was foolish for believing and waiting for him. Leonid asks her if she really waited for him all that time. Elizabeth looks away, annoyed, muttering of course she did. Unlike him, she keeps her promises. She stands with her arms crossed, complaining that they can't go to the morning market anymore and the midday market is also likely out of reach, but he suddenly reaches out and grabs Elizabeth's hand, looking her directly in the eye, and insists they can still make it to the midday market. Leonid and Elizabeth ride together on the horse as it charges forward. Leonid shouts for them to go. Elizabeth yelps and tells him to hold on, crying out that going at full speed like this is too much. Elizabeth blushes as she realizes she is clinging tightly to Leonid's back. She tries to say something about the situation, but Leonid yells for her to hold on tight, warning her that she might bite her tongue if she tries to talk. As they ride together, Elizabeth thinks to herself that Funo is so fast and so good. She believes that at this pace, they might actually make it in time. Leonid stares ahead with a focused expression while she ends up resting her head against his back. At the busy port, Elizabeth exclaims with relief that the market is still open. She turns to Leonid and tells him that as his punishment for being late, he will be joining her in shopping, noting that she plans to do a lot of it today. Leonid agrees with a simple, sure. As Elizabeth browses through fabrics, Leonid stands behind her, heavily loaded with bags and scrolls. Elizabeth asks a vendor about sugar, but he haughtily tells her he does not sell to commoners. Elizabeth pleads with him not to say such a thing. Leonid holds out a silver tag and asks the vendor if it is acceptable. The vendor realizes the tag is pure silver and bears the characters for the Knight of Lion. He immediately becomes subservient and asks how many bags they need. Elizabeth requests 5, and the vendor says they are coming right up. Later, Elizabeth calls out to some fishermen working by the water. She holds her arms out wide and asks the fishermen if they sell any octopus that looks like her gesture. A fisherman says he found one in his net that morning and asks if it is the one she wants. Elizabeth joyfully confirms that it is. Leonid now stands there with a large octopus clinging to his face, while the fisherman asks what she wants to do with the creature, remarking that it was winding and clinging to him and he was just about to eat it. When Leonid tries to pull it, Elizabeth cries out for Leonid not to be so rough on the creature, explaining that she wants to take it home alive. Leonid says nothing as he pulls the octopus off his head with a bop. When he finally removes it, his face is covered in a pattern of red sucker marks. Elizabeth tries to stifle a laugh before breaking into uncontrollable laughter at his expense. She then wipes the corner of her eyes and teases the great head knight has such a funny face. Leonid wipes at his skin, looking stoic and a bit embarrassed. Later, as the sun begins to set over the port, Elizabeth calls out Leonid's name while he sits by Funo. They sit together on a stone wall as Funo rests. Elizabeth thanks Leonid for the day and for his help carrying all the luggage from the vendors. Leonid replies with a sure. Elizabeth laughs, noting that the day was only supposed to be an observation, but it turned into such a disaster. Leonid questions her use of the word observation. Elizabeth tells him it is no use acting like he knows nothing and asks if he really thought she would escape to a port leading out of the country. She adds a playful, "Too bad," as they look out toward the horizon. Elizabeth smiles and remarks that her current life is very fun and she has no intention of running away. Leonid looks at her with a look of sudden realization. He starts to speak her name, but Elizabeth has already burned her tongue by drinking too fast. Elizabeth apologizes for drinking too fast. Leonid looks away with a bead of sweat, simply saying, "Okay." In the kitchen, Elizabeth wonders if she has everything she needs. Hearing a knock at the door, she finds the feudal lord standing there. He offers a good evening and explains that he wanted to confirm that nothing is missing from the bazaar. Elizabeth is surprised to see him at such an hour but informs him that she already bought everything together with the head knight. She thanks him for his concern, and the feudal lord nods in understanding. The feudal lord expresses his gladness that Leonid is adapting to the place. Elizabeth pouts with an angry expression and declares that she won't wait for him anymore. The feudal lord thinks to himself that it is just as he thought. He then begins to speak about the previous night. The feudal lord explains that Leonid discovered a group of bandits in the forest and dealt with them until morning. He adds that since both the bandits and their hideout were wiped out, the bazaar can proceed without any threats. Elizabeth is shocked to hear this and becomes upset that Leonid didn't say a single word about his actions. The feudal lord smiles and says that he is leaving Leonid to Elizabeth because he is that kind of person. Elizabeth remains silent and thoughtful. Elizabeth walks toward Leonid, her footsteps squeaking on the ground. She finds him sitting alone and tells him that he should have at least made up an excuse. She then calls out his name softly when he doesn't respond. She bends down to discover that he has already fallen fast asleep. She looks at him and thinks that he is a foolish man who should appeal more for his own achievements. She pokes his forehead and tells him to stop having wrinkles on his brow even while he is sleeping. Leonid wakes up with a sudden impact, causing Elizabeth to scream in fright. He jumps to his feet, frantically asking what is wrong and if there is a bandit nearby. Elizabeth tells him to please not wake up so suddenly. Leonid puts a hand to his head and realizes that he had simply fallen asleep. But as he looks up, his face turns deep red at the sight directly in front of him. Because Elizabeth is sitting on the ground across from him, Leonid has accidentally caught a glimpse of her undergarments. Leonid is frozen in shock, while Elizabeth realizes where he is looking and screams in a fury, demanding to know where he thinks he is looking before repeatedly whacking Leonid while he desperately apologizes, claiming it wasn't on purpose and that he accidentally saw it when he looked forward. Poor Leonid ends up prostrating on the ground, bowing in a formal apology to a furious nun. Watching the chaos from a distance, Lord Christart and his butler can only shake their heads. Despite the Count's best matchmaking efforts, these two still have a long way to go. The day of the bazaar finally arrives. The church bells ring out across the sky with a loud clang-clang. A banner for a "Happy Bazaar" hangs from a lamp post. A young boy walking with his mother complains that he is already tired of the sisters' cookies. He tells her he wants to go home after all. His mother reminds him that he was the one who said they should go and tells him not to dilly-dally since they have already come this far. Elizabeth is shown happily grilling corn on sticks over a hot flame. Nearby, children cheer for a large cat-shaped mascot. A young sister points out that the treats are cat-shaped to an excited girl. Charlotte holds up a set of shiny black toffee apples, looking proud of her work. The boy looks at the scene in shock. Elizabeth poses confidently, asking if he doesn't think this time's bazaar is a little bit different from before. The boy excitedly pulls on his mother's hand, telling her he wants to try that too. A bazaar happens in the church once every 3 months, featuring sweets made by the sisters, bazaar products sold by the villagers, and markets set up by merchants. Elizabeth strikes a dramatic pose, inviting everyone to witness her capability as an event planner from a different world. She shows off a stall selling cotton candy. One child shouts to another that they are selling clouds over there, while the other expresses disbelief that such a thing is possible. Children are amazed as the candy melts in their mouths, remarking on how sweet it is. Elizabeth notes to herself that cotton candy is liked by children no matter where and thinks that it was a right decision to place the store near the entrance. At another stall, Lucinda tells curious children to look closely as she fries magical corn. She shouts, "Tada," as the bowl fills with freshly made popcorn. The children are amazed as the corn pops. Elizabeth cheers, "Yay," as the demonstration succeeds, remarking that it looks like a flower. A mother tells her children they must pick only one treat. Charlotte continues to sell her toffee apples, which two maids admire for their huge size. They remark that the beauty of the candy is that of a jewel and that it has a crispy texture. They conclude that the product is out of this world and note that the lady made them cheerfully. Charlotte tells the maids that they didn't need to say the last part and asks if that was intentional. The maids offer a quick apology. Watching from a distance, Elizabeth thinks although that is a bit of an overreaction, she guesses that is okay. The flow of the people is also good, even the Japanese Sakura plan is going well. The courtyard is filled with villagers enjoying the various stalls. Elizabeth looks on with a satisfied expression. Leonid calls out her name, informing her that the copper plate has warmed up. Elizabeth tells him she will be going now. Elizabeth and Leonid stand behind a counter with the copper plate prepared earlier. Elizabeth calls out to the gathering crowd, telling them that she will now make a very special dish. Leonid stands ready to assist. The villagers look on with curiosity, wondering what is special and what she is making now. Elizabeth uses a brush to oil the rounded holes in the pan. A mixture is poured onto the hot copper plate with a loud shoo sound. Elizabeth notes that what was poured is a mixture of flour, water, and eggs mixed with chopped green onions. The onlookers watch with curious gazes, fascinated and confused by the process. Elizabeth prepares the next step, saying, "And now." Chopped octopus pieces fall into the rounded indentations of the copper plate. A young boy asks Elizabeth what she just put on it. She giggles and tells him that it's a secret, thinking to herself that if she told him, he probably wouldn't eat it. Elizabeth continues the cooking process, explaining that once it gets firm, one should turn it around while making a hole to the other side. She then calls out for everyone's attention. Elizabeth demonstrates her secret technique, the 1,000 hands of cannon, moving her hands and tools with such speed that they seem to blur into multiples. The gathering crowd stares in absolute awe, their mouths hanging open as they watch her work. She smugly explains that the trick to achieving a perfect circle is to move the pieces frequently. Leonid watches her with a look of slight bewilderment. Elizabeth tells him that she will leave the rest to him now, and he simply agrees with a "sure." Leonid then meticulously follows the recipe. He applies sauce, vegetables, spices, and a bit of honey. He sprinkles on green laver dried under the sun as a substitute for sea lettuce. Finally, he adds a mixture of mayonnaise, egg, oil, vinegar, and salt, noting that these additions are simple yet popular. He then hands a finished plate to an excited boy and warns him to be careful with it. Nearby, Christart and Daniel observe the scene while enjoying cotton candy. Christart remarks that things seem to be going well for Leonid, and Daniel agrees. A large cat-shaped mascot approaches and thanks the feudal lord for visiting. Christart looks surprised and asks who might be inside the costume. The mascot reveals himself to be Priest Moritz. He is visibly shocked to see the priest in such a costume. Elizabeth whispers to Moritz that the character, Nikonian, is supposed to act like a cat. Moritz attempts to speak in a different voice and tells them to enjoy their time. Christart offers a strained, "Thank you." Daniel asks if he can wear the costume too, but the Lord replies that he doesn't think so. Elizabeth lets out a sigh of relief, noting that the first wave of customers is finished. She hands a plate of food to Leonid, telling him it is for his portion. Leonid thanks her. Elizabeth adds that his portion is especially large since he helped out, but she warns him to be careful because the food is still very hot. Ignoring the warning, Leonid immediately chomps down on a whole piece and his face instantly flushes red as steam vents from his ears. Elizabeth screams at him, asking why he put the whole thing in his mouth at once and tells him to spit it out or his tongue will burn. Leonid shakes his head, there is no way he can spit out something Elizabeth made. Elizabeth sighs with a flat expression, this person tends to hog any food he sees. Elizabeth then suggests that Leonid should take a break and eat the rest slowly inside the church. She asks him to bring the additional ingredients from the kitchen on his way back. Leonid agrees and heads toward the church. He sits alone inside the quiet building, finally taking the time to eat properly. He continues to munch on the treats, thinking to himself that they taste good. He notes that the texture is not bad. As he continues to eat, he wonders why he finds them so satisfying. Leonid looks for the additional ingredients Elizabeth requested. He finds a bowl and a cutting board. On the board lies several freshly cut octopus tentacles next to a knife. Leonid stares at them with a look of growing realization, this is where the creature went. The octopus stares at him with its large eye, its thoughts appearing in the air, lamenting that a while ago, that man ate its other half. Leonid walks back toward the bazaar with a bowl in hand, looking deep in thought. Christart tells Elizabeth that the bazaar is a great success thanks to her. Elizabeth demurs, stating that it is mostly because of him and Daniel helped her a lot as well. Christart looks at Elizabeth and tells her that since she came to Nortia and the town of Colliers, he feels like the town has changed in a very good way. Elizabeth blushes and says she only wanted everyone to have fun. Christart smiles and tells her she doesn't have to be so modest. Nearby, Leonid stands with an extremely dark, glaring expression. Looking at Leonid's terrifying face, Christart wonders if the knight wants to kill him. He quickly changes the subject, saying it seems the bazaar will end safely. Leonid suddenly notices the support beam failing and gasps in alarm. He rushes toward Elizabeth as the ropes snap. The heavy beam begins to fall, and Leonid reaches out to grab Elizabeth, pinning Elizabeth against a wall, shielding her with his body as the beam crashes down behind him. He looks down at her and remarks that it was close. Elizabeth stares up at him, her face flushed red with surprise. Elizabeth stammers a thank you to Leonid. He looks back at her with a bead of sweat on his face. Elizabeth thinks to herself that next time, she will have to make a stronger tent. Leonid goes to put the equipment back in place. Meanwhile, Christart sighs, thinking he wants to throw up some sugar because he has had too many sweets. After that, the people go home with full stomachs and the bazaar ends in great success. It is noted that the merchants also profited a lot. Leonid and Elizabeth stand together under the evening sky. Leonid can't take her eyes off Elizabeth. She gives Leonid a warm, gentle smile. Leonid is visibly stunned and shocked by her expression. In the background, the other sisters giggle amongst themselves. Leonid looks away, rubbing the back of his head with a blush. Things will be like this from now on. While it is not something flashy, they hope this kind of sparkling and enjoyable lifestyle will continue. The scene shifts to Moer's royal palace. Inside Princess Rosetta's room, she is seen sleeping soundly in a large chair. A sudden knock at the balcony door causes her to wake up in surprise. Rosetta throws open the curtains and doors to see a figure standing in the courtyard below. Claude looks up at her with a smile and tells her that as she wished, he has come to pick her up. Rosetta gazes down at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Claude calls out Rosetta's name as she calls out his. She reaches out from the balcony while begging him to take her with him and run away. Claude catches her as she prepares to leave her royal life behind. Claude looks at Rosetta tenderly, promising that if it is as she wishes, he would do anything. He suggests that they get married. Rosetta tells Claude that she knows of a place in the Reincarnation kingdom where they can register their marriage without parents' consent. She tries to recall the name of the place. Rosetta finally remembers and triumphantly names the Nortia church. Claude is impressed and tells her they can arrive there at dawn by carriage. He promises her, his beloved Rosetta, that he would prepare anything for her. Together, they prepare to head to what they call their love's sacred place. The sound of clattering carriage wheels echoes as a lovey-dovey carriage comes bouncing down from the mountainous border. On as fast as possible, this is no time for fear. The only thought in her mind is the sound of joyous bells ringing in their future. Inside the carriage, Claude looks at Rosetta and asks if she is awake, greeting his princess with a good morning. Rosetta looks back at him and softly speaks Claude's name. Rosetta asks Claude if they have reached the church yet. Claude explains that they haven't, but they have crossed the border and will be out of the woods soon. He glances out the window, noting that they should be fine as long as they don't encounter any bandits. Rosetta gives his hand a nervous squeeze and tells him not to worry because no one will interfere, nothing can get in the way of their love. Unbeknownst to Rosetta, Elizabeth, who had been tossed into a far corner of oblivion and freed from noble obligations, was nearby. The carriage continues clattering towards her with noisy wheels. Inside the quiet, sunlit interior of the Nortia church, the statue of the goddess Helvela stands at the altar, surrounded by flowers. Elizabeth wipes sweat from her brow, thinking that she has finally finished polishing the statue of the goddess. The main religion of this world, including Ramaiza and Moars where Elizabeth has been banished, worships idols of the goddess Helvela. The statue holds lilies that are said to turn into a protecting sword. People offer prayers there, sharing their daily lives, asking for favors, seeking blessings for newborns, or holding memorials for the dead. The priest informs the sisters that it is nearly time for the couple's arrival. Elizabeth says they are on it. Lucinda wonders who the happy couple might be. Elizabeth replies that whoever they are, the sisters will perform their duties the same. Lucinda excitedly points out that no matter who they are, their specialty at this church is elopements. Elizabeth realizes that she is right. In this world, it is impossible to marry without parental approval, and women are often married off for political convenience regardless of their feelings. To marry legally, one must say vows before the goddess with a clergyman witness and perform a ceremony in front of approving parents. However, there is a way around these two conditions. The map shows the border between Moires and Remisa. In Moires, both conditions must be met, but in Remisa, the second condition of parental presence is optional. Couples who cannot get approval can hold their wedding at Nortia Church to get married. Elizabeth thinks to herself that this eloping couple will be her first as a nun, and she feels very excited. She then thinks that the priest has been in high spirits all day. She wonders if the lucky couple walking the red carpet will be nobility, or perhaps a merchant's daughter and a cargo boy. She thinks the idea of marriage crossing social classes is romantic in any world. Elizabeth resolves that no matter who they are, she will do her very best as a sister to give them a beautiful ceremony, mentally inviting any afternoon soap opera drama they might bring. A carriage arrives and Claude calls out, asking if the priest is there. Rosetta mentions she was the one who sent the message by carrier pigeon. The nuns and children gather excitedly, noting that the couple is finally there. The priest tells Elizabeth to open the gate. Elizabeth says she is on it and begins to open the door, preparing to welcome the couple after their long journey and thinking of the undying love they are about to pledge. Elizabeth begins to invite them in, but as the door creaks open, she catches sight of the couple and stops mid-sentence. The priest and nuns ask what she is doing as she suddenly tries to shut the door. Elizabeth stares through the gap in shock and asks, "You?" while Rosetta screams back in disbelief, "You?" Rosetta asks what she is doing here. Elizabeth is frantic, pointing at herself, asking what does she mean by what is she doing here. She is only there because her father chose to banish her to this place. But Rosetta doesn't listen, she panics, and says Elizabeth has come all this way specifically to interfere with her plans. Elizabeth groans in frustration, wondering why her life is like this. She has been far too busy to bother with such interference. Rosetta huffs, declaring that the love between her and Claude will overcome any obstacle. Elizabeth thinks to herself that she is pretty much over the old drama and has mellowed out. She then gives the couple a once-over. Since she was banished, she never saw which ending Princess Rosetta achieved in the original story. Looks like the man is Prince Claude, the son of a former concubine. He is an older brother figure to Rosetta but not related by blood. Elizabeth then has a sudden realization that he was a hidden character who only appeared after all other routes in the game were cleared. Elizabeth thinks that this princess is much trickier than she initially thought. She recalls that in her former life, she only managed to clear 3 of the main characters, so she has no idea what the love and passion between Rosetta and Claude is like. She coughs into her hand and reminds herself that regardless of the circumstances, the two are guests who have eloped, and their status as valued visitors to the church has not changed. Elizabeth welcomes the couple to Nortia Church. She asks them if they wish to have a ceremony with the goddess Helvela as their witness. Rosetta and Claude both enthusiastically answer, yes. The children and villagers at the church welcome the couple with congratulations and flowers. Rosetta is touched, thanking them happily. Elizabeth observes the interaction and realizes that the princess doesn't seem to have any ill will. She likely just got the wrong impression and took things too far. Hilda steps forward to briefly explain the wedding plans the church offers, and Claude agrees to hear them. A wedding ceremony is an important event, even with limited time and budget. Elizabeth wants couples to have a memorable ceremony. She wants Nortia Church's elopement weddings to become a major force in the wedding industry. Hilda asks Claude what type of ceremony he has in mind. Claude requests something Rosetta will remember for the rest of her life, but also something he can afford right now. Hilda recommends the gorgeous and fast and easy plan for high-class guests, which includes food, a dress, and a ring. She adds that the plan includes a one-night stay at the Duke of Clolera's villa and a marriage certificate by the following morning. They have also asked the village to help identify any pursuers so the ceremony can be rushed if anyone comes for them. Rosetta thinks it is lovely to have a ceremony in peace, and Claude requests the gorgeous and fast and easy plan. Elizabeth and Hilda exchange a look of satisfaction, thinking that the plan has been sold. Hobart the blacksmith clears his throat and invites the bride to choose a lovely ring, stating the jewelry is his pride and joy. Rosetta is amazed, exclaiming that the rings are so cute, especially the rings with big jewels are especially cute. Elizabeth watches with a smile, deciding to charge for two. Hobart tells her he can inscribe names and adjust sizes immediately. The rings come in sets for the bridegroom as well. Rosetta is delighted. Elizabeth reflects that Mr. Hobart is really settling into his role. She thinks that introducing the exchange of rings, which wasn't previously common in this world, helps create everlasting memories. Meanwhile, Hilda scribbles on a notepad, asking Claude to review the order, including the base fee and the pair of rings. When Hilda informs the couple that their total comes out to a specific amount, Prince Claude looks dumbfounded. Hilda explains that because of a friends and family discount from Sister Elizabeth, they were able to bring the price down significantly. Claude looks at his coin pouch with an "oh." As Hilda tells them to have no fear, with today's special, the total comes down even further. Hilda explains that they try to avoid placing a burden on guests who are in dire circumstances. Claude is overjoyed and thanks them profusely, stating he is happy they can take care of everything. Elizabeth notes to herself that if you start with a cheap price, people will think the product is cheap. She thinks it is better to set it high and slowly lower it, because everyone loves a bargain. She then approaches the couple and suggests that since they must be tired from their long trip, they should refresh themselves with a celebratory gift of apple cider from the church. Lucinda and another nun unveil a tower of glasses. Elizabeth pours the cider into the top glass with a glug-glug sound. Rosetta watches with wide, sparkling eyes, letting out a wow. She then holds a glass of fizzing cider and remarks that it is beautiful. Even though it isn't champagne, a tower of cider goblets makes cheap beverages look fancy depending on their presentation. Rosetta leans against Claude and tells him the bubbles are like a blessing from the goddess just for them. Claude agrees that she is right. Elizabeth watches from the side, thinking to herself that while it was unexpected for the guests to be royalty, her plan for nobility is going exactly as expected. Elizabeth considers that all that is left is to make sure the memories outweigh the price. Suddenly, a loud bang bang at the door startles everyone. A silhouette of a man leading a horse appears at the entrance with a heavy thud. Elizabeth feels a sense of relief, realizing it is just Leonid. She had feared it was someone coming after the couple. Leonid reports that no intruders or pursuers have been detected. Elizabeth laughs and apologizes for the scare, explaining that Leonid is cooperating to guard the church and won't allow in anyone unwelcome. Rosetta and Claude stare at him in shock. A realization begins to dawn on Elizabeth as she wonders if the reason he is here is something else entirely. Claude bows to Leonid, recognizing him as the sacred lion and the great swordsman. Rosetta is stunned, realizing he is the head knight who was supposed to have left the castle. Elizabeth is overcome with dread, thinking to herself that this is the worst possible thing that could have happened. A diagram explains that Prince Claude, the 10th prince and child of a concubine, and Princess Rosetta, the doted-on only daughter of the king, are eloping from the kingdom of Moires to Nortia Church. Leonid is the head knight of Moires, in charge of maintaining order. Elizabeth realizes that, in short, this means something specific. She stares at Leonid in absolute horror. The realization hits her with full force: Leonid is the pursuer. Prince Claude draws his sword and declares that he won't hand over Rosetta and vows to fight. He tells Leonid that even if he must take Leonid's lord on as an opponent, he will do what is necessary if Leonid insists on taking her away. Elizabeth calls out for Leonid to wait, explaining that these two are not what he thinks. Leonid ignores her and reaches for his own blade. For a moment the atmosphere becomes tense and heavy. But then, to everyone's shock, Leonid stops and scratches his head nervously. He asks Claude what he is talking about. He is not there for a fight. Claude and Rosetta both let out a confused "huh," and look at Leonid in surprise. Outside, the sound of clatter-clatter announces the arrival of a carriage. Christart, the local lord, steps out of the carriage and greets everyone with a cheerful smile. He welcomes them to Nortia Church and introduces himself. As a noble, he is pleased to be at their service as a witness to their wedding, but then he stops short. Claude and Rosetta look at him, dumbfounded. He smiles nervously. Princess of Moires. Well, this puts him in an awkward position. Claude softly asks if the two of them will turn a blind eye for them. Christart repeats too, looking confused, but then he glances at Leonid and thinks so Leo has read between the lines. Good job, he is learning. Christart then suggests they will take their leave, pointing out that as nobles, their presence could cause a national scandal. He begins to tug on Leonid's clothes to get him to move. But Leonid stands like a daunting wall, refusing to move even a millimeter. Christart wonders why he won't move. He really doesn't understand how Leonid's mind works. Did he not read between the lines? Christart gestures toward Leonid, but Elizabeth simply shrugs and shakes her head, saying she doesn't know what is wrong. But then Elizabeth lets out a tired sigh, knowing only she can handle him, and presses her hands against Leonid, telling him she needs a minute outside with him. She tells the eloping couple not to worry, explaining that Leonid is on leave from his duty, but since he is intimidating, she will have him leave. Leonid slee-eyes as she pushes him out the door. Christart thinks to himself that the statue moves easily when Elizabeth is the one pushing. Lucinda smiles brightly and tells Claude to meet the priest. While Hilda tells Rosetta it is time to put on her dress. Rosetta happily agrees. On the other hand, Elizabeth drags Leonid across the garden by his hand. Leonid looks flustered. Elizabeth spins around to face him and says she is sorry. She explains that even though she asked him to be at the ceremony, they don't need his help this time. She tells him to please go home or to the Count's manor. Leonid firmly states that he can't do that. Elizabeth asks why and pokes his chest. She reminds him that he has his own position to think about as Sir Leonid Guardhelm. She argues that a knight shouldn't appear at a wedding that the royal family opposes and tells him he should be more aware of the fact that he is a noble himself. Elizabeth immediately regrets her words, thinking she told him off as if she were still a noble. But Leonid doesn't care about the way she speaks to him. He looks more surprised than offended and asks if she is worried for him. Elizabeth stammers that she is and explains that since he and the Count are high-ranking nobles, he shouldn't even be talking to her now that she is a commoner. Leonid declares that he doesn't care about those kinds of things. Elizabeth tells him to care a little and tells him to go away. Leonid slides 2 steps back. Elizabeth thinks he has to be kidding and wonders if he honestly thinks that counts as going away. Leonid asks if he should go 2 steps farther. Elizabeth mutters it should be more like 2,000 steps. She glares at him and says she is starting to think Leonid wants to get in the way of the ceremony. Leonid says that isn't it. Elizabeth thinks to herself that since Leonid is bad at speaking his mind, she is trying her best to get the truth out of him. She asks if he wants to see the ceremony, but he says no. He then kneels on the ground in front of her, clicking his tongue in frustration. Leonid looks at Elizabeth intensely and confesses that he is worried. Elizabeth reacts with a confused, huh. She wonders why he would be worried about her, but then she thinks she understands. Elizabeth stands up and tells Leonid not to worry. She tells him she isn't plotting anything against Princess Rosetta despite being banished and tells him he can head home now. She thinks to herself that as a head knight, he must naturally be concerned that the banished Villainess might cause trouble if he isn't watching her. Suddenly, Leonid grabs her hand and yells that she is wrong and that isn't it. Elizabeth is startled. Leonid lets go of her hand and looks away, stating that it is true he isn't qualified to worry about her. Elizabeth is left confused, mumbling his logic doesn't make sense, but she understands. She points toward the bell tower and suggests he stay up there. She explains that he can stay on guard without being seen at the wedding. Leonid agrees and walks toward the gate, telling her to leave it to him. Elizabeth thanks him and thinks to herself that he somehow seemed happy even though she got rid of him. She then walks back in, shutting the door with a loud bang and sighs, thinking at least that one thing is settled. But then her thoughts drift back to Leonid, and she wonders if there might be the slightest chance that he was worried that the two of them might do something to her, but she quickly dismisses the thought, thinking there is no way. She reflects that in the original game, even the princes attuned to the heroine never believed she was innocent. She thinks that is way too much to hope for from a muscle-brained head knight. She becomes stressed, as this brings the memory of her time as a noble. She tells herself she is free now as Sister Elizabeth and resolves to make the wedding perfect. The church organ plays a melody as the ceremony begins. The children and nuns sing happily as Claude and Rosetta stand together at the altar. Claude looks at Rosetta with a warm gaze. At the altar, the priest asks Rosetta if she takes this man to be her husband, to love for as long as they both shall live. Rosetta, her eyes filled with tears of joy, answers that she does. The priest then asks Claude if he takes this woman to be his wife, to love for as long as they both shall live. Claude answers firmly that he does. The priest, with the goddess Helvela as witness, pronounces them husband and wife and tells Claude he may kiss the bride. Claude lifts Rosetta's veil and they share a kiss while the children and nuns cheer in the background. Elizabeth watches them, thinking to herself that it had crossed her mind that Rosetta might have just dragged Claude along for an elopement, but she realizes now that she didn't need to worry. Claude tells Rosetta not to cry as she continues to weep with happiness. Elizabeth observes them, thinking that while there must have been drama between them she didn't know about, they have clearly grown and formed a bond together. Elizabeth admires Rosetta as a heroine for achieving a happy ending on the hardest route, noting that such a feat would normally take 3 playthroughs. She grits her teeth slightly, recalling her own role as the villainess in that playthrough. Elizabeth then tells the princess it isn't much, but invites them to feed one another a bite of the celebratory pie. Claude says the pie signifies that they will never let each other go hungry. They take a bite together. Rosetta is shocked to find it has the exact same flavor as the pie her mother made in the countryside, stuffed with walnuts, apples, and plums. She asks Elizabeth how she knew the recipe. Elizabeth tells her the goddess Helvela knows everything. However, Elizabeth knows the truth is that no matter what route she took in the game, Princess Dawn, Rosetta always made that same pie. When the couple prepare to leave, Elizabeth hands Rosetta a bouquet, and the princess thanks her. Leonid watches from the tower, thinking the indoor ceremony is done. He wonders if there is still something else they have to do. He sees the crowd gather outside and watches as Rosetta turns to throw her bouquet. Leonid panics, thinking it is bad that she is throwing something, and he leaps from the tower, calling out Elizabeth's name, only to realize his mistake as the flowers float gently down. Below him, Elizabeth stands stunned, the white lilies and roses falling perfectly into her arms. She looks up toward the tower, caught in a moment of pure, unexpected magic, while a blushing Leonid rubs his eyes, finally seeing that Villainess in a whole new light. As the wedding ceremony concludes, Princess Rosetta surprises everyone by approaching Elizabeth with a beaming smile. She offers a sincere apology for everything that had happened in the past and thanking Elizabeth for making her wedding day so perfect. Elizabeth is momentarily stunned, receiving a heartfelt apology from the very heroine who had once stood as her rival is a closure she never expected. As she watches Rosetta and Claude share a silhouette in the sunset, Elizabeth can't help but admit that, despite the drama, they truly do look like the perfect couple. While the royals bask in their honeymoon glow, the rest of the crew settles in for the afterparty. Leonid is found sulking on the stairs of the bell tower, where the village children find him and offer him some do-over pie. The kids mention that Elizabeth accidentally burnt this batch, but Leonid doesn't seem to mind one bit, devouring the crusty pastry like it's a gourmet meal. The conversation turns to the future as the children sigh about wanting to be pretty brides one day. Then, one of the girls drops a bombshell. They say whoever catches the bouquet will be the next to be a bride. Leonid nearly chokes on his pie and breaks into a fit of coughing. A young boy argues that sisters can't get married. But another boy named Matt chimes in with a vital correction. Since Elizabeth wears a short veil, she is technically a novice, not a full sister, so she can still become a bride. Leonid continues to cough. Matt adds that it is also fine if they are only at the convent until a certain age. The children notice Leonid suddenly looks very happy and ask if the pie was that good, noting he is in a great mood. Leonid remains silent. The following day, the carriage departs. Rosetta waves and thanks everyone, promising to see them again. The nuns wave back. They remark that the princess was really something in many different ways. Elizabeth says it is okay to come out now. Leonid slides out from behind a tree to stand beside Elizabeth. Elizabeth thinks to herself that she hasn't figured him out yet, whether he is straightforward or just stubborn. She reflects on how happy the couple looked and feels certain that Claude will do a good job protecting Rosetta. Leonid lets out a tired sigh. He remembers being approached by a man earlier who requested him to hurry because the king had issued an urgent summons. Leonid clenches his fist tightly. In a bedroom at the manor, a maid brushes Charlotte's long hair. Charlotte pouts, letting out a long sigh and thinking she wanted to see the couple who eloped get married. The maid smiles and tells Charlotte she will have another chance and says that soon Charlotte will have a chance to be the bride herself. Charlotte argues that it isn't as exciting that way. The maid thinks to herself that Elizabeth is really rubbing off on her lady. A knock sounds at the door as another maid enters, informing her lady that there is a letter from the house of Baron Dorina. Charlotte becomes excited. It is from her mother and it has been a while. She thinks that maybe her mother believes she is feeling better now. Charlotte rips the envelope open in her haste, but the moment her eyes fall on the letter, her hands freeze and it slips from her grasp. Back at the church, Elizabeth hums to herself while sweeping the grounds with a broom. She thinks that it is so nice out. Things around the church have been crazy since Roxanne returned home a few days ago. Roxanne apologized to Hilda, who told her not to worry. Elizabeth thinks that something seems to be up with Roxanne, but since she didn't explain, Elizabeth won't ask. Elizabeth thinks about the meat festival happening tonight. Suddenly, Charlotte's voice shouts her name. Charlotte slams her hands on a table. Elizabeth is startled and asks what the matter is. Charlotte begs Elizabeth to help her out and asks her to be her chaperone and go to the ball with her. Elizabeth reacts with a shocked, what? Elizabeth realizes that a week from now, 3 balls are happening simultaneously. Charlotte explains that her family only became nobles recently, so each member is supposed to attend an event to promote the family name. Elizabeth notes that as the daughter of Baron Darina, Charlotte is to attend one hosted by the house of Viscount Pasolino. Elizabeth thinks she wasn't familiar with those nobles, but assumes a viscount is probably less of a priority when events overlap. She reflects that being a noble is tough no matter where one goes. Charlotte explains that it is an order from her mother and she has no choice. She shows Elizabeth a letter stating, "I will not tolerate failure." Elizabeth flips the paper and reads that success means going above and beyond to connect with influential families. Elizabeth asks if Charlotte has made her societal debut, and Charlotte says she did through her parents' connections before coming here. Elizabeth thinks Charlotte has it tough for someone so young and finds it aggravating. Elizabeth advises that at a ball, if one smiles and pretends everyone is a pumpkin or a potato, they will make it through. Charlotte looks down, saying she did try that, but a vision of a crowded, chattering ballroom appears in her mind. In Charlotte's memory, noble women whisper and mock her, saying she is a baron's daughter who bought his title. Charlotte flinches as she remembers being whispered about. A young nobleman approaches Charlotte in her memory, saying she looks troubled and telling her not to be scared. He says he is happy to start a friendly conversation with any kind of lady. Charlotte curtsies and says she is pleased to meet him. When he asks for her interests, she gets excited and answers, climbing trees. The man laughs in shock, asking if she is for real. The other guests whisper that it is embarrassing and vulgar, mocking her as some kind of monkey lady. They laugh as she turns red, her gaze lowering in shame as laughter surrounds her. Charlotte tells Elizabeth she can't face that again. She grabs her dress and tells Elizabeth that if she is with her, she thinks she can do it. Elizabeth asks why, and Charlotte answers because Elizabeth seems really strong. Elizabeth is dumbfounded, is that how Charlotte sees her? Elizabeth asks if it wouldn't be better for an attendant who is always with her to be her chaperone. The maids reply that wouldn't be better at all because their status makes them powerless. They beg Elizabeth to lend Charlotte her strength. Elizabeth, still doubtful, asks Charlotte if bringing the banished Villainess won't make things worse. Charlotte replies that her reputation is at rock bottom anyway, so it is fine. Elizabeth questions again if that is really fine. Charlotte pleads with her and declares there is value in attending and pulling off a flawless performance and asks Elizabeth to give her courage. Elizabeth thinks Charlotte might be unwittingly placing her trust in the behavior of her inner former duke's daughter. To be honest, she'd rather not associate herself any further with any of the nobles from her former life, but she likes being relied upon, and wouldn't it be odd if she never interacted with any nobles? She finally tells Charlotte she has nothing much to do, so it is okay. She vows to show that no lady can beat her. She decides they should have lessons on acting like a noble before the ball. The maids cheer, yay. Elizabeth tells Charlotte to try one more time. Charlotte curtsies to an imaginary Viscount Pasolino, and gulps, thanking him for the invitation. Christart stops her, telling her not to look down and to keep her back straight. He advises her to thank you for inviting me, from her heart. Charlotte is shocked to see Count Clareras and asks what he is doing there. A book is placed on her head. Daniel tells Charlotte to balance the books to keep her back straight. Charlotte asks why they are all there. Elizabeth winks and says the older generation must pass down wisdom. Christart claims he can't ignore someone in trouble. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Charlotte's eyes tear up as she thanks them, but the books wobble and fall. Elizabeth notes she is still off-center. Elizabeth then tells her the Viscount is tall, so she should practice looking up higher. Leonid looms over Charlotte, causing her to scream in fright. Elizabeth tells her it's no good and to try again. Charlotte asks when Leonid arrived, but she ignores her question and suggests having a comment ready, like saying his face puts her at ease or she is honored to be here. A close-up of Leonid's scary face highlights the kind face comment. Charlotte peeks at him and decides she can't use that one. Elizabeth encourages her to speak from the heart so it rings true. Elizabeth curtsies to Leonid, saying his kind face puts her at ease. Her eyes shine with a genuine smile that gives him, murmuring she looks forward to a beautiful night. She then turns back and tells Charlotte to just look at him and smile. But they all blankly look at Leonid, who is shown metaphorically ascending to heaven from the smile. Christart tells Leonid to breathe when he looks like he might hyperventilate. He then points out his face never looks kind and people get the wrong impression. Leonid turns away blushing, denying everything. Charlotte watches them, thinking he might explode if she doesn't master the lessons soon. Elizabeth tells Charlotte to leave the dress choice to her, aiming for something prim but showy. She critiques the first try as too modest and the second as slipping. Charlotte shouts that Elizabeth needs a dress too since they are going together. The maid brings dresses for Elizabeth. Elizabeth tries to refuse, but the maid tosses her habit aside and tells her to change. Elizabeth eventually gives in. Later, the maid has to put all her energy into forcing the corset onto her. Elizabeth apologizes, explaining that she has been eating a lot lately because she felt so free. The maid simply pulls the laces tighter, ignoring the excuse. Elizabeth surrenders with a scream. Later that night, they pick a dress that isn't too showy or scary. It is the day of the ball. The carriage clatters to the manor. Charlotte steps out, followed by Elizabeth. They both wear elaborate dresses. Elizabeth thinks to herself that she is going back to being a noble for a bit. Elizabeth looks out over the grand ballroom from the entrance, observing the nobles as they mingle under the massive chandeliers. Couples talk on the balcony under the night sky. Inside, Elizabeth and Charlotte walk up the grand staircase. Elizabeth thinks to herself that it has been a long time since she has been among nobles. Elizabeth walks through the hall, mentally checking off the ball's arrangements. She notes that the floral arrangements are in order. Looking at the long banquet table, she confirms that the beverages and hors d'oeuvres are all ready. Elizabeth listens to the orchestra, noting the music is pleasant and doesn't draw too much attention. She sees a lady playing the piano and thinks that if she could develop a chocolate fountain, she bets it would sell well. She looks around the room with a curious expression. She thinks that even though two other events are happening at the same time, she is sure some well-known nobles will choose this ball. She concludes that Viscount Pasolino did a great job and notes that for a Viscount, the event is quite well done. Charlotte runs up to her, excitedly exclaiming that her greeting went well. Elizabeth tells her it was well done, though she privately notes she only saw the beginning. Charlotte pouts at Elizabeth, saying that she didn't watch until the end. She reminds Elizabeth that she is her chaperone and asks her to please do her job. Elizabeth laughs nervously, saying she sees and promises to stick with her, though she realizes she has been caught. Nearby, nobles whisper and wonder who the newcomer is. They seem to have seen her somewhere before. Charlotte hums to herself happily and says everyone is interested in her. But then suddenly she pauses, looking at two women on a couch and realizing they were at the previous ball. Elizabeth calls out to Charlotte and asks if she remembers that noble smile she was taught. Elizabeth encourages her, stating that today Charlotte is invincible and that she is right there with her. Charlotte gives a perfect smile. She asks Elizabeth to dance with her if she starts turning into a wallflower. Elizabeth thinks that would be bad for Charlotte's image. A wallflower as a woman who stays near the wall at a social event, waiting passively. Elizabeth thinks that starting to feel invisible is really tough. Elizabeth wonders if she should tell Charlotte to act more outgoing if she becomes a wallflower, but decides she doesn't want to sound like she is lecturing. She observes another girl standing alone and thinks that even if a lady is pretty, it is hard to get someone to talk to her if she stands there doing nothing. Suddenly, Elizabeth stops and wonders if she recognizes the girl. Elizabeth and Roxanne stare at each other in shock. Elizabeth thinks, oh well, it is a small world after all. Later, the three women sit together on a garden bench. Roxanne apologizes for not saying anything sooner, explaining she is from a count's family that nearly fell into ruin. Elizabeth tells her she doesn't need to apologize and says she could tell there was a reason she left. Charlotte is amazed to realize that underneath the nun's outfit, Roxanne was a count's daughter all along. Roxanne explains her situation isn't that complicated. Her older sisters went to other balls, so as the third daughter, she was sent here. Elizabeth thinks every family has it tough and admits she will miss Roxanne. Roxanne says she will come back soon, but until her second sister is married off, she will stay at the convent to protect her modesty. Charlotte asks what modesty is. Elizabeth coughs and explains that as a nun, one is in a female-only environment, preparing them to be an ideal bride. She notes that at least that is one of the selling points. Charlotte asks without hesitation if she means it ensures purity. Elizabeth swallows and says, "Why yeah," thinking to herself that she tried to talk around it, but Charlotte is very direct. Charlotte points out that there are quite a few men around the church. A list appears. Maurice the priest doesn't count. Christart is safe because he just keeps an eye on things. Daniel is safe as the Lord's butler. However, Leonid is listed as a stalker, not okay, definitely shouldn't be there. Elizabeth nervously says that as long as nobles keep up appearances, that's all that matters. She then declares they shouldn't waste time gossiping and promises to make sure both girls have a wonderful evening. Elizabeth advises the girls that at a ball, they can work on even the slightest connection. She notes that the hosts are currently occupied but tells the girls they are so cute that as long as they make a proper greeting, no one will think poorly of them. She says beyond that, it is up to chance. Roxanne hears a friend is there, and Charlotte mentions her father's business partner might be present. Elizabeth encourages them to go look for them. A man addresses two noblewomen seated on a sofa, offering to dance with them and stating that either of them is fine. One woman claims her ankle is sprained, while the other says she isn't feeling well. The man gets enraged and shouts at them not to lie and asks if they are trying to make a fool of him, causing them to yelp in fear. Elizabeth watches from nearby. She thinks that in noble society, unmarried women are powerless. She observes that the girls are being wallflowers and that even though the man could see he was unwanted, he made advances anyway. Elizabeth calls out to Charlotte, suggesting she ought to help them. Charlotte suddenly marches off with determination and approaches the group and addresses the two women. She explains that she brought anti-anxiety meds and non-slip shoe pads, which means they can get out of there. The man looks on in shock. He clicks his tongue and calls Charlotte the Baron's monkey daughter, telling her not to get in his way. Charlotte gives a smug smile. She suggests it would be a shame if a rumor were to spread that the Baron's monkey daughter turned down his advances. The man becomes flustered and stammers. He quickly turns away, claiming he doesn't feel so well. The two women address Charlotte by her title. The women apologize to Charlotte for an incident a year and a half ago and thank her for helping them. Charlotte looks down thoughtfully. She tells them it is fine because after all, Charlotte poses with a happy expression, stating that the goddess Helvela forgives all past transgressions. Roxanne watches with a deadpan look, admitting she is afraid of how Charlotte will turn out if she takes after Elizabeth much more. Elizabeth laughs nervously, realizing she is rubbing off on Charlotte and thinking she will have to tell her to stop. A noble couple praises Charlotte, calling her a brave young lady for taking a weight off their shoulders by dealing with that man. Charlotte credits her great teachers at home and at the church. Elizabeth is approached by that man who mentions a rumor that she was formerly a duke's daughter who has come to ruin. He asks for her rates, wanting to send his daughter to her because the chaperone is the key. Elizabeth is stunned, thinking she never thought she would be looked upon favorably at a ball and wondering if even a banished villainess can become the life of the party. A handsome man in a white suit walks down the grand staircase. The women in the crowd shriek and swoon, saying it is the prince and expressing shock that he is there. The ladies in the crowd squeal that it is their lucky day because Prince Michelle isn't engaged and is likely looking for the one. The name makes Elizabeth freeze. Of course she was meant to come to this ball. Elizabeth recognizes Prince Michelle from the game, Princess Life Dawn Confession. She realizes it must be him because his face is too familiar. She watches as he walks through the crowd toward her. Elizabeth notes that in the game, he is the first prince of the Remisa kingdom and is meant to be engaged to Elizabeth Fontaine. The prince approaches Elizabeth with a chuckle and greets her. Prince Michelle casually announces in front of everyone that since she came all the way to his kingdom, he has come to get her. He apologizes for taking so long to find her even though she was so close. He smiles at Elizabeth, stating that he kept his promise to her and hasn't gotten engaged to anyone else. The prince leans closer, lifting her chin up and murmurs he has finally found her. In a flashback to the preparations, Christart asks Leonid if he is listening. He instructs him that if a lady is in trouble, he should say something like, "She's my partner," and stylishly remove her from the scene. He reminds Leonid he has a reputation to uphold and asks him to not draw negative attention. He reminds Leonid that his rank is equal to a count's and he should act accordingly. Leonid waves the invitation from Viscount Pasolino as Christart asks if he is hearing him. Christart says it took a lot of effort to get them both invited. He suggests Leonid should act like they are close friends and call him Chris. Leonid calls him Leo and complains that the clothes are tight on the chest. Daniel suggests leaving the jacket open. Leonid then tells Christart it is time to go. Christart sighs as Daniel hopes for a safe trip. Elizabeth and Leonid stand in the ballroom with Leonid keeping her head high while facing everyone. Prince Michelle gazes at Elizabeth with a bright smile. He has kept his childhood promise and has not gotten engaged to anyone else. He has finally found her. The prince continues to smile while Elizabeth looks on in horror. Michelle, the first prince of the kingdom of Remisa. In the original game, he is the character Elizabeth Fontaine is meant to be engaged to. Originally, after their engagement, Michelle makes a major event of breaking it off, which initiates Elizabeth's banishment. A game screen shows a previous version of Michelle accusing Elizabeth of deceiving him. Elizabeth reflects that to avoid her fate, she has to do something. She recalls a childhood memory of her and Michelle sitting in a field of flowers. As children, she thought that Prince Michelle was the deciding factor in her future banishment, and she decided she had to take action to avoid her role as a villainess. The two children are shown twisting flowers into crowns. Young Michelle admires Elizabeth's flowers, calling them pretty and asking if he can have them. Young Elizabeth agrees on the condition that from now on, regardless of what adults tell him, he must say he won't get engaged to anyone. She makes him repeat the vow after her. Young Michelle jumps happily and promises he won't get engaged to anyone. Adult Michelle tells Elizabeth that. Once he grew up, he realized she was hiding her true feelings when she made him make that promise. He believed she couldn't say how she really felt, but actually meant for him to come find her. He concludes she didn't want an arranged marriage but wanted to be bound together by love. Elizabeth is horrified, thinking that she really did say those things in the past. Michelle grasps her hands and declares that is why he came to find her tonight. Elizabeth is sweating and wide-eyed, wondering how things turned out this way. She realizes she has to do something that won't make the prince look bad or ruin the atmosphere of the ball, all while maintaining her role as a chaperone. She raises her hand to her face. Elizabeth suddenly breaks into a loud, dramatic noblewoman's laugh. Prince Michelle and the crowd look on with stunned expressions. Charlotte and Roxanne are visibly confused by Elizabeth's sudden outburst. Elizabeth's special talent is an echoing laugh that extends for 200 meters. Elizabeth tells herself to buy some time and think. Michelle's game statistics are displayed. He is 18 years old and enjoys hunting. In addition to the banishment event, there is one other big problem with Prince Michelle. The prince is revealed to be the Yandere character of the game. A split image shows his pure, princely side alongside a dark version of him holding chains. While he is mostly pure, his Yandere side depends on the route taken. He usually keeps a perfect smile and reads between the lines. As long as he isn't provoked, he is considered safe. Elizabeth considers what this means before acting surprised, telling the prince he has caught her. She tells him he is always so kind to everyone and says she is honored he remembers her from their brief time long ago. Michelle smiles and says of course he remembers, adding that when he heard she would be at this ball, he asked his mother to allow him to change which event he would attend. Elizabeth acts shocked, claiming her attendance was simply a matter of circumstance. Elizabeth suddenly grabs Charlotte and Roxanne, laughing that the two young ladies needed a chaperone. Michelle looks at the two girls. He comments on how beautiful Roxanne is, introduces himself, and asks for her name while taking her hand. Roxanne introduces herself as the third daughter of Count Slew. Michelle says he is pleased to meet her and then asks for the name of her cute lady friend. Charlotte introduces herself as the eldest daughter of Baron Darina. Elizabeth celebrates internally, declaring mission complete. She thinks that since they have met the prince, her mission to get them a high-ranking nobility connection is finished. She believes their parents will be very proud. The room erupts into a clamor as nobles rush to introduce themselves and their daughters to the prince. Elizabeth thinks everything is right on track. She tells Michelle he shouldn't spend all his time on her and says she would feel bad for everyone else. She thanks him for reaching out, bids him farewell, and tells him to have a happy life. Elizabeth then dashes away into the crowd. Michelle is left confused, calling out for her to wait. Elizabeth runs away, thinking that because Michelle works to keep up appearances, he will be trapped by the crowd. She believes she has successfully avoided his route. The crowd surrounds Michelle, claiming connections to Charlotte and Elizabeth. Later, Charlotte and Roxanne find Elizabeth. Charlotte excitedly says she had no idea Elizabeth was an acquaintance of the prince and thinks her mother will praise her. Roxanne calls the prince wonderful. Elizabeth says she is glad, but sighs to herself that the experience was nearly traumatic. In any case, she has managed to get away. Suddenly, Michelle appears in front of Elizabeth from behind the pillar and whispers that he found her. Elizabeth lets out a terrified scream. Michelle tells her it was mean of her to try and give him the slip. Elizabeth stammers that it wasn't her intention and asks what happened to all the people he had to greet. Michelle explains he found a duke's second son and had him take over. Elizabeth assumes he actually pressured the man. Michelle smiles and says he has things he needs to ask Elizabeth. He grabs her hand and suggests they talk as they dance since she seems quick to run away. Michelle tells Elizabeth to come on. She protests that she is only a chaperone and that this is beyond her position. Michelle simply acknowledges that she did indeed say that as he leads her away. Prince Michelle asks the two young ladies who stand there awkwardly if he may borrow their chaperone for a dance. Charlotte and Roxanne nod their heads repeatedly in enthusiastic agreement. Elizabeth stares ahead with a look of dread, thinking to herself that she is so unlucky and that he has caught her. Michelle gives her hand a firm squeeze and tells her to come and dance with him, assuring her that it is fine. The prince and Elizabeth begin to dance in the center of the ballroom as the other guests watch. Elizabeth thinks to herself that this is bad, very bad. She realizes there is no way for her to turn down the prince as he gives her arm a firm tug. Prince Michelle looks at Elizabeth with a joyful smile, stating that he has wanted to see her so badly and is very happy that he came. Elizabeth remains silent for a moment before she begins to speak. She didn't want to meet anyone she knew before her banishment. She reflects on the glittering world of breaking off engagements, capture targets, and villainesses. She thought she could forget everything once she broke free from the game story. She envisioned finally living a peaceful, happy life with everyone in the countryside. She thinks to herself that she is fed up with these invisible shackles and mentally cries out for someone to help her. Suddenly, a loud voice cuts through the ballroom clamor, shouting Elizabeth's name. Elizabeth reacts with a startled gasp. It turns out to be Leonid, who stares intensely at the scene. Elizabeth looks back at him with wide, shocked eyes. Leonid straightens his posture as he stands before the prince. Elizabeth wonders why he is there. Leonid firmly commands the prince to let go of Elizabeth's hand. Christart rushes forward, thinking to himself that Leonid is an idiot. Prince Michelle observes the silver tag on Leonid's person and wonders if he is a knight from Wars. Christart bows deeply to the prince, begging his pardon for the inexcusable behavior of his guest and introducing himself as the head of the House of Clareras. Michelle smiles and admits that he was rather startled. Prince Michelle asks the sacred lion sword if he can help him, saying that they were just getting to a good part of their conversation. Christart turns to Leonid with a terrified expression. Does Leonid realize that this man is the prince of this kingdom? Leonid ignores the warning and grabs Elizabeth, pulling her away from Michelle. He lets out a loud shout, declaring that Elizabeth belongs to him. Elizabeth, Charlotte, and Roxanne all stare in absolute shock. Christart is frozen in disbelief at Leonid's boldness. Prince Michelle's expression darkens into a deep, menacing frown as he stares at the knight. The hero makes his late entrance that is cool, nicely done. Christart thinks Leonard really nailed it, except it is his neck on the line. He forces a smile and tells his friend unless he intends to start a fight, he has misspoken. He meant his dance partner, right? Michael looks at Elizabeth and asks if that is right. She nods nervously and says yes. The prince grins and then releases her hand. Come now, she should have told him sooner that she had already arranged an escort. He then looks back at Leonid and with an easy smile tells him to go ahead, calling him Mr. Scary Face Head Knight. Leonid doesn't wait. He quickly grabs her hand and starts dragging her away from there. Charlotte stands there, looking very invested and murmurs if this is what they call drama, while Roxanne looks at Christart, who is slumped against the pillar, asking him if he's okay. He mutters he's glad it was only the drama of his life, note, actually the death of him. As Elizabeth lets herself get dragged by Leonid, she watches his tense back, holding his hand tightly. Now that she thinks about it, even though she said she didn't want to meet anyone she knew before her banishment, she doesn't mind Leonid. In fact, she's happy that he is here. He takes a weight off her chest. Leonid slows down before a large arched window and watches through it with a sharp glint in his eye. He then says it is safe and they are not being pursued. She remarks that the prince might not be happy with him calling him a pursuer. Christart turns to Leo, demanding to know what Leo has gotten them into. Christart, holding 2 plates of food, asks Leonid to please stop trying to shorten his life expectancy, reminding the knight that he went out of his way to introduce him to the Duke and Duchess Pasolino. They even set some food aside for them. Charlord beams and says she's hungry, they should eat. Elizabeth says great, now she can examine the banquet food without looking suspicious. Roxanne agrees, with a small group they can all eat in peace. Christart grins and says, well, they do have a point. The group stands on a balcony under the night sky. Charlotte mentions that she was feeling nervous, but because Elizabeth is there, it feels like just another day. Elizabeth smiles, thinking that it means she has succeeded as a chaperone. She asks if they should return home now that they are finished eating. Roxanne supposes that it is not ladylike to overstay their welcome. Elizabeth adds that it is smart for a lady at a ball to leave before she starts looking tired. Roxanne pulls a floral ribbon from her hair and reflects that the evening was more fun than she expected. She notes that it must be normal for members of Nortia Church to want to return to it. Charlotte points out that Elizabeth came very close to dancing with the prince. Elizabeth smiles and says, perhaps, which causes the other girls to look at her with surprise. Elizabeth looks down bashfully, explaining that she didn't actually want to dance with the prince, so it was more of a relief not to. Charlotte is shocked and asks if she is serious. Elizabeth laughs, saying that no matter what happens, people always end up with the wrong impression of her. Roxanne tells Elizabeth that she should thank Leonid since he is the one who helped her out. Elizabeth reacts with a look of total shock. As Leonid and Christart walk through the hall, Elizabeth watches them with a conflicted expression. Leonid notices her glance and looks back with a questioning expression. Elizabeth steels herself and strides across the ballroom. She shouts Leonid's name with a fierce glare, causing him to jolt in surprise. Leonid offers a stoic grunt in response to Elizabeth's approach. Elizabeth stammers over her words before shouting a sincere, "Thank you very much," for his help earlier. Her expression then shifts into a childish pout, telling him that she is not his, and warning him that people will get the wrong idea. He is always doing and saying weird things like that. She reminds him she has said it before, but he has to remember that he is a noble. It might be okay when it is just the two of them, but he really has to watch what he says, especially in front of many people. However, Leonid looks surprised and asks her if she was glad she did not end up dancing with him. Christart freezes. Wait a minute, he did not realize that when he dragged her out. Charlotte steps forward and says that was so bad even she could tell what he meant. It sounded as if she had been glad because she did not want to dance with the prince. Christart quickly steps forward, trying to save her friend's face. She says that maybe what he meant was that he had wanted to dance with her. Leonid argues that there is no music out here right now. Elizabeth sighs and says they can still hear it. A quadrille has just ended, and a waltz is starting. She then simply turns to him and approaches him with a fierce expression. Extending her hand, she asks whether he will do her the honor or not. He takes her hand. His friend smiles and then turns to the other ladies, bowing politely as he asks if they would grant him the favor of accompanying them for a dance while Leonid and Elizabeth dance together. As they begin, Elizabeth notices that he still has that wrinkle between his brows. Can he not at least look like he is having fun for a single dance? They say clothes make the man. When he is wearing the right clothes, he truly does look the part. And of course, as a knight, he has a great physique as well. Leonid furrows his brows, wondering if he should say something charming, anything at all, and tries to come up with something. Suddenly he blurts out, asking if she has had a beautiful night. His face turns red. She looks surprised by the question and asks him what he is talking about. He quickly says it is nothing. But then she ends up smiling and remarks that he is funny. His face becomes even redder. And then he accidentally steps on her foot, making her let out a groan. That night, as a soft wind blew around them, dancing, she thought about what was over and what was yet to begin. She thought it was a bit strange. Princess Rosetta married the hidden character Claude, and Prince Michelle suddenly appeared. Perhaps that engagement wasn't broken off properly. Is the story changing? Is there more to it? Leonid gives a subtle smile while Elizabeth leans against him. Their friends watch with looks of amazement and awe. From the gardens below the balcony, the silhouette of a person watches the pair against the night sky. The figure in the garden, Prince Michelle, looks up and thinks that someone is being such a pain. He moves through the roses with a faint smile, thinking of Elizabeth. To him, Elizabeth has always been the most beautifully blooming flower he has ever seen. In a grand mansion, the door clicks open. Prince Michelle steps through, saying that his meeting ran long and apologizing for the delay. He asks how she is doing this evening. Michelle leans over Elizabeth, asking if she waited patiently all this time and calling her a good girl. He notices a mark on her skin and remarks that she must have hit the bars. It is a shame to mar her perfect skin. He gently tells her that it is best not to struggle. Elizabeth lies on a bed, a heavy iron chain jangling from her ankle. She thinks to herself that Michelle is back tonight. She believes it is all her fault that the innocent Michelle turned out this way. She reflects that if she had talked to him more or told him how she really felt, this tragic encounter never would have happened. Despite her situation, she thinks she begs him every day and will continue to beg until her hoarse, shaking voice gives out. Michelle laughs and asks why he should let her out, so that she would run away. He tells her she says such strange things sometimes. Elizabeth tells him over and over that he has kidnapped and confined her, but he only smiles innocently and says it is what is best for them. People are no longer looking for her. Michelle is a master of outward appearances and keeps his mask on perfectly. Michelle smiles at her and says he loves her when she is being selfish. Elizabeth thinks that she should have loved him too, and even now in her distress, she finds she cannot hate him. On the contrary, she feels relieved and wonders if perhaps this feeling is love. Michelle says he should have done this sooner and tells her she can be his forever. Elizabeth thinks she is starting to feel happy about this as well. She feels that as his prisoner, she can belong to him forever. Prince Michelle gazes at Elizabeth through the bars and tells her that he loves her. Elizabeth suddenly jolts awake in her bed at the church with a loud scream. She pants, realizing it was that dream again. Roxanne enters the room and tells Elizabeth she should get going if she is up. Elizabeth stammers in agreement and welcomes her back. Roxanne informs Elizabeth that the Count's gardener has already come by for her. Elizabeth panics, remembering she promised to help prune today. She thinks that it has been a week since the ball and she has had that dream every other day. She identifies it as the bad end of Michelle's route from the game, Princess Dawn, but with herself as the heroine. She wonders if Michelle was making his bad face during the ball and asks herself if she is truly safe, deciding she shouldn't think about it too much. Elizabeth stands in the garden, brandishing a large pair of pruning shears. She tells herself it is not like her to be discouraged. Christart laughs and tells Elizabeth not to overdo herself. He tells her she can take the pruned flowers back home with her. Elizabeth thanks him happily and says she will give them out to the villagers. She thinks that keeping busy is a good way to take her mind off things and stay optimistic, especially in the sunlight. She reflects that they never let her do this when she was a duke's daughter. Elizabeth examines a rose and thinks it is still fine to display. She recalls that before she was disowned by the Fontini family, the gardener was always busy tending the flowers. She thinks about how she used to love the morning roses when they were crisp and full of life. She was young and believed she could escape her fate, so she walked around handing out roses to try and improve the palace's impression of her. She laughs to herself, thinking that in the end, she ended up like this anyway. Leonid wipes sweat from his brow after a session of chopping wood. He thinks to himself that roses blooming in a garden always make him think of that day. In a flashback to Leonid's childhood, a noble boy tells him to lighten up because it is just practice, suggesting he show more mercy. Another boy agrees, stating that is why he didn't want to practice with Leonid. A young girl runs to a boy named Lord Richard, asking if he is hurt. Richard apologizes for making her worry. The girl tells Richard he ought not cross swords with a scowling barbarian like Leonid and tells him to come along. Leonid watches them go in silence. Young Leonid hears a rustle in the bushes and wonders if it is a kid. A young girl shuffles forward and thrusts a rose toward him. The young girl smiles brightly and tells him here is a flower for him, calling him Mr. Future Knight. She asks him to please become a strong knight and protect everyone. The young girl curtsies and steps away. Leonid is left standing alone, staring at the rose in his hand. Little Christart addresses Leonid, saying that both of those nobles' sons were extremely annoyed and went home. He says they claimed it was a one-sided fight and that Leonid beat them up. He sighs and tells Leonid he really ought to tone it down when his opponent is a noble. He advises him to let them taste success so they go home happy. He warns that if Leonid doesn't stop, he will never keep a job as their sparring partner. Leonid argues that in battle, the enemy won't ease up or consider one's feelings. He states that one gains nothing from winning if someone goes easy on them. He declares that practice like that is meaningless. Christart looks at him with a surprised and confused expression, stammering that while that might be the case, there is but to consider. Leonid looks away and remarks that there is some truth to what Leo said, promising to take care from now on. Leo smiles and tells Leonid that as long as he understood, it is fine. Leo thinks to himself that Leonid listens better than he lets on. Leonid looks down at a dark rose in his hand, lost in a memory. A soft wind blows rose petals past Leonid as he carries a heavy stack of firewood. Elizabeth is seen in the distance, tending to a flower garden. Leonid turns his head and calls out Elizabeth's name. Elizabeth flinches in surprise, letting out a confused, huh, before asking if it is Leonid. Leonid approaches Elizabeth with the wood and clarifies that he wasn't following her. Elizabeth smiles, saying it is plain to see it was a coincidence, since even Leonid wouldn't chase her around while carrying a full load of firewood. She adds that she has gotten rather used to him suddenly appearing at her side no matter where she goes. Leonid simply replies that he sees. Elizabeth thinks that Leonid is very strong and mentions she heard he is great at cutting down trees. She jokingly asks if he would be better suited to woodcutting, but Leonid takes the joke seriously. An image of Leonid as a chibi lumberjack appears. Leonid asks if she prefers lumberjacks and wonders if he should switch jobs or become an apprentice. Elizabeth frantically clarifies that she likes him just fine as the head knight and states they need a strong knight to protect everyone. She thinks to herself that Leonid doesn't get jokes. Leonid looks at Elizabeth and mentions that long ago, she gave him a flower. Elizabeth is confused and asks if she really did. She thinks for a moment as Leonid tells her it is fine if she doesn't remember. Elizabeth wonders if it could be that Leonid wants a rose. Elizabeth smiles warmly and holds out a dark rose, telling Leonid that here is a flower for him. Leonid takes the flower and thanks her. Elizabeth looks at his back and wonders if he really wanted it that badly, thinking the interaction didn't seem weird. Suddenly, Leonid leans in very close to her. Elizabeth's heart goes, ba dump, as she asks what he is doing. Leonid speaks her name, causing her to cry out in surprise. He tells Elizabeth with a blunt expression that her face is weird. Elizabeth feels as though she is cracking from the shock. She shouts that she was born like this. Leonid retorts that her face is weirder than usual. Elizabeth begs him to stop calling her face weird and asks where his delicacy is. Elizabeth touches her face and asks if it is a strange color. Leonid gives her a firm nod. Elizabeth sighs and thanks him for his concern, but she tells him he shouldn't use such words when speaking about a lady. Leonid looks confused but simply says, okay. Elizabeth thinks to herself that he is as difficult to understand as ever. Elizabeth explains that her look is just from a lack of sleep. She admits that lately, bad thoughts have been filling her mind and she keeps having bad dreams. Leonid suggests that in that case, she should think of him when she sleeps. Elizabeth is utterly confused and asks why. She thinks to herself that Leonid is very serious and is not the type to speak like a hero in an otome game, so she wonders what he could mean. Elizabeth says that Leonid must mean that as a head knight, he is scarier than the bad dream and can defeat it for her. Leonid gives a series of nods. Elizabeth feels proud of herself for getting it right. She laughs and tells Leonid he doesn't need to worry about her because it is just a bad dream that will clear up soon. Suddenly, Christart runs up to them, shouting that they are in trouble. He is trembling as he clutches a letter. He announces that Prince Michelle and the entire royal family of Remisa are coming to hunt in the region of Clareras. Elizabeth is horrified. What did he just say? Hilda and the other sisters look up at the goddess statue. Hilda asks if it is true that the royal family of Remisa is coming to hunt in Clareras. Lucinda is excited that the king, queen, and prince are coming and says they have to spruce up the town, but Hilda tells Lucinda that is not the problem at hand and notes the count has different matters on his mind. Christart stares into the distance as he mutters what should he do like a madman. One mistake and it's the end of the time for him. Lucinda tells the Lord not to worry and says it will be fine as long as no one makes a mistake. He grits his teeth and says one of his new subjects already made a mistake at the ball. Elizabeth tells him to please relax. Lucinda reads the letter and explains that it simply expresses interest in the Clareras region and shows a desire to come hunting to deepen relations. Elizabeth tells the Count that he will have the honor of hosting the royal family. She states her belief that the whole village the whole region should welcome them. Christart agrees and apologizes for his panic, saying he must speak with the forest guard at once. Daniel informs him the guard is currently indisposed and asks if he should call for him. Christart tells Daniel to please do so. Elizabeth thinks that the deer are in good condition and likely won't mind the ducks, and she doubts the number of boars and foxes has changed. Hunting is a noble pastime, and because the Clarera's servants are busy with preparations, members of Nortia Church are helping out too. In the letter, the queen expressed interest in the village's odd food and the king stated he wanted to meet Leonid, the sacred lion sword. Leonid finishes cutting the wood and announces that his area is finished. Elizabeth thinks he might have trimmed too much and thinks to herself that he really is becoming a lumberjack. Elizabeth praises him for cleaning up the forest, though she privately thinks he cut far too much. Leonid mentions he heard she is creating a light meal for the queen, and she confirms it. Leonid tells Elizabeth to let him know if she needs something. Elizabeth thanks him. For a moment Elizabeth wonders if Prince Michelle is okay considering everything that has happened, but then tells herself to forget about the prince because this is her chance to make the village famous. She thinks that a royal warrant of appointment, the highest endorsement, is within her reach. 1 week later, the day of the hunt arrives. The villagers are impressed, cheering for the king as he enters through city gates. Elizabeth, the other nuns, and Christart watch the royal procession. Elizabeth gulps nervously. King Bigus tells the Count of Clareras that it is nice to see him after they have had a long trip. Christart bows and replies that it is his utmost pleasure to have the king there. Nearby, hunting dogs bark loudly as Leonid and Michelle look on. Prince Michelle laughs and calls the hunting dogs to him. He then greets Leonid with a smile, saying it has been a long time. The king exclaims, "Oh," and tells Leonid he has wanted to meet him. He welcomes the knight to Remisa and suggests he doesn't have to limit his stay to just 1 year. He smacks Leonid's arm, laughing at how strong it is. Leonid offers a simple, "Sure." Christart gasps and grabs him like his life depends on it, yelling at Leonid to have some respect when speaking to the king. But the king laughs, saying there are no worries because Leonid is keeping them safe from danger. He declares that this is now the safest place in the kingdom. Christart lets out a heavy sigh and asks Leonid why he is joining the hunt. He doubts Leonid has any interest in hunting with royals. Leonid declares with a snap of his fingers that he must catch a fresh doe at all costs. He saw Elizabeth earlier wondering if she could get some doe meat. Michelle suddenly appears between them with a bounce and exclaims he has also come to get close to a bright-eyed doe. Michelle then smiles at Leonid and suggests they have fun today. Leonid gives him a deadpan look and answers, "Yeah." A panoramic view reveals a serene picnic setting by a lake, framed by tall mountains and a lush forest. Below, Serafina, the queen of Remisa, sits with a gentle smile. Beside her, Charlotte is visibly trembling with anxiety. Queen Serafina looks over a spread of sandwiches and treats, remarking on how delicious the food looks. She turns to Charlotte and asks for her recommendation. Charlotte yelps in surprise. Still trembling, Charlotte manages to offer a piece of bread, stating that her favorite is the peanut butter bread. Elizabeth watches the interaction, thinking to herself that Charlotte has jumped straight to the final test of becoming a lady and wishes her the best of luck. Queen Serafina takes a piece, noting that she can tell it has been made with care. Elizabeth and Charlotte watch with bated breath as the queen takes a bite. Serafina exclaims in delight, saying that the peanut flavor is smooth and savory and that there is a perfect ratio of soft bread and filling. Queen Serafina mentions that she may become addicted to the crunchy peanut texture. Charlotte is confused, wondering what she means by crunchy. Elizabeth thinks to herself that products must always seek improvement and she won't let people write off the sister's bread as uninspired. She then asks the queen if she would like something salty now that she has had something sweet. Daniel, the butler, steps forward and presents a bowl. Elizabeth reveals the contents with a flourish of potato chips. Serafina observes that they appear to be potatoes with something sprinkled on top and calls the dish curious. Daniel invites her to taste them for herself and see. Queen Serafina eats the chips and is delighted, exclaiming, "Oh my." Elizabeth explains that they also have salt, consommé, sea lettuce, and yuzu pepper flavors for her tasting pleasure. She thinks to herself that she called them potato chips. Serafina smiles and says she shall remember the name. Just then Prince Michelle arrives, waving and calling out to his mother and Elizabeth. Elizabeth stiffens but keeps her expression neutral as he approaches her. He leans in toward Elizabeth and asks what she is eating. Elizabeth explains that it is called a potato chip. Michelle reaches out and takes the chip directly from Elizabeth's hand, eating it with a loud crunch. He then beams at her and tells her it tastes good. Michelle asks Elizabeth if she made them by hand, and she confirms she did. He then asks if he can try another flavor, pretty please. Elizabeth tells him to try the yuzu pepper, thinking to herself that when he is like this, he doesn't seem so bad. She wonders if perhaps his Yandere switch hasn't been hit yet. Suddenly, the king calls out to Michelle, informing him they are heading out. Michelle bids Elizabeth goodbye, saying he will see her later. Elizabeth tells him to be careful. After he leaves, Serafina addresses Elizabeth, asking for another sweet bread. Elizabeth happily agrees, stating she has made several other new types. Queen Serafina holds a treat and suggests that it would look cute with a raspberry on top. Elizabeth is impressed, telling the queen she has such good taste and that she hadn't thought of that. Serafina asks Elizabeth if she would gather some raspberries in the forest to save for later. Elizabeth nods and replies that it would certainly be her pleasure. Internally, Elizabeth thinks that the whims of the royal family are exactly as she expected, and if she can secure a royal warrant of appointment for even one product this way, she will be successful. Elizabeth then says of course and sets off toward the forest with a basket. Serafina thanks her warmly. Behind her, Queen Serafina watches her leave with a dark, shadowed smile and a low chuckle. A loud bang rings out from a hunting rifle. His man remarks that it was close for His Majesty. King Bigus grunts in response. His son Michelle smiles as birds flap away into the distance, saying he is glad he missed because he feels bad for the birds. Suddenly, a man lets out a scream as a wild boar suddenly charges toward the group. Someone yells "Protect the king" as the beast leaps into the air. With a massive catch, Leonid grabs the wild boar with his bare hands and then he casually pins the twitching animal to the ground. Leonid holds the dead boar like a cat, wondering if Elizabeth needs pork. King Bigus looks impressed and praises the sacred lion's sword for a job well done. The other guards watched in silence, shocked that he caught it with his bare hands and wondering why he didn't use a sword. Christart is internally frantic, wondering what to do if the knight catches more than the king and reflecting that this is why he told Leonid he couldn't have any weapons. Christart sighs and hands Leonid a towel, saying that Leonid really puts in the effort when it comes to Elizabeth. Leonid snatches the towel from Christart in silence. Christart laughs and points out that Leonid is bright red. Leonid tells him to shut up. Nearby, Prince Michelle watches quietly, thinking to himself that Leonid is really in the way. Hunting dogs bark loudly around Prince Michelle. Michelle snaps his fingers and jumps onto a horse, declaring that there is a wolf and he is going after it. Leonid and Christart are startled by his sudden movement. King Bigus panics and tells Mr. Leonid to watch over Michelle. Leonid says he has it. Leonid mounts his horse and gallops into the dark forest. Christart stands behind with a contemplative expression. The sound of thudding hooves echoes as Leonid rides through the trees. He thinks to himself that the prince can't have gotten far. He suddenly stops in shock, seeing the prince's horse and dog standing alone in a clearing. Leonid dismounts and approaches on foot. Leonid finds Prince Michelle and asks if he fell or is injured, then asks where the wolf went. Michelle says nothing but points toward the horizon. Leonid looks over the edge of a cliff, wondering if the wolf's den is at the bottom. Prince Michelle approaches Leonid from behind and presses the barrel of his rifle against the knight's back, a dark smile touching his lips. Leonid tenses, realizing he got played. Michelle mutters an injury would have sufficed, but now that he thinks about it, accidents are common during hunts. He envisions the brave head knight tumbling down the cliff in order to save the prince of the neighboring kingdom and chuckles, thinking it is an honorable death to be killed in the line of duty. And then a massive swinging sound rings out through the forest. In a sunny part of the forest, Elizabeth hums to herself, hearing distant shots go blam blam. She thinks the hunt is on and giggles, hoping they get their hands on some delicious doe meat for dinner tonight. Suddenly, she hears a rustle in the trees and looks over in concern. Prince Michelle strides out from the trees. Elizabeth sees him and is surprised, calling out his name. She tells him he scared her and asks if he got separated from the group. Michelle grins and says she could say that. His gaze shifts to the raspberries, and he comments that they look delicious. The remark catches her attention, and she smiles, saying they are even sweeter than they appear. She tries to hand him a nice-looking one, but instead he takes her hand and kisses it. When he lifts his head again, his expression has turned darker, almost menacing, as he says that now there is no one left to get in their way. Elizabeth is shocked and flinches back as Michelle chuckles. She thinks to herself in terror that he has turned Yandra. The forest is filled with rustling sounds and frantic panting. Elizabeth is running through the brush, her feet thudding heavily against the ground. Mitchell calmly walks after her, calling out for her to wait and asking where she is going. Meanwhile, panic floods her mind. Since when? At what point had things started changing? She never meant to make him change. In fact, she had gone out of her way to avoid it. Relationships in her former life had never involved tactics or schemes. Yet somehow, she had made all the wrong moves. But there is one thing she can say for certain: that day, when they were children, it was she who had forcibly broken off the engagement. She had believed she could change the ending. She had not wanted to be the one hurt when the engagement was eventually broken. But if that decision was what twisted Mitchell's future, then it was all her fault. Even so, she cannot let it end this way. Michelle uses his dogs to sniff the air, wondering where the princess ran off to. Elizabeth cries that Michelle is cheating as the dogs sniff her out. She inhales deeply and prepares to hide somewhere. That's when she finds a hut in the near distance and decides to hide there, but is frustrated to find it has no lock. Michelle approaches outside with his dogs and calls out, telling her the game is up. Inside the hut, Elizabeth thinks the situation is very bad and dives under the blankets, but then she notices a familiar smell just before Michelle kicks the door open with a loud bam. Elizabeth startles and begs Michelle to wait so she can explain the last 10 years. Michelle thinks it is too late and says he knows she will try to escape. He simply pushes her down on the bed and causally remarks he never thought their first time would be in a logger's hut, but even if it lacks romance it has its own charm. He tells her he isn't one for violence, but if it takes that for her to behave, then so be it. Elizabeth stares at him in disbelief, but it doesn't bother him in the slightest, as his smile turns more unsettling and he casually suggests if they should make things official. When he grips her wrist, she finally manages to speak and tries to tell him to wait and stop. Meanwhile, a horse stands alone at the edge of the cliff. A piece of fabric from Elizabeth's outfit flutters in the wind, caught on a jagged branch. Leonid comes out of the forest, his face marked with blood. He thinks to himself that it is not over for him yet. Prince Michel pressed the muzzle of his rifle against Leonid's back. He commented that while an injury would have sufficed, accidents were common during hunts, imagining the head knight tumbling down the cliff side to save a prince, and thinking with a dark chuckle that it would be an honorable death in the line of duty. A loud "bam" echoes through the woods. Leonid moves with sudden, violent speed against the prince, but the edge of the cliff gives way beneath him. Michelle watches in shock as the ground collapses and Leonid disappears over the edge and then rushes to the precipice and peers over the edge, watching the loose rocks crumble and tumble into the abyss below. A cruel smile curls his lips as he waves a cheerful bye-bye, saying that there is only one outcome for a fall from this height. He twirls around, deciding that now it is time to move on to Elizabeth. Meanwhile, Leonid's eyes flash with determination as he clings to the side of the cliff. He finds Elizabeth's headpiece caught on a branch and mutters that she is in danger. As he climbs up, he realizes that the scent on the fabric belongs to her. Using what is described as incredible stalking power, Leonid spins around and sniffs the air, detecting a lingering scent. Elizabeth is that way. Inside a hut, the bed creaks as Michelle pins Elizabeth down. Elizabeth cries out for him to wait and stop. But then unexpectedly she delivers a massive bonk by head-butting Michelle, shouting at him to stop it. Michelle recoils, clutching his head and wobbling as he asks Elizabeth how she could do such a thing. Elizabeth rubs her own sore forehead, thinking that she marred the prince's angel face, but at least his nose isn't bleeding. She grabs Michelle by the shoulders and tells him to snap out of it, reminding him he is next in line for the throne of Remisa and tells him he must not be infatuated with a common nun like her. Michelle takes her hand against his cheek and asks why not. He tells Elizabeth that after she disappeared, it hurt, and it felt as though he had lost his other half. Elizabeth stares at him, stunned. She feels like she has heard those words before. She has a sudden realization as she remembers a specific scene from the game. She recalls her character in the game claiming that she and Prince Michel are like two halves of the same whole. She reflects that on that route, her character's lies always got the protagonist, Rosetta, into trouble, which eventually led to the break-off of the engagement and her banishment. Elizabeth wonders if Michel is still caught up in the logic of that route. Michel slides his hands onto her face and asks Elizabeth if she will be hers. Elizabeth looks baffled, his sugary words don't sound the least bit sweet. Michelle pushes her down again and tells her he has waited long enough, grinning as he looms over her. Suddenly, the door is smashed open with a deafening sound. Leonid stands in the shattered doorway, huffing and covered in dirt. He shouts, asking if Elizabeth is okay. Michelle looks back at the knight, calling him stubborn and asking if the shabby hut belongs to him. He pushes Elizabeth and says what a treat to do this in his rival's bed. He will show Leonid how cute she can be. Elizabeth realizes Michelle thinks this because of what Leonid said at the ball. Leonid glares with intense fury and grips his sword, vowing to hack the prince to pieces before he raises his massive sword with a roar, looking dark and menacing. Elizabeth panics, thinking to herself that this is not good. She realizes this is a problem on an international scale and fears he will cut the whole house and everyone inside it in half. She feels dizzy, worrying that if things go wrong, it could start a war. She wonders what she should do and worries that this will definitely be a bloodbath. She squeezes her hands together and cries out to every deity she can think of, God, Buddha, and Helvela. But then she gasps as she remembers a specific detail from the game. She recalls that the story had a scene just like this. She thinks about how starting a rout with a different military-type prince while Michelle's flag was raised would turn into a potential international crisis revolving around Rosetta. Elizabeth thinks that at that point in the game, Rosetta would do something only the heroine could do. She recalls a single utterance meant to solve the entire crisis. She remembers it now but finds the idea of saying it extremely embarrassing. She eventually decides to go for it anyway, shouting, "Stop fighting for my sake." Leonid and Michelle both stop their fighting and look toward her, in shock. Elizabeth is bright red and panting with embarrassment. Leonid and Michelle both turn away with awkward, silent expressions. Michelle eventually breaks into a laugh and tells Elizabeth that she really is interesting. Leonid offers a quiet, flustered grunt in response. Elizabeth wonders to herself if her outburst managed to settle the matter. She addresses Prince Michelle, saying she is sorry he felt so lonely all this time. She remarks that it seems he, too, was a victim of fate. Michelle gives her a sad smile and apologizes as well. He is sorry he couldn't save her from being banished, but she assures him she is enjoying her life as it is now, so it is fine. Michelle replies that he is glad. She then turns to Leonid and apologizes for trespassing and for various other things, but he says everything is fine as long as Elizabeth is safe. Elizabeth quickly touches Leonid's face, her gaze landing on his wound, and tells him she thinks he is more injured than she is. He flinches away, blushing and stammering that it is nothing. Elizabeth notes that he is scraped up all over and asks if he fought a boar and fell off a cliff or something. Leonid thinks that is pretty much exactly what happened. He gasps and tells Elizabeth that she is hurt too, but she looks confused and denies it. He brushes Elizabeth's hair back, pointing out a cut on her forehead. Elizabeth blushes intensely. In the background, Michelle looks physically sick with dark jealousy. Elizabeth jumps in fright when their eyes meet and stammers that it is just a scratch and it is fine. She waves a purification wand, begging Michelle not to revert back to his dark side. She calls out for Leonid to help her out. Leonid looks on with a confused expression. Back at the church, Elizabeth announces that tonight's dinner is finally ready, presenting a pot of fresh wild boar stew. The other sisters cheer. Charlotte and the maids look on in surprise. Christart notes that the carrots are shaped like flowers. Leo explains that Elizabeth showed him how to cut them. The king and queen laugh together while enjoying the meal. And thus they have closed the curtain on their harrowing hunting expedition. Elizabeth thinks that as long as everyone finishes with good spirits and full stomachs, everything is fine. Looking up at the night sky, she hopes there aren't any other flags mixed up in all of this. In a bustling town at night, people cheer and chatter. One man addresses Lord Alphonse, asking him how the arrow wound on his knee is doing. Alphonse replies the wound is much better since they arrived. His friend thinks that while it is tiresome not having entertainment, he has heard a rumor. He mentions there is a nun making strange food popular in Ramaiza. Alphonse looks back with a bored expression. He adjusts his collar and declares that he has no interest in plain church food. They are in a wonderful place after all. She looks up at a grand arched bridge and asks if everyone is doing well, thinking that she seems to be doing too well for some reason. She explains that this is La Valise, a resort in the Ramaiza kingdom and a vacation spot for fellow aristocrats. A few days ago at Nortia Church, Queen Serafina asks a sister to keep what Michelle did a secret. Hilda replies that she is aware. The queen explains that Michelle told her there was someone he was interested in, so she brought him there, but she never expected things to turn out as they did. She adds that there were also times when he seemed obsessed with something. Queen Seraphina says she cannot be at ease with just a donation to the church. She asks those who serve the goddess why they don't try healing their fatigue at the detached palace of Lavalise. The queen adds that she doesn't mean to be forgiven with just this and asks if there is anything else she can do. Elizabeth tells Her Highness that her feelings have reached them plenty and asks her to please stop apologizing now. She looks at Elizabeth with gratitude. Elizabeth asks the queen to have a taste of her new work and to tell her what she thinks of it. The queen and Sister Hilda are surprised. Meanwhile, Elizabeth asks for permission from the Lavalise Trading Company to open a stall. With a jaw-dropping amount of money and a stall permit acquired from the royals themselves, they are house-sitting and going outside Clareras to preach the sweetness of the sisters. Nobles whisper about the rumored stall, wondering if it sells something called omanji. Elizabeth enthusiastically declares that it is onsen manju. She tells them that even the queen herself had it and asks if they would like a ready-made manju to go. The nobles hesitate to eat right there but think that if the queen had it, then they should try it. Hilda invites the ladies to have a seat. A maid announces that their order is ready, presenting a manju on a tray. One of the ladies hesitates before taking a piece. But the treat melts in her mouth and she exclaims in delight that the treat is smooth and sweet. Elizabeth and the maid chuckle. It is a black bean filling made from black kidney beans, used as a substitute for red beans which are not found in this region. In the Dekirsten continent, the beans used to make boiled food or soup are carefully removed from the froth and boiled over low heat while water is added. Elizabeth notes to herself to be careful so they don't burn. After slightly crushing them and adding a pinch of salt and sugar, the taste changes dramatically. They can get by with this even if they miss Japanese red bean paste. Elizabeth reminds herself to be careful when heating it up. To make the shell for the bean paste, adding baking soda to water, streaming it into the mixture, and stirring well with a spatula. Sugar is added and mixed until the mixture becomes translucent. For the secret ingredient, a little bit of Lavalise hot spring water is poured in. Then, sifted flour is added. Finally, the dough is put in a bowl, wrapped with a wet cloth, and left to rest. The dough is stretched, wrapped around the bean paste, and steamed over the hot spring's powerful steam. Once the onsen manju is ready, a lady says it is delicious and expresses a wish for her father, who is currently being treated, to try it too. Elizabeth advertises that it is perfect for nourishment and says they even do takeout delivery right to the door for anyone in Lavalise. Leonid and Lucinda stand ready to help. The nuns thank the customers for their purchase. Charlotte peeks out from behind a pillar. Charlotte asks if it is fine to eat a lot of it since it is a healthy food. Elizabeth says that when visiting hot springs, it has to be manju that one eats. She pouts, admitting she also liked the one called makanai. The makanai recipe is a dish between a holiday manju and a deep-fried manju. It involves taking the manju from the day before that weren't sold, mixing them with brown sugar, specifically muscovado, and wrapping them in dough. Elizabeth and Charlotte hold up large buns. With the bean paste, sweetened dough is used, and then a brown sugar dough is wrapped over it. This process makes the makanai fried manju, consisting of bean paste, sugar flour, brown sugar flour, and oil. Charlotte takes a large bite and admits that she thought this at the port as well, but everything tastes good when fried. Elizabeth and Charlotte laugh together and almost burn manju in her carelessness. Charlotte watches as Elizabeth handles the food with a stick and remarks on how dexterous she is. Elizabeth asks, "Right?" Hilda notes a delivery of 10 manju is needed for the Red Roof Bar. Lucinda counts out the manju, 7, 8, 9, 10, and says she has it and leaves the task to Leonid. But Elizabeth tells Leonid to wait a minute. She notes that he must be hungry by now and tells him to fill himself with manju before he leaves for the delivery. She holds up a bun on a stick and tells Leonid to take the cooler one after cooling it for him by blowing on it. Hilda looks concerned, Lucinda is swooning, and Charlotte is confused, and Leonid's face turns bright red and he stammers that he go, and dashes away with the delivery. She wonders why he always has to eat from the hot part. Lucinda sighs and thinks she can be really dense. A customer then calls for 5 handmade onsen manju for the house across the street, and Elizabeth says they are coming right up. Elizabeth taps along the street, thinking that the business with aristocrats is so good. And they are selling lots. She thinks that if they keep going like this, they might even get their hands on some rare seasonings. Wondering what will happen next, she suddenly bumps into someone and hits the ground with a loud smack, crying out in pain. Looking around in shock, she quickly wonders where the Manju went. The nobleman standing over her simply offers a brief, "Sorry." Elizabeth stammers, likewise, while internally panicking that one of the Manju is missing. The man casually addresses her. "Hey, woman." Elizabeth's anxiety grows as she realizes the situation is bad. Where did the missing treat go? The man suddenly holds up a piece of food and tells her it looks like the thing she dropped is safe. Then he kneels before her. Elizabeth stiffens, a strange sense of déjà vu washing over her. She feels as though she has seen this exact scene somewhere before. Alphonse takes a bite with a loud crunch. Elizabeth blinks in confusion at the sound, wondering if she is somehow dreaming. Alphonse then lifts his gaze and gives her a dark, flirtatious look before telling her it is sweet just like her. Elizabeth freezes in pure horror and shock. Alphonse grins and says that now that he thinks about it, it was fortunate she dropped that. Since she does not seem to dislike him, perhaps after this the two of them, but she cuts him off and simply says that those are a new product called manju, which have recently started being sold on the street out front. If that is all, he can excuse her. She ignores him completely, thinking she needs to hurry back and replace what she dropped. Alphonse's companion looks completely shocked as she excuses herself and walks past them. Watching her leave, he asks if that could be the nun he has heard so many rumors about. Alphonse crosses his arms and mutters it is the first time he has seen that woman around here. He adds that he looks forward to their next meeting. His companion hesitates for a moment and then asks if he is not just talking about her food. Alphonse simply tells him not to worry. It is nothing like that. He is merely surprised that she was so cold to him. His companion sighs to himself, thinking that he does not believe Alphonse understands that at all. Meanwhile, Elizabeth raises her arms in celebration, cheering that they sold well again today and thanking everyone for coming. A man approaches and claps, saying that Elizabeth seems quite successful. Leonid asks the man who he is. Elizabeth explains that he is one of Lavallee's higher-ups. The man, identified as Zachary, the merchant's representative, remarks that the city has become livelier since Elizabeth arrived. Elizabeth smiles and says she is just doing what any good business owner would do. Zachary suggests that those running the business would surely want to help contribute to Lavallee's. Elizabeth realizes that he effectively wants a cut of the profits. He asks if she would like to give a donation to their charity. The other sisters look on with a mix of pressure and nervousness. Zachary tells her to put her mind at ease and contribute however much she feels is necessary. Elizabeth laughs nervously and says she will happily contribute a touch. She and Hilda think it is okay to spend a bit since setting up the stand was free. Zachary mentions that they are giving away a lottery ticket in exchange for each donation, with a very worthwhile prize. Elizabeth smiles nervously and repeats that she will donate once. He smiles back and says the event is very popular among local noblewomen. With a forced laugh, she says how wonderful. He sure has a lot to say about this, though she will donate only once he informs her that the donation will be made in her name and invites them to the public square to see the lottery. The other nuns let out a sigh of relief. Charlotte says the air was tense. Elizabeth agrees, he had an intimidating air, but the nuns believe Elizabeth matched up to him. They all decide to head to the public square. Elizabeth looks at a grand building at night, expressing disbelief that a hot spring resort has not a single street stall. The maids remind her that dinner is served at the inn. Charlotte spots the building and asks if that is the lottery the man told them about. From a high balcony, Zachary greets the people staying in Lavallee's and thanks them for their support. A group of noblewomen nearby discuss their contributions. One donated 10 times, another 50, and one even donated 300 times. Elizabeth and Charlotte watch them, with Elizabeth thinking how obsessive the fans are. Zachary announces that a special guest will do the draws tonight. A nobleman in a white uniform steps onto the balcony. Zachary introduces him as a shockingly handsome specimen currently resting in Lavallee's. He announces an additional prize, the privilege of spending a day with this man. The crowd erupts into screams and cheers. Elizabeth realizes with disappointment that the prize is essentially a date coupon. Charlotte questions the idea of a date coupon. Elizabeth explains that because noblewomen aren't allowed to be alone with men other than their fiancés, the charity serves as a loophole to get around that rule. Charlotte asks if the man is also nobility. Looks like everyone wants to go out with him. Elizabeth explains that the difficulty of meeting a high-ranking noble is a big part of the appeal. However, Elizabeth suddenly notices that the man on the balcony is the same person she bumped into earlier. She wonders if she has seen him before, but thinks that would mean he isn't just any high-ranking noble. She didn't get a good look at him earlier because it was dark, but then she starts to realize who he is. To her horror, he is the prince of the Lenval Empire. She identifies him as Alphonse, a prince-type capture target from the game. She thinks that Remisa shares a border with the Lenval Empire, an aggressive and militant country. Alphonse is a natural-born soldier and the strongest capture target. She recalls playing his route in her past life. She remembers the scene where the heroine Rosetta met him involved her bumping into him while carrying apples. She notes that as a prideful, wholesome character, he passionately pursues the player, and his straightforwardness made him a fan favorite. By the way, she did play his route in her past life. Now that she thinks about it, if she remembers correctly, the scene where Rosetta met him was a scene where she bumped into him while holding on to overflowing bags of apples. That explains why she thought she saw an apple for an instant when he picked up the manju. Princess Rosetta's encounter event never happened, did it? It seems like it went through with her instead. She has a really bad feeling about this. On the balcony, Alphonse asks who his destined person will be. The name Elizabeth is announced as the winner. Elizabeth thinks to herself that she knew it would happen. The crowd and the other nuns exclaim that it is amazing that she actually won. Alphonse notices her and announces the result is excellent before jumping down from the balcony. He casually walks over to her and says he was wondering who it would be and it turns out to be her. He wants to thank her for earlier and tells her to prepare herself. Elizabeth tries to speak but out of nowhere Leonid shows up in front of her, his tense gaze assessing the man as he asks him who he is. Alphonse notices her holding his sleeve and lets out a laugh, asking if the two of them are a thing. Elizabeth frantically denies that they are a thing. Alphonse shrugs and tells Leonid to please cease being a nuisance if that is the case. But as he reaches for her, Leonid grabs Alphonse's shoulder and easily pushes him back, telling him to stop, saying that Elizabeth isn't interested. Alphonse looks impressed and remarks, "Not bad." Leonid thinks to himself that he can take him. Alphonse laughs and suggests that if Leonid is going to pretend to be a knight, he should do it elsewhere, telling him he is out of place. Alphonse then simply says he will see Elizabeth tomorrow. The brown-haired noble tells Alphonse to hold on and warns him that the man he just argued with is bad news, identifying him as the Sacred Lion's greatsword. Alphonse dismisses the info, stating he has never heard of him. He tells the other noble to come on, the inn is in that direction. Back in the church, Lucinda wonders what is up with that guy. Charlotte points out he carried himself like a military man. The maid points out his clothes didn't seem to be made in the Remisa kingdom. Lucinda suggests it would be cool if he was an undercover prince from another kingdom. Charlotte laughs, saying that would only happen in a dream. Elizabeth lets out a heavy sigh. Charlotte then whispers the man was really handsome, he appeared reliable. She thinks his fierce knight's eyes complete the package. Someone like him probably has a lot of experience with women because he is a sweet talker. Leonid appears visibly frustrated and embarrassed. Hilda watches him from the corner of her eye and thinks someone is taking mental damage in unexpected ways. It is pretty obvious what is happening, but admits she isn't as kind as the Lord. Charlotte and the other girl tell Elizabeth she is lucky to have a date with a rich, hot guy and imagine she will have trouble sleeping tonight. Elizabeth laughs and admits she is already feeling nervous, adding, in a way, to herself. The girls tell her to have fun. Leonid begins to walk away silently. Hilda thinks to herself that her suspicions are confirmed and lets out an, "Oh dear," as Leonid walks into a silent hallway. He thinks back to Alphonse's comment about pretending to be a knight. He thinks that his knighthood is not a game. Here is how the Alphonse route plays out in the game. It begins when Alphonse picks up a fallen apple and gives it to Rosetta, the main heroine. After that, the two hit it off and have a series of encounters, completely unaware of each other's true identities. Eventually, Rosetta reveals her identity to him. To her surprise, he also tells her his true identity. It is revealed that Alphonse was a prince of an enemy kingdom on a scouting mission to bring down the kingdom of Mofaz. Consequently, the two are forced to make an ultimate choice regarding which one of them has to leave their country. However, Rosetta finds herself unable to abandon her country. She gives up on their love and returns to the palace. In pursuit of Rosetta, the Lenval Empire invades the kingdom of Mofaz and destroys it. This is, strangely, the happy ending route. The two eventually meet again on the fallen throne. Rosetta asks him why he is doing this. Alphonse lets out a mocking laugh and says it is because she is his very own best girl, and he couldn't give up on her even if it cost him a country. Rosetta thinks that if he loved her so intensely, she would give in. She is moved for some reason, and the two, played by fate's tricks, embrace each other and greet the dawn. A year later, the couple eats homemade apple pie and has a big party, a scenario that caused much controversy among fans. Elizabeth reflects that she didn't think much of it at the time, though she admitted to screaming in her bathtub. She wonders what happened to the country. Elizabeth gasps as she realizes that while Mofaz was the target in the game, the kingdom of Ramiza might be invaded if things continue this way. She resolves not to let anyone threaten her third life or her resting place. She decides she must avoid that happy ending at all costs. The maid brushes her hair and absent-mindedly agrees that a happy ending is good. Elizabeth lets out an exhausted ugh. In a boutique, the maid asks Elizabeth not to move during the fitting. Elizabeth obediently agrees. Charlotte looks at the variety of exotic dresses and calls them pretty. It is what she expected from a resort. Zachary explains that free rentals are available from the trading company and are also for purchase. Charlotte repeats his information to Elizabeth, who retorts that sisters don't need glamorous dresses. Later, as the maid is doing her makeup, she requests Elizabeth to let her add a little color to her cheeks. Elizabeth hums in response. Eventually, the maid and Zachary announce that they are finished. Everyone turns to look at Elizabeth as she steps out in a long, elegant dress. Charlotte is amazed, and Zachary offers a polite well, she looks beautiful. Elizabeth offers her thanks. Hilda tells Elizabeth to leave the store to them so she can go and enjoy the resort. Leonid watches her quietly. She notices it and asks what is wrong, but he says it is nothing. He then frowns and asks if she plans to go out looking like that. She becomes nervous and asks if it looks weird. Zachary tells Leonid not to be stingy with a lady's dress, explaining that good manners require a compliment. With a blank look, Leonid simply says she looks beautiful and that the dress looks good on her. This causes Charlotte and the nuns to react with surprise. Elizabeth blushes and says she is glad to hear that. Leonid turns and walks away silently. She wonders what is wrong with Leonid. Charlotte admits that was a little harsh. Lucinda points out that Elizabeth is about to have a date with another guy. Elizabeth insists it isn't a date and wonders to herself what she is supposed to do with Leonid. In the middle of the plaza, she couldn't simply decline the prince. As a former event planner, she felt she couldn't do that, especially since Alphonse is a fiery character and she didn't want to stir things up. She is an outcast now who shouldn't be watched. Leonid shouldn't care who she goes with or where she goes now, but why does it feel so awkward? Waiting by a fountain, Alphonse welcomes his chosen princess and remarks what a beauty. Today is a holiday for dreaming in love. Elizabeth looks annoyed and tells him she has to prepare for tomorrow evening and asks him to make the meeting quick. Alphonse asks if she is trying to get his attention with her shifty attitude and tells her she is the only one he has. Elizabeth immediately dashes away, deciding to put as much distance between herself and the prince as possible. Alphonse laughs and tells her there is no need to rush, asking her to wait for him. He leads her to a fountain and explains they can drink the hot spring water there. It's good for health and skin, though she likely doesn't need the skin benefits. Elizabeth thanks him, but privately thinks the water reeks of sulfur. He adds it is always stimulating to drink the water. Elizabeth notes that he looks fine and decides it won't do any harm. She drinks, hoping for health while privately wishing to wash her mouth out. Alphonse remarks that Elizabeth is shining even more divinely. Elizabeth covers her mouth, noting his pleasantry. Nearby noblewomen observe the pair, commenting that they are a good match and expressing their envy. Elizabeth thinks to herself that it would look to anyone watching like they are on a date. She reflects that his appearance is flawless, just as expected of a capture target. Normally she would enjoy this, given that he is a prince. But then suddenly something occurs to him and she runs away. When she arrives at her destination, she looks around for someone but he is not there. Two young women approach a stall and ask if they can have some manju. Leonid suddenly appears with a dark, intimidating shadow over his face. He asks them how many they want, causing the girls to look completely petrified. The girls scream and apologize as they scramble away. Leonid stares after them in silence. Hilda comes out and says Leonid is simply obstructing the business and tells him to take the rest of the day off since he doesn't look well. Leonid grunts and agrees to do so. Charlotte mentions to him that Elizabeth is at the plaza in that direction. But he ignores her and walks away. Charlotte says that is weird, shouldn't he be watching her? Hilda mumbles, he is in that phase. They should wait for him to get over it. The scene shifts to a steaming hot spring footbath. Elizabeth takes off her shoes and excitedly exclaims that it is a footbath. She and Alphonse sit together on a bench by the water. The servants place a bowl of sorbet on a table. Elizabeth is delighted. Alphonse remarks that she must be tired after all that walking. Elizabeth thinks to herself that nothing beats a cold treat after a footbath. It would be nice if such things were more readily available to the general public and could be eaten on street corners. Such a thing would be a great sightseeing spot. Alphonse smiles and says Elizabeth seems to like delicious things. Elizabeth laughs and wonders if she does, privately thinking that she cannot claim to be a calculated type. They go shopping together. Alphonse points out shoes, helps her try on a hat, and looks at various dresses while Elizabeth nervously smiles all the time. Elizabeth stretches her arms, thinking she managed to do it, but her shoulders are stiff. Alphonse tells her he could have bought her anything she wanted and remarks that she is not very good at being spoiled. He reaches out and tilts her chin up, murmuring that her inability to be spoiled is part of her charm. The two stand by a fountain. Elizabeth looks around, thinking of Leonid. She thinks that in the end, he didn't show up today. She tells herself it is not that she is lonely, but it just feels weird when the person who is usually there is missing. Alphonse watches her in silence. He then leans in close, grabbing the back of her head and asks Elizabeth if she is thinking of another man. Elizabeth blushes and frantically denies it, pleading for him to let her go. Alphonse insists that she is thinking of someone else and tells her to just look at him and keep everyone else out. Michelle smiles and tells Elizabeth that if she knew the real him, she would forget all about that dull guy. He leans in to kiss her. Elizabeth suddenly shoves him back with all her force and shouts at Alphonse that he doesn't have to be so arrogant, because she knows exactly who he is. He is the prince of the Lenval Empire who came here for a scout. Alphonse is visibly stunned by her words at first, but then his eyes sharpen and he demands to know how she knew that. Elizabeth stammers. Zachary steps out of the shadows and says it looks like their intuitive sister knows exactly what they are doing there. Alphonse's companion, Johann, looks amused and lets out an oh my. Zachary shrugs and says it isn't his fault because he hasn't told anyone. Alphonse and Matt stare blankly. Elizabeth is left in a state of shock, letting out a confused HUH, as she looks at the three men. Elizabeth looks at Zachary in confusion. The prince calmly states that although he now acts like a merchant, he is actually a former spy of the Renval Empire. Johann winks at her when the prince introduces him as well as his aide. The prince smirks and says that during his recuperation here, he deceived the nobles and gathered quite a bit of information. Smiling at her, he asks what she thought when she saw this city today. He is talking about Riamaza. It used to be a vital logistics hub, but now it has been reduced to little more than a resort for the nobility, a place for them to rest and relax. What a perfect location to establish a foothold for an invasion. Then he calmly announces that he intends to take this land. Elizabeth freezes, staring at him in disbelief. This is not how the main story is supposed to go. How did Riamaza end up becoming a target? The prince then asks her what she thinks. Why does she not help them as well? She looks at him fiercely and declares that she absolutely opposes it. She will take action and report them to the royal palace. He only smiles and replies that if she dares to report them, they will begin the invasion immediately. Elizabeth grits her teeth while he watches her with amusement and asks what she plans to do now. Is she going to ask the man who has been playing the knight to help her? Pointing a finger at her, he adds that since she is cute, he will give her a chance. They will have a one-on-one fight between him and that man. If he defeats him, they will not attack Ravelese but only if he wins. Elizabeth thinks about it. Among all the capture targets, his combat ability is the strongest. She does not know if Leonid can defeat him. At that moment, Zachary suddenly steps forward and says he does not think that is a good idea. The prince asks him to explain himself. Zachary replies that this is a land he helped build with his own hands. He cannot simply allow a fight like that to take place here. Even if the prince wins, there would be no real value gained from it. The prince asks what he suggests instead. Zachary proposes that they compete in business acumen. Both of them look surprised, so he explains further. Between the prince and Lady Elizabeth, whoever becomes the most popular will be the winner. For him, the prosperity of this land comes first, so whoever can increase the popularity of Ravelese will win. Elizabeth quickly raises her hand and accepts the challenge. She will win for the sake of her peaceful life. The prince laughs and says that is interesting. It seems she has grown very attached to Ravelese. He accepts the proposal as well. Elizabeth beams with excitement. This is a fight she is good at. She actually has a good chance of winning. They should not underestimate the former event planner. Later Elizabeth lets out a long sigh as she relaxes in the hot spring. She thinks to herself that there is only so much she can do. She wonders if Zachary isn't the one who benefits no matter who wins the upcoming competition. She considers that it isn't bad for a dandy raccoon like him, referring to him as a sly uncle. Hilda, soaking in the water with her, says this is a match to increase the popularity of Ravelese. Charlotte adds that she is sure it will be an easy win for Elizabeth, suggesting that everyone just needs to look at their bazaar for proof. Lucinda remarks that they also made a lot of money from the wedding service. Elizabeth thinks that it is true, but she cannot bring herself to tell the others that they will be attacked if they lose. The match will take place next week and it will last for 3 days. It was decided that the winner would be the person who made the most sales during the Ravelese Hot Spring Festival. Alphonse is positioned on West Street across the Fountain Plaza, while Elizabeth's stores will be on East Street. Each side will have 5 stores of the same genre: hot springs facilities, decoration store, dress store, fruit and vegetable store, and a restaurant, to compete for total sales. Elizabeth wonders what kind of strategy they should use. Charlotte asks if it is okay to serve additional manju shop stalls. Elizabeth notes that this would be a handicap for them. Lucinda cheers for Alphonse's generosity. Lucinda asks Elizabeth if she has decided what she is going to ask for if the decoration and dress stores come with a craftsman. Elizabeth admits she has a lot of things in mind, but there is only so much they can do in a week. A memory shows Elizabeth working at a computer, thinking that the task is impossible. She is used to doing something reckless right before an event. Back in the spring, Elizabeth stands up and announces that her business theme for the festival will be Hot Spring. The other girls applaud her, and Hilda says it is as expected. Elizabeth then asks for their thoughts on the hot springs. Hilda muses that she never thought she would experience the luxury of soaking in such a large bathtub. Elizabeth tells her it is all thanks to her. Charlotte looks at her in surprise. A floating island. Lucinda splashes around, saying it is so much fun she could spend the whole day there. Charlotte's face pales further. New continent. Elizabeth says there are days in the church when they can only wipe their body, and turns to Charlotte, asking what her thoughts are. Charlotte lets out a startled exclamation and explains that while nobles use a bath like this as a salon, for her, it is absolutely impossible and embarrassing. Elizabeth whispers she is right. While the bathhouses are popular with nobility as social centers, it is not the same for commoners because of the high expense. Because Ravelese has the image of being for nobles only, small tourists are too uncomfortable to settle in. Even the locals only go to common bathhouses or draw hot water to their homes. Elizabeth thinks it is too bad there is no culture of walking around and eating at a hot spring. She feels they lack a special feeling beyond the price of sightseeing and thinks creating unique products is hard. The maid calls out to Elizabeth. The short-haired girl says they are still not used to bathing in the same place as her. The other girl adds that this is already an unusual thing for them. Charlotte argues that it is fun for everyone to be in there together, but the girl looks shy and says even though they cover themselves, they still feel uncomfortable. Elizabeth suggests that a noble's bath and a commoner's bath should be left separate. The maids agree enthusiastically. Elizabeth wonders if she should expand their spa variations by adding an item that makes people excited. The maid informs Charlotte that her skin has softened enough. Charlotte asks what she means by that. The maids announce that they will polish every inch of Charlotte's body and tell her to go to the bed. Charlotte looks at them in horror and says didn't they say it was embarrassing? They counter it isn't embarrassing if it's for her sake and says they should begin. The maid and attendant take on dark, intense expressions, stating they need to shave off all the manju wastes from Charlotte as well. Charlotte lets out a terrified yell. She thinks to herself that she doesn't like the way they are being so attentive. After the bath, Lucinda cheers that she has been revived. She then asks Elizabeth where she is going. Elizabeth explains she still has things to do. She grins and asks if she is looking for Leonid, which surprises Elizabeth, and she asks if Leonid hasn't come back yet. Lucinda says he has been gone for a while since he left the food stall at noon. Hilda adds that when they took a bath, he hadn't come back. Lucinda asks if they are in a fight that is causing him to sulk. Elizabeth denies it but thinks to herself that there is also that specific problem to consider. Banners labeled "Women's" and "Men's" are hung above the stone arches of the bathhouse. Elizabeth notes that when it comes to hot springs, a Norin is a must. She says, "All right," and explains that if they divide the time and change the Norin like that, guests can enjoy the interiors of both baths. The maid lets out a long sigh. She turns to the maid and explains that the Norin is only temporary and is for testing only. The maid tells Elizabeth that since she is the queen's guest, she has the right to do as she sees fit and walks away. Elizabeth wonders if the merit of doing this did not get through to the maid. She believes that people cannot resist the temptation of a bathroom they have never seen before. Elizabeth hums to herself while organizing baskets on a shelf. She thinks it is a hassle for a sister to get dressed and move around like this. She wishes they had something easy to use for activity inside the facility, so she decides to order some yukata-style clothes for the dress store. She plans to use Zachary's trading company to buy flashy, cheap clothes. She reflects on the transition from a free rental to the sale of a new product. She realizes she has to hurry to the dress shop tomorrow. Elizabeth thinks it is decided and concludes that baths really are a treasure trove of ideas. Everyone was there earlier, so she was wearing clothes. But now she walks in naked, thinking bath time is the best when there is no one around. She cheers to herself. She tosses her towel aside and hums a happy tune, entering a section of the bathhouse with different decorations and a large lion head faucet pouring hot water. She admires the change in scenery and walks down the stairs into the pool. The hot water feels incredible against her skin. She leans her head back, closing her eyes in a state of pure, unadulterated bliss. However, as she settles into the water, she slowly opens her eyes. Across the pool, sitting perfectly still in the same water, is Leonid. The night is completely frozen, his eyes wide and vibrating with absolute shock. He is blushing furiously, sweat beads rolling down his face as he stares at the Villainess, who has just joined him in the bath. Leonid Guardhelm swings a massive, blood-stained blade through the air. He is Leonid Guardhelm. As a knight, he has survived countless close brushes with death. And before he knew it, he was being called the Great Sword of the Sacred Knight of Lion. And right now he is facing the greatest crisis of his life. Leonid sits in a large stone bath, looking incredibly stressed, sweaty, and overwhelmed. The story rewinds to a few hours ago. Leonid walks down a narrow cobblestone street in a town. He looks deeply dejected as he trudges along. Leonid recalls Alphanese with a mocking smile telling him that if he wants to play at being a knight, he should do it somewhere else. Leonid thinks to himself that playing a knight is not what he is doing, but he begins to question what he even is. He reflects that he just wants to watch over Elizabeth, but he couldn't manage to do it today. When he imagined her going out with him, he couldn't bear to watch it. Leonid thinks about how Elizabeth always looks troubled when he is by her side. He bets she would have a fun time. He spots a tavern and wonders if he should enter. Inside, he sits at the bar and asks the bartender for a drink. The bartender smiles and tells him to wait a second. A group of local men sitting at a nearby table stop their conversation to stare. "Hey, isn't that?" one whispers. Recognition dawns on them. They realize they are in the presence of the legendary, Sacred Knight of Lion. One man with long black hair tied back in a ponytail raises his mug high. "Hey, Sir Knight of Lion. Let's drink together." Leonid tries to decline, but the men won't take no for an answer. One man slams a large mug on the bar as a token of friendship. Leonid looks at the drink with a blank expression. Soon, the men are pouring him more drinks and telling him not to hold back. Leonid is eventually slumped over the bar, heavily intoxicated. The patrons ask if they made him drink too much and if he is alright. They tell him a man is not all about his face and ask if his opponent is a so-called hot guy. One man slaps Leonid on the back, telling him he has a good body and should show her what he has. Another suggests he tells his heroic tales. Leonid mutters that he is not good at speaking. The patron laughs, claiming Leonid has actually been very talkative the whole time. The patrons conclude that when it comes to being in front of the woman he loves, Leonid can't speak very well. The bartender watches with a light smile as the men tell now has a refreshing look on his face. He won't lose to some handsome guy and urges him to cheer up and show his manliness. But it's too late. Leonid's head hits the wood as he falls fast asleep. Later, the tavern is quiet. The bartender takes the payment from the table, telling the departing patrons he'll take care of the night. The locals wave goodbye, rooting for Leonid's success in love. Leonid eventually wakes up, his memory of entering the bar completely gone. After that, he went to the bath to sober up. This brings us back to the present crisis. Leonid is in the water, trying to relax, when he hears a familiar, high-pitched voice, heavenly. His heart stops. His brain goes into overdrive. This voice is Elizabeth. Why are you in a men's bath? He tries to rationalize it, hoping it's just a man with a very high voice, but deep down, he knows. It's really her. He panics, realization hitting him like a tidal wave. If he stays, he's a pervert. If he leaves, she'll see him naked. He visualizes the bathroom layout in his head and worries Elizabeth might be facing the entrance, preventing him from leaving. He decides he will have to climb the wall and walk outside naked. It is nighttime, so he hopes he can manage it somehow. Elizabeth is visible through the steam, talking to herself about easy-to-understand differences like colored water for royalty or flower baths. Leonid thinks this is his chance to get out. Elizabeth continues musing about changing the flower decorations from green to roses. Suddenly, Elizabeth lets out a loud shout, asking why Leonid is not there today. Leonid is so startled that he nearly jumps out of his skin. Elizabeth murmurs that no matter how many times she turned around, Leonid wasn't there. Even now, he still hasn't come back. She cries out that when she wants him to be there, he isn't, and asks where he went. Leonid remains silent in the water, looking pained as he listens to her. Elizabeth sits in the bath, her head resting on her knees. She calls Leonid an idiot and asks if he hadn't told her that he would watch over her. Leonid remains silent in the water. Elizabeth continues, he has been protecting her all this time. She tells him that if he is a knight, then he should stay with her. She reflects that just when she thought she could rely on him, he was gone. She sighs and exclaims that it feels lonely when he isn't there. Leonid can't take it anymore. The guilt outweighs the embarrassment. He stands up abruptly, the water cascading off his chest. "I'm sorry," he roars, his voice filled with genuine remorse. Elizabeth freezes, her eyes going wide as she stares at the man suddenly appearing in the steam, and then she lets out a prolonged scream of shock. Leonid, still standing, apologizes for leaving her alone today. Elizabeth splashes in the water, stammering in confusion and asking for him to wait a minute. Elizabeth suddenly realizes her own lack of clothing and wonders if Leonid was in the bath first. She is horrified by the realization that he heard everything she just said. Leonid speaks her name, and she answers him with a frantic shout. He declares that he won't leave her alone anymore. He doesn't care what anyone says while he is here, and vows that he will always be Elizabeth's knight. Elizabeth looks down, admitting that his words are very reassuring to hear. A metallic clink sounds as Leonid mentions a knight's oath and asks if she will let him perform it. Elizabeth is shocked and asks if he really intends to do it now. The atmosphere shifts from romantic to comically absurd. Elizabeth points at him with a trembling finger. "Your eyes, please keep them close, okay?" Leonid simply nods, yes, as he closes his eyes. He is still standing in the water, glistening and unashamed. Elizabeth, her face a bright red, stands as well, keeping her towel clutched to her chest. She looks at him, her eyes soft but determined. "Leonid," she says, "please become a knight that protects me." Leonid, eyes still closed, takes her hand. He bows his head and presses a gentle kiss to her knuckles. "Yes, as your will," he vows. Leonid feels a sense of accomplishment, thinking that he has finally become her official knight and that this is one step forward. A celebratory banner declares he has graduated from play a knight. However, he pauses to wonder where a knight actually ranks on a social scale ranging from acquaintance to husband. Elizabeth lets out a tired sigh and announces that she is getting sleepy and will get out of the bath first. As Elizabeth stands to leave, she informs Leonid that just so he knows, they are both currently naked. His face turns a deep, burning red and steam begins to whistle from his head as the full weight of the situation hits him. The water splashes as Elizabeth hurries away. She steps into the hallway, fixing her habit and muttering, "For goodness sake," with a flustered expression. Christart receives 3 letters. The first letter is from the head sister, Hilda. Usually calm and calculative, she writes a desperate plea for help. She doesn't have enough authority to handle the situation and needs the Lord's assistance. It seems even the smartest nun in the kingdom has met her match with whatever Elizabeth is planning. The second letter comes from Charlotte, Baron Dorina's daughter, and it is pure panic. She practically shouts on paper, asking what she is supposed to do. Elizabeth has apparently gone on a date with another man, and to make matters worse, Leonid has completely vanished. Then comes the third letter from Elizabeth herself, and it is the strangest of them all. While everyone else is panicking, Elizabeth calmly writes a request. When he comes, could he bring the bronze model Roberto-san made for her, and the Noraltinia cat costume as well? The scene cuts to a tiny, chibi version of the Lord looking absolutely defeated. He's sweating, and shouting at the top of his lungs, "I have no idea what the hell this is all about." Elizabeth thinks it has been a week since the bath incident. She asks Leonid if those are all the clothes he told her about, and he confirms it. Elizabeth thanks him. They are trying to win the Ravelese festival, so they prepare in advance. Today is finally the opening day of the festival. Elizabeth thinks that after the bath incident, her relationship with Leonid hasn't changed at all. Leonid asks if the box he is carrying is the last one. Elizabeth says it is going to the fruit shop, and he acknowledges her. Another worker asks if a certain spot is good, and a nun thanks him. Christart pulls Leo aside and asks what happened between him and Lady Elizabeth. Leonid's reaction is priceless. He turns into a blushing, angry chibi version of himself. "I became her official knight," he roars, his face turning bright red. Christart just stares at him, completely unimpressed. "Haven't you always been a knight?" he asks. He has no idea what's going on, but he is willing to help. Elizabeth, meanwhile, thanks the men for their help and excitedly says that with the best lineup, they are definitely going to win. Elizabeth has turned into a master salesperson. She stands in the middle of the street, arms wide open, shouting to the crowds. "Attention please. We have the Remisa Royal Family Special Onsen Manju here. We also have the limited time brown sugar manju." A woman mentions she has been wondering about them and thinks she should buy one. Elizabeth thanks her. Elizabeth has a secret weapon to attract customers, a mascot. She points to a giant, fluffy cat standing nearby. "It's Mr. Cat," the kids scream. It's actually Daniel-san, the butler/priest, stuffed inside the cat suit she asked for in her letter. The trick for the mascot is to keep moving because it is scary when it stops. Elizabeth explains that the cat's name is Noraltinian and asks the customers if they would like some Noraltinianyaki. The new menu item is Noraltinianyaki, which uses leftover manju filling for the red bean paste inside. A boy says he wants it, and his mother orders one. Elizabeth hands the treat over and suggests the boy eat it while enjoying a footbath. A woman is impressed, saying that as expected from a resort like Ravelese, there is even a footbath near the store. Her son suggests they put half of their feet in the water, and she agrees. Elizabeth and Lucinda watch with happy expressions while preparing more drinks. Elizabeth is glad the footbath is getting popular despite the quick construction. She thinks it was a good thing she asked Leonid to dig it. A woman orders 3 onsen manju and 3 fried brown sugar manju. Leonid acknowledges the order while the woman wonders what a fried sugar brown manju is and asks if she can eat in the restaurant. Christart confirms that she can and mentions they have all kinds of menus. An older noble man says his daughter bought from them before, but he wanted to come himself. He remarks that it is a nice place. His daughter suggests they go inside. Christart thanks the nobles and offers to escort them inside. For the first 2 stores, they put the restaurant and the fruit store together with a manju stall nearby. Outside, they coordinate with the footbath to attract a wide range of customers according to their needs. The festival attracts commoner tourists, residents of Ravelese, shop employees, merchants, and regular nobles and their families. The plan is working perfectly. Money is literally raining from the sky in Elizabeth's mind. Plus, we get to profit, too, she thinks with a very greedy, happy face. Elizabeth has already set up a dress shop inside the hot spring facility. A yukata dress is displayed, which was made in the hope that it would be popular one day. It is described as an extravagant masterpiece that can be used for a ball. Elizabeth smugly wonders how it looks, thinking to herself that this is the power of a former event planner. The man, Alphonse, announces his real identity. He is the Alphonse, Prince of the Renewal Empire. The crowd of ladies screams in excitement, with one claiming she thought the man was just a high-ranking noble and declaring she will be the future empress. Another woman exclaims she is 100 times more in love with him than before. Elizabeth groans as the man exposes himself, noting that he and Remisa had a normal relationship only on the surface. She can't do anything without evidence of his wrongdoing. Christart is shocked, asking if he is a real prince. He looks dumbfounded and asks who he is fighting against. Alphonse opens his arms wide and announces he is participating in the festival as well and has ordered many outfits from the Empire for sale at the decorative and dress shops. He tells the ladies that they will be even more beautiful if they buy them. A noblewoman begs to be allowed to buy one. Johann offers a handshake with the prince for 3 gold coins or a hug for 50. The crowd screams in response to the offer of a hug. Elizabeth is horrified by the package deal offered by her competition. Alphonse laughs and claims victory over Elizabeth, but states he won't stop there. He then introduces a special guest. Madame Marjolaine is introduced as she prepares to hold a special salon at the festival with a 2 gold coin admission fee. Elizabeth and Charlotte are shocked, asking if she is the real one. Mrs. Marjolaine's, the super celebrity from Remisa who rose from being a farmer's daughter to a high-class companion, calling her a butterfly of high society. Madame Marjolaine blows a kiss and promises to be waiting for the guests. Noblewomen vow to go and beg her to teach them her secrets. Elizabeth groans, admitting she also wants to talk with Madame Marjo. Lucinda suggests to Elizabeth that they should offer a hug for 5 gold coins, which causes Hilda to shout in protest. Elizabeth is furious, realizing the competition is even mimicking her purveyor and takeout services. A noblewoman thanks a worker who explains that a restaurant nearby makes cakes for the royal family that can be purchased to take home. Elizabeth grumbles in the background. Zachary silently watches everything, thinking there is a prince using the Empire's goods to capture attention, and there is Elizabeth, a sister who prioritizes everyone without discrimination. Well, he wonders what will happen next while Elizabeth seethes with frustration. Leonid wonders if they are losing and if there is anything he can do to help. Christart notes that pretty boys are always in favor and jokingly suggests they should offer handshakes as well, but he doesn't think any madam or lady will approach Leonid because of his boorish look, suggesting only brawny men might come. Leonid stares at Christart and then declares that he has found the solution. Christart is left confused and calls out to Leonid as the knight walks away. Elizabeth spots Leonid carrying a massive wooden barrel and asks what he plans to do with it. Leonid looks Elizabeth in the eye and tells her to leave the matter to him. Elizabeth is left staring at him in surprise. Leonid approaches a group of local men who were earlier giving him relationship advice, and the men turn around, surprised to see the high-ranking knight actually initiating a conversation and ask what is wrong with him today. Leonid looks at them and wonders to himself if they already know each other. Leonid doesn't waste time with small talk. He looks the lead man in the eye and asks, "Why don't we have a one-on-one match?" The locals are stunned. "A match?" they repeat in confusion. Leonid holds out his hand, palm up, ready for a challenge. The confusion in the air immediately turns into pure, rowdy excitement. The idea of arm wrestling the second in command of the entire Knight Order is better than any lottery prize. They scramble to be first in line. Playing against the Holy Knight of the Lion is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Leonid asks them how much the bet is going to be. Elizabeth steps in and sets the participation fees, 1 copper for children and 2 silver for adults. She adds that if they win, they will receive 10 times their bet. Christart adds that he will throw in 1 gold coin to the bet as well. One man says he is getting fired up and bets 2 silver coins to test the water. The challenger tells Leonid that he intends to be serious and won't lose on purpose. Leonid tells him he knows. Christart leans in and whispers to Leonid, reminding him to pretend he is going to lose. Simultaneously, Elizabeth whispers to Leonid, begging him to make sure he does not lose. Leonid looks between them, utterly confused. Priest Moritz, wearing the cat mascot costume, acts as the referee. He tells them to be ready and to start when he releases his hand. Leonid lets out a grunt of effort and, in an instant, slams the challenger's hand down with a loud bang. The crowd erupts in cheers while the defeated challenger shouts in frustration. More men, including an older noble, scramble to be the next to face him. The older noble tells his daughter he wants to show he hasn't gotten rusty yet, while she begs him to stop. Nearby, Prince Alphonse watches the massive line of people forming with a stunned expression. Alphonse observes that Leonid is surrounded by a mountain of men. Spectators remark that Leonid defeats every opponent in an instant. Christart watches with a bead of sweat, thinking that even though he told Leonid to pretend to lose, this outcome is also fine. The crowd is filled with people eager for a commemorative match with the Knight Captain of Moires. There is a fighting club in Ravelese, that young noblemen enjoy watching, they are also participating. Christart thinks to himself that Leonid has won against all of them without even realizing it. Nearby, men tell Lucinda they need to replenish their energy with manju before they fight the knight captain. Lucinda serves them with a wink. The bookie announces a special midday fighting club, offering a 5-fold reward for bets on challengers. The head sister approaches and asks what they are doing at a festival with children around. The bookie gives her a bag of coins, claiming it is just spice to make the festival exciting. The sister decides to close her eyes to the gambling out of respect for the donation, appearing as a compassionate person. Meanwhile, Leonid continues his streak of instant kills, much to the awe of the crowd. Elizabeth praises him, noting there are still many people and asking him to keep it up. Leonid, visibly sweating, offers a weary, "yeah." The men in the crowd smirk amongst themselves and whisper that a woman chosen by a strong man like Leonid must be truly wonderful with a beautiful face. Elizabeth, in her chibi form, thinks Leonid is simply popular with the guys. The craftsman's true thoughts did not reach her. It is now day 2 of the Ravelese Hot Spring Festival. The crowd of ladies screams that Prince Alphonse is wonderful today. Elizabeth tells Leonid that in order to win, it is important to inspect the enemy's situation. Leonid stands silently, appearing to be in the middle of recovering his arm strength. Elizabeth finds a troubled fruit vendor. He explains that he was left alone because he was told his low-priced shop wasn't needed. He worries that if he doesn't sell his supply today, it will be lost. Elizabeth thinks to herself that while her own shop will sell well, she wants to help. She declares there is no point in a festival if everyone in Ravelese isn't having fun. Elizabeth asks the vendor if he has a small sack she can use. She then stands before a massive cart of produce and calls out to the crowd, announcing that a big sale of fruits and vegetables is about to begin. She explains that for 1 silver coin, customers can stuff a sack with all the high-grade fruits or vegetables they can fit. The villagers are amazed by the deal and rush to get one. Leonid approaches Elizabeth and offers his hand as she stands on a cart. He warns her it is unstable and tells her to be careful. She thanks him with a blush. Just then Prince Alphonse approaches with his arms crossed and tells them that even if the shop on the East Street sells well, it will all count as his sale. Elizabeth retorts that it doesn't matter, as the main point is to liven up the festival. Alphonse laughs and says he will gladly take the victory. They share an intense, competitive look while Madame Marjolaine watches them from a window above. And so the festival days passed quickly. On the 3rd day, the sales announcement that will decide their fate is made. The villagers discuss how unusually exciting the festival was because of the match. Noblewomen gossip that it is a matter of course that Prince Alphonse will win. Zachary reveals the tally. The east side has 2,000 gold coins in sales, while the west side has only 1,100. He notes it is a very big difference. Alphonse laughs and claims victory, saying a little small change won't be enough for Elizabeth to catch up. Elizabeth interrupts, stating they still have the sales from the decoration shop. Zachary announces the decoration shop made 900 gold coins. Alphonse recoils in disbelief, claiming it's impossible they earned that much. Elizabeth smiles and tells the prince to look at what everyone is wearing. The commoners and nobles are all shown wearing small, fashionable bags on their persons. Alphonse asks in a panic what those items are. Elizabeth holds up a card and identifies it as the Ravelese yearly passport. She explains that the set includes 1 meal and 2 snacks a day, plus unlimited footbaths. She describes the passport box as a 3-way multipurpose bag that can be a necklace, a handbag, or a belt accessory. Alphonse is furious that she came out with a product like that. Elizabeth explains that finding and extending the good points of this town is the key to boosting excitement. She tells Prince Alphonse that if he wants this place, he should take a better look at the town and the people inside it. Alphonse remains silent for a moment, then tells everyone to hold on. He argues that it wouldn't be right to include the sales of the yearly passport in the results. He insists the results should be from the last 3 days' sales and claims the case sales are outside the appointed time. Elizabeth is stunned, and Zachary, the count, agrees with the prince. Zachary announces that this means the west side has 240 gold coins less. Elizabeth cries out that there is no way. Prince Alphonse leans close to her with a smirk, telling her it is too bad but it looks like it is his win. He declares that Ravelese is now his. Prince Alphonse tells Elizabeth that if she cries and begs for forgiveness, he can exchange her for 241 gold coins, then she can trade herself for Ravelese. Elizabeth is horrified. She thinks to herself that she absolutely refuses, but she worries that at this rate, Ravelli's city will suffer. A voice cries out for them to please wait. Charlotte runs toward the group. Prince Alphonse and Elizabeth look on in surprise. Charlotte holds up a bag and announces that the last sale from the dress shop is right there. Zachary asks if it is really from the dress shop, and Charlotte confirms it is the purchase from their last customer. Alphonse dismisses the effort, telling the little lady that there is a clear gap that can't be covered by the sale of 1 or 2 pieces of clothing. However, Zachary is shocked as he pours out the bag, noting it is all gold coins. Alphonse asks in a panic who gave her that much money. A woman's voice answers that it was her. Madame Marjolaine appears, wearing the extravagant yukata dress. Elizabeth and the other nuns are shocked. Marjolaine explains that on her way home from the salon, she saw a suitable dress that seemed made only for her. Prince Alphonse asks why she bought it, reminding her he told her to only buy things from the east side. Marjolaine waves him off, saying she heard him but liked the dress, so she bought it. Madame Marjolaine remarks that it is a lovely dress and she can't help but like it. She says she hopes that it is enough money to cover the rest. Elizabeth and the nuns watch anxiously as Zachary counts the coins. He reaches 38, 39, and finally 40, there are 240 gold coins in total. Prince Alphonse realizes the tally is now a draw. He declares he cannot accept a draw and demands that Elizabeth fight him until a winner is decided. Elizabeth waves her hands frantically, telling him not to ask a sister for the impossible. Alphonse points at Leonid and declares that either way, he eventually needs to settle things with him. Leonid glares back and agrees that is just what he wants. Zachary begs them both to wait and asks them not to do anything that will ruin Ravelli's. Priest Moritz, in his cat mascot costume, suggests they have an arm wrestling match. The two men sit across from each other at a wooden barrel while Christart acts as the referee. Prince Alphonse chuckles that arm wrestling is child's play, but notes that on the other hand, the difference in power should be easy to understand. He asks Leonid if he is scared. Leonid replies, no, and states that a simple contest of strength such as this is not enough of a victory for him. Alphonse tells Leonid he is surprisingly good at running his mouth and warns him not to make excuses if he loses. Leonid tells the prince he gives those words back to him. Daniel instructs both sides to grip each other. Leonid and Alphonse stare each other down with intense focus. Christart raises his hand, shouts, ready. And then, start it. The two men struggle with immense effort, their arms trembling. Leonid realizes that the prince is stronger than he looks, which explains why he is so confident in his strength. Alphonse thinks to himself that he initially thought Leonid was just a muscle brain, but realizes he is good because he is guarding his wrist from getting caught up. Elizabeth, Christart, and Charlotte watch the match with extreme anxiety. Elizabeth worries that this may be bad. She thinks to herself that she forgot Alphonse is one of the strongest characters in the game, even though Leonid has defeated all other challengers. She clenches her hands and shouts for Leonid not to lose. And that does it. Leonid lets out a fierce roar and slams Alphonse's arm down onto the barrel with a loud crash. The crowd erupts, shouting, all right. Elizabeth and the others look relieved. The onlookers celebrate the instant kill. Leonid tells Alphonse that it is their win. Alphonse is dejected, but he acknowledges the loss and vows that he will not touch Ravelli's anymore. Johann says their business there is over and mentions that even though they don't look like it, they are quite busy. Zachary announces that since the conflict is resolved, they are going to have a closing party with everyone tonight. The crowd cheers. Elizabeth thinks that as expected, Zachary is having the best part of the day. Alphonse gestures for Leonid to come over, he ends up going but grumbles what he wants. Prince Alphonse tells Leonid that as a reward for defeating him, he will tell him one thing, Leonid is lacking in push. He tells Leonid that if he is interested in her, he needs to be more aggressive, he is irritating to watch. He advises Leonid to invite Elizabeth to tonight's closing party and reminds him to make it only the two of them. Leonid looks thoughtful and a bit flustered. Later, Elizabeth approaches him and thanks him for his work today. She says she is going to go over to help prepare for the closing party. Leonid stops her, saying, no. Elizabeth is confused. Leonid stammers why they don't go around together tonight. Elizabeth smiles and says, yes, of course, suggesting that since everyone is here, they should all take a look at the city. Leonid says, no, and clarifies his request, admitting he wants it to be just the two of them. He looks Elizabeth in the eye and tells her he wants to go around with only her. Leonid tells Elizabeth that the rest can wait until tomorrow and asks if that is okay. Elizabeth blushes deeply and quietly says okay. Leonid stands waiting by a fountain in the town square. Before sending him off, Christart yelled at him about his choice of shirt and made him change into a better outfit suited for a date, forcing him to wear the formal attire he now has on. Leonid hears footsteps and turns his head. Elizabeth arrives, looking stunning in an elaborate dress. She apologizes for keeping him waiting. Leonid visibly startles. A faint blush rises to his face as he quickly stammers that he has not been waiting very long. Elizabeth relaxes with relief. Good, she thinks. She remembers how fired up the maids were while getting her ready earlier. They really dressed her up this time. Leonid looks uneasy, realizing that the only places he knows in the city are the ones along his delivery route. After a brief pause, he asks Elizabeth where they should go. Before she can answer, a man nearby suddenly recognizes Leonid from the festival and calls out to him, inviting him to join them for a drink. Elizabeth giggles softly at the sight and remarks that Leonid has become quite popular. She asks him if they should join them. Leonid reacts instantly. He reaches out and takes Elizabeth's hand, declaring that they will not join them, not now. Today is just for the two of them. Elizabeth blinks in surprise at the sudden gesture, but after a moment, she nods. As they continue walking, Leonid begins to blush. Only then does it dawn on him that he took her hand without asking, was that all right? Still, neither of them lets go as they walk side by side through the cool evening air. The two of them wander through the cobblestone streets of the festival, the lively atmosphere surrounding them as they move through the crowd together. Soon, they come across a wagon displaying glass cups. Elizabeth's eyes light up immediately, and she points it out to Leonid with excitement. The vendor greets them warmly and, after a quick glance between the two of them, remarks with a smile that they make a lovely couple. Elizabeth instantly grows flustered and hurriedly tries to explain that it is not like that. The vendor chuckles and tells Elizabeth that business has been going well lately thanks to her advice. He explains that the glasses became very popular after he began selling them as a set. Encouraged by the success, he now plans to hold a glass-making workshop next month. Elizabeth brightens at the news, clearly delighted. As a token of gratitude, the vendor offers her a free glass and assures her that he can have it delivered to the villa later. Elizabeth studies the display carefully, wondering which one she should choose. The vendor asks Leonid to pick one as well. Elizabeth selects a bright, sparkling glass, while Leonid quietly reaches for a darker, more elegant one. The vendor observes their choices with interest. Elizabeth has chosen a golden brown glass, while Leonid has selected a deep scarlet one. A knowing smile spreads across the vendor's face as he remarks that it seems they chose their glasses based on the color of each other's eyes. Elizabeth freezes. Her eyes widen in shock as she hurriedly insists that it is only a coincidence. She quickly claims that she chose the color because it matches her hair, then turns to Leonid and asks if he chose his for the same reason. Leonid softly says his hair is not that pretty. The glass is actually the color of Elizabeth's eyes. Elizabeth is left blushing, completely speechless. The vendor raises his glass and proposes a toast in the Ravelese style, which uses hot spring water instead of alcohol. Elizabeth thinks to herself that she cannot really refuse now. They lightly clink their glasses together and toast to the health resort of Ravelese. Nearby, outside a tavern, a man celebrates loudly after winning an arm wrestling match. Elizabeth notices that people have copied the idea almost immediately. Leonid asks if that is so. A man approaches them and says he was relieved that they won their match earlier. To celebrate, he offers to treat them to a drink. Elizabeth accepts. The man explains that everyone talked about their match afterward. Then he asks who is actually stronger between Elizabeth and Leonid. Who is the real master behind the scenes? Elizabeth instantly plays the role of a delicate maiden, asking why anyone would ask such a thing of her. Leonid glances at her and casually asks if they should try a match. Elizabeth is stunned. But as she watches the lively crowd, she begins to think it actually looks fun. Maybe she would like to try it just once. Soon a crowd gathers, cheering her on. She asks Leonid if he would mind if she uses both hands as a handicap. Leonid quietly agrees. Elizabeth steadies herself and silently vows not to lose. Leonid, however, is blushing intensely and looks strangely tense. A man steps forward to act as the referee and signals the start of the match. A moment later. Slam. Elizabeth wins decisively. The crowd erupts in awe. Elizabeth tells Leonid that even if he was trying to lose, he should at least have pretended a little better. Leonid lies face down across the barrel, apologizing quietly, thinking he could not put any strength into his hands. Later, Elizabeth and Leonid sit together at a small footbath to rest. Elizabeth comments that they ended up drinking quite a lot. Leonid quietly agrees. They sit side by side, looking out over the glowing city lights. Elizabeth sighs softly and remarks on how beautiful the hot spring district is. Many food stalls have opened recently and are selling manju and nortenyaki. She says the people of the city will continue those traditions. Leonid nods and says he is glad the children seem to enjoy it. Elizabeth looks at him for a moment. Something about Leonid feels different today. Leonid notices her gaze and asks if something is wrong. Elizabeth quickly smiles and waves it off, saying it is nothing. Leonid simply answers, okay. Elizabeth stretches her arms above her head and admits that although she misses the church, she does not want to go home just yet. Leonid quietly replies that he feels the same and looks away. In his heart, he wishes this moment could last forever. Elizabeth is surprised that even Leonid sometimes wants to slack off, but Leonid quickly clarifies that he is not doing that. A heavy silence settles between them. After a while, Elizabeth softly thanks Leonid for always helping her. She wonders why he is always so kind. He once said he was only watching over her, but somehow that explanation feels incomplete. Elizabeth tells him that his concern and his feelings are clear to her now. Leonid answers quietly that he sees. Elizabeth sighs and closes her eyes. But it is not just that. She wants to know why. How long has he watched over her? If Leonid is not one of her pursuers, then she owes him an apology for misunderstanding him. The only favorable thing that she does to him is that she feeds him with sweet bread. She wonders if he simply liked her cooking that much, or if he thought she was harmless while keeping an eye on her. She turns to him and asks how long he has been watching over her. Leonid meets her gaze calmly. He answers with a single word. Always. Elizabeth catches her breath. Does he truly mean always? Leonid softly confirms that he does. A gentle breeze drifts past them. Memories surface, moments from Leonid's past. From their childhood at the palace, to her life as a noble lady, to her time at the church. In every scene, Leonid stands somewhere in the distance, silently watching over Elizabeth. He softly says she once gave him something important. She asks what that something was. Suddenly a high-pitched whistle slices through the night air. A brilliant firework bursts across the sky. Elizabeth gasps and turns toward him, asking if they are not beautiful. Leonid looks at her. Yes, he says quietly. They are beautiful. She freezes. When Leonid asks her what happened, she simply stammers that it is nothing. They sit side by side as the fireworks bloom again and again across the night sky. The night sky is so beautiful. It seems boring to question him about this and that, and so she respected. As for him, he may feel like he has talked a lot tonight. Meanwhile at the church, violent pounding shakes the front doors. Inside, Priest Moritz warns Roxanne not to open the door. The man outside has been causing trouble in the village all day. Roxanne clasps her hands together and prays that the feudal lord returns soon. Outside, a man named Ferdio shouts angrily for someone to come out. He screams that it is him, the man who was supposed to become the captain of the knights. A carriage arrives at the church. Elizabeth and Leonid return from their trip. The priest welcomes them back and asks if they enjoyed it. Hilda replies yes thanks to the priest while she was away. Christart asks if anything changed while they were gone. Roxanne informs the group that there is a suspicious person in the village. Leo asks if everything is all right. The priest says it is, somehow. Christart asks what the man looks like. Roxanne explains that he looks like a knight from Wars. Elizabeth lets out a shocked exclamation and wonders to herself if he is perhaps a new pursuer and if she stood out too much in Ravelese. She reasons that if it is a knight, they already have one. Leonid asks where the man is. Roxanne explains that according to the villagers, he went into the woods. On cue, Elizabeth spots someone in the distance. The man, Ferdio, grins and remarks that he was in this village after all, noting that he has finally found him. The man shouts Leonid Gardhelm's name. Leonid stares back in silence. Elizabeth is confused, wondering if the man isn't there for her after all. The man, Ferdio, brandishes his sword and claims that after training on the front line, he he has become way smarter than before. Christart asks Leonid if he knows the man. Leonid identifies him as a guy from the night orders. Christart says a guy from the night. Does he not remember anything else? Leonid shakes his head. The man screams, asking if they are making fun of him. He identifies himself as the former vice captain, Ferdio. Christart wonders how a person like that ever became a captain. Ferdio rants that he was promised a future as the night captain, but because of Leonid, he was fired from his position as vice captain and demoted to the frontier. He says he trained with all his might for revenge to take Leonid down with his power. He screams that when he got back to Moires, he heard Leonid was off duty for a year and calls it ridiculous. The onlookers watch, they suspect it is a self-grudge or feel a bit of sympathy for him. Leonid asks him what he wants. Ferdio points his sword at him and challenges him to a match now that he is stronger, vowing to pay back the humiliation of that day. Leonid says he is busy right now. Ferdio calls him a liar, saying he heard Leonid just got back from a hot spring trip. Elizabeth asks the man if Leonid something to him. She thinks to herself that it was probably just a misunderstanding because Leonid is bad at talking. Ferdio tells her to carefully listen and explains that 2 years ago, he teamed up with the Duke's daughter to frame him. Elizabeth questions the idea of him teaming up. She doesn't think he is good at that and suspects he was just used for his strength. There were many young ladies who wanted strength on their side. Ferdio grumbles even he can't forget that demonic villainess, Elizabeth Fontaine. Elizabeth's mouth rounds in shock. Ferdio points at Elizabeth and calls her that villainous young lady. Elizabeth recognizes him by his chin and calls him an arrogant knight. Ferdio grumbles that because of them, he is. The scene shifts back to 2 years ago. A line of noble ladies and a line of knights in white armor stand in a grand arched hall. Leonid looks on with a steady, serious expression while Ferdio looks annoyed, letting out a quiet humph. In the background, knights stand in formation. There is a medal system in Moires' kingdom, where noble ladies award medals of honor to knights who have achieved great military feats. Ferdio stares at Leonid with a glare, thinking to himself that the man is an eyesore and wondering how many times he has received such an honor. He simply cannot win against Leonid in terms of swordplay or military exploits. He believes that someone like Leonid obtaining a better position would be bad for both the country and himself. He calls him an unpleasant newcomer and wants him not to threaten his position. Nearby, a young noble lady looks on with a nervous expression. Ferdio thinks the place is full of schemes and conspiracy, concluding that no one can survive there by being honest. He looks at the lady and mentally pleads with her to do it. The lady lets out a yelp of "Heek," and suddenly collapses to the floor in front of Leonid. The surrounding knights look on in confusion, murmuring and asking what is wrong. Ferdio gives a dark, satisfied grin. He addresses a superior officer, noting that the lady seems to have passed out. He claims she must have been struck by the murderous look of the young knight, whom he describes as being giddy about his promotion. The official with the mustache listens as Ferdio says the situation is ominous and instructs them to leave the rest of the matter to him. Leonid walks away from the group in silence. Ferdio watches him go with a smug, knowing smirk. In a quiet, arched corridor, Ferdio praises the lady, telling her, "Good job." She confesses that although she was only planning to act, she actually passed out for real because Leonid's face was so scary. She holds the stolen medal and states that for the sake of the one he loves, he won't let Leonid have it. He calls her his woman and declares that the medal is too much for the knight. The lady asks if he remembers his promise, saying she does not want to get married late. Ferdio tells her to hush and says he knows. He promises to marry her once he becomes the captain of the Night Order and receives a title. When she asks what he will do with the medal, he carelessly tosses it into the bushes and says, "Whatever." Elizabeth stands in the palace courtyard, looking at the scene with a blank expression. She steps past the discarded medal, leaving it lying in the grass as she walks away. Now that Elizabeth thinks about it, that man was the knight from that incident. Back then, when she found the medal, she had been completely unsure what to do with it. No matter what she did, she could not escape the reputation of being a villainess, even though the whole situation had been nothing more than a misunderstanding. Several options had crossed her mind. She could return it to the knight. She could give it to a palace maid. She could deliver it to Princess Rosetta. Or she could simply pretend she had never seen it. At first, she considered returning it directly to the knight. But then she imagined how it would look. A male knight would surely assume that someone like her, a villainess, had stolen it. The head maid might accuse her of trying to sell it for money. If she gave it to the princess, Rosetta might think Elizabeth was trying to shift the blame onto her. In the end, there seemed to be only one safe choice: pretend she had never seen it. And yet, Elizabeth still bent down and picked up the medal. After all, it clearly belonged to a knight. 3 days later, Princess Rosetta stands smiling brightly, lifting her teacup as she welcomes everyone to her tea party. Elizabeth softly calls her out and tells her a teacup should not be used for toasting. But she frowns and says she is so uptight, just like the maid she had the other day, nagging a lot non-stop. Elizabeth tries to tell her that she said it for her sake, but the princess pouts further and says this part of her is also like the maid. She then wipes a tear from the corner of her eye, saying that just when she thought Elizabeth was there to be her support, she was mean to her instead. Elizabeth's villainous mode auto-activates, and she lets out a dramatic laugh, telling the princess there is no way she could do such a thing, but then she reminds herself not to get caught up in Rosetta's pace, as she is there to handle the matter of the medal. She looks at the Viscount's daughter and the knight who were secretly talking, but if she brought up the subject normally, the princess would just make herself the victim. So she simply shows them the medal and says, "In the courtyard the other day she found something interesting," causing the noble lady and Ferdio to react with shock. Elizabeth asks if anyone lost this precious medal, thinking to herself that her villainous face is quite useful at times like this. Elizabeth thinks she must act like a typical young lady who found the item by chance to avoid creating an unsettling atmosphere. The noble lady looks on in terror while other guests whisper in confusion. Elizabeth looks over at Leonid and realizes he is the knight who failed to receive the honor. She walks over to him and says, "Isn't it supposed to be on his chest?" This surprises the nobles even more, and they start murmuring, "The medal is being given directly by the duke's daughter. Aren't ranks only up to a count's daughter to do that?" The count's daughter steps forward and says she can't, but Elizabeth simply looks at her and asks, "Is there a problem if I'm the one doing it?" The girl pales and says no. Behind her, the knight clenches his fist in anger. Elizabeth simply giggles at them. Leonid watches her in shock. He still holds vivid memories of her from that day. Ferdio tries to convince her, saying she doesn't have to go out of her way for a lowly person like him, but she steps forward and tells him not to make light of a knight. If he's the vice-captain, then he should know better. Leonid, however, says he doesn't need it, thinking that if she gets a close look at his face, another collapse incident might happen. To his shock, she meets his gaze and smiles, saying he needs this. He should consider it her wish and accept it. He looks stunned and asks if she's not afraid of him. She tilts her head in slight confusion before breaking into laughter and admits it's true that his face is very intimidating, but isn't it only natural that a knight is full of energy? His gallant face is a gift given to him as a knight. In the end, the Viscount's daughter was terrified of the villainous revenge on her. She confessed everything to the Prime Minister, and the matter was closed. Not only was Ferdinand not promoted, he was also stripped off his position as a vice-captain. He was betrayed by his lover and demoted. Christart listens to his rambling and thinks to himself he simply doesn't care. While Daniel thinks so, his lover gave up on him. Christart remembers this guy because he had a strong face and recalls the knight at that time was Leonid. Ferdio smirks and says the high-class duke's daughter got banished. He grabs her hand, commenting that she's gotten a little cuter now, and suggests they get along as fellow outcasts. She simply refuses. Leonid suddenly grabs his hand harshly, growling that she doesn't want to, and shoves back and says if it's a match, he will take it, he should ready his weapon. Christart sighs and warns them they're in front of the church, and if they want to fight, they should go to the forest. Ferdio points at him and says she will be there to watch. He will show Elizabeth how he'll beg for forgiveness. Christart thinks she's already seen that scene, then mutters that he's curious what kind of trouble it will turn out to be. He tells Elizabeth to make Leonid lunch or something until he's satisfied, noting that compared to other royal requests, this is minor. Ferdio shrugs, adding that he wouldn't lose to someone rotting in the countryside. Christart simply tells him to fight to his heart's content and instructs Leonid to make it flashy even if the forest suffers a little. Elizabeth exhales, thinking that it's probably fine. In a peaceful forest clearing, a winding stream glimmers under the soft light. Leonid and Ferdio stand apart, eyes locked, preparing for their duel. Leonid's expression is calm and focused. Ferdio, on the other hand, wears a confident smirk as he prepares to settle his old grudge in front of a very unusual audience of nuns and children. The church family has decided to turn this serious duel into a fun afternoon picnic, sitting together on a blanket spread out on the grass. Lucinda cheers with unabashed excitement. shouting for Leonid to strike his opponent down. Ferdio laughs, the sound sharp and boastful, as he declares that it is finally time to humiliate Leonid. He brags about his new strength, a smirk twisting into a snarl, and lunges forward. Leonid stands perfectly still, dagger in hand, as if waiting for the inevitable. Christart steps between them and outlines the rules: 3 rounds, the first to gain 2 points wins. A loss is defined as falling to one's knees or collapsing. He warns them against cowardly actions or drawing blood in front of the children. Then, with a measured voice, he declares round 1 ready. Ferdio shouts for the match to begin and charges, screaming of a certain kill move, his blade blurring through the air. Lucinda gasps, her excitement barely contained, while a young boy in the crowd watches with wide, sparkling eyes. Leonid moves with breathtaking speed and sidesteps effortlessly, dodging Ferdio's attack. In the kitchen, Elizabeth hums, announcing today's new meat menu, tulip carriage. Her hands move with practiced precision as she explains the first steps, detailing how to cut the wings just below the joint. Back in the forest, Leonid appears behind Ferdio, voice calm and cutting through the tension. Is that all you have? Ferdio stumbles, letting out a startled, huh, before anger overtakes him. He cannot believe Leonid is using only a wooden sword. Leonid's reply is measured: if he had used a real weapon, Ferdio might have lost his arm. Meanwhile, Elizabeth continues her lesson, lifting the wings to twist and break the joint. The crisp pop of bones punctuates her instructions. In the duel, Leonid traps Ferdio in a painful grappling hold. Ferdio screams, calling Leonid an idiot, thrashing and crying out as his arm is wrenched painfully. Elizabeth instructs on removing small bones, twisting them out carefully while using larger bones as handles. In the forest, Leonid's calm control contrasts sharply with Ferdio's frantic strikes. Leonid points out that over-reliance on his weapon makes Ferdio's movements predictable, leaving openings he cannot exploit. Ferdio shouts, "Nonsense," but the tension tightens around him like a vice. Leonid stands over a panting Ferdio, who trembles and lets out a terrified, "He." Christart notes the first point goes to Leonid as he got on his knees. It looks like the match is over. Daniel observes silently, saying the duel seems more like grueling training than a fight for honor. Ferdio pants, claiming that was only a warm-up, insisting he hasn't yet fought seriously. Leonid warns him not to hold back on the battlefield. Ferdio says that is his line and says he has been training while imagining him with his great sword, but he is using a dagger instead. He demands Leonid ready his great sword. Leonid's calm gaze meets Ferdio's, his response simple: he doesn't mind. Christart announces round 2. Ferdio charges again, roaring of vengeance, polished by frontline battles. He strikes toward Leonid, but the attack meets nothing but air. Elizabeth continues her cooking demonstration, wrapping the meat and preparing it for frying. The sound of a loud chack echoes from the forest as Ferdio is struck, a reminder of Leonid's deadly precision. Ferdio crashes to the ground, groaning that Leonid's attack to his blind spot was cowardly. Leonid towers over him, pointing out the hindrance of his cape and demanding it be removed. Ferdio snaps, arguing over aesthetics, but the tension has already shifted. Christart signals the second point, declaring the match over. Ferdio grumbles about cowardly moves, but allows it to end for the day. Leonid's dark gaze promises more. He tells Ferdio his training was lukewarm, and to prepare himself. Christart sighs, muttering about the demonic Captain Knight. Ferdio sees Leonid's broken sword and screams, terror flashing in his eyes. A series of massive strikes sends Ferdio hurtling through the air, crashing into trees and finally splashing into the stream below. When Elizabeth comes out carrying the lunch, she finds Ferdio trembling on the ground, his big sword resting loosely in his hands, chest heaving. He stands before Leonid, who remains calm, towering and unreadable. Elizabeth's lips press into a thin line as she thinks, well, that is exactly what I expected. Ferdio cries out that he does not want to fight anymore, that it is his loss. Leonid's eyes narrow, unwavering. He tells Ferdio that even the knights in the castle have trained harder than this and commands him to stand up, his voice firm and unyielding. It is an order. Christart, observing silently, murmurs that this is exactly why Ferdio was considered a nuisance and why he was sent away for a long vacation. A small child beside Christart, eyes wide and frightened, whispers that perhaps Ferdio should not aim to be a knight. Daniel smiles gently at the children and gestures toward them. He tells them to leave the rest to the adults, noting that it appears the children are growing tired of watching the tension. A little girl, however, hurries forward and asks Elizabeth what is for lunch. Elizabeth kneels slightly, smiling softly. She tells them it is a bread called apin. The children erupt with excitement, their attention instantly diverted from the fight. They eagerly dig in, their chatter and laughter filling the clearing. The bread is sweet and pairs perfectly with milk. Lucinda cheers loudly, savoring her portion of mayajaga, while Roxanne scolds her not to be childish. Lucinda grins back confidently, insisting that there is no distinction between adult and child when it comes to food. Lucinda approaches Elizabeth, offering her portion. Elizabeth opens it carefully, revealing tulip-shaped meat. Lucille's eyes practically water at the sight. The children begin eating with delight, their laughter mingling with the soft murmur of the forest. Elizabeth reminds them to eat slowly, assuring them that there is enough for everyone. Meanwhile, Leonid lifts Ferdio onto his shoulder with ease. Elizabeth watches quietly, smiling faintly. She commends him softly for his effort. Leonid sets Ferdio down roughly, declaring the task done, and begins eating his own portion with a surprising sense of relief. Daniel, meanwhile, is left dragging Ferdio away, muttering complaints under his breath. After the children finish their meal, the little girl speaks up again, suggesting that they go pick flowers. The children squeal in delight, asking if she will play with them among the flowers. She corrects them, stating that she is not playing, but gathering flowers to present to the winner. She turns to Elizabeth, asking what the medal looks like. Elizabeth shapes the flowers in her hands to resemble the medal and explains that it has a star in the center. Although she does not possess a real medal to give, the memory of its shape is vivid in her mind. A little boy carefully places a flower crown on her head. Elizabeth smiles warmly at him, laughter soft and melodic, and tucks a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The little girl then drags Leonid forward by the hand. The children gather around, forming a small circle. Elizabeth clears her throat and announces to the winner that she presents the medal in honor of bravery. It was like this before. The person she gave it to back then was Leonid. Leonid flushes slightly as she places the flowers on him, gaze lowered in shyness. The little boy climbs onto his back, eager to see the real thing, and the girl bursts into laughter. Hilda observes from a distance, smiling, and quietly decides to leave the children to the pair. She turns toward the church, leaving them to their small ceremony. Roxanne mutters softly, watching the scene unfold, noting that Elizabeth had once again handed the responsibility to someone else. Lucinda nods in agreement, rolling her eyes. She really does not like children. A delivery boy approaches Hilda, holding a box and informs her that a delivery has arrived. Hilda opens one of the crates and looks down at the bottles with a calm, knowing smile, while the driver looks suspicious and asks her if this is really just juice. Hilda holds up one of the dark bottles, claiming with a perfectly innocent face that it is grape juice, of course, though her mischievous oh-ho-ho laugh suggests the church might be receiving some high-quality wine instead. The chapter ends with Hilda whispering to the wind that she wonders if everything is going well with Elizabeth and the others in the forest. Elizabeth carries a large wicker basket and smiles, saying the weather is nice and suggesting they have lunch in the garden today. The children cheer with excitement. One boy shouts for sandwiches while a girl exclaims that every day is a picnic. Roxanne looks a bit concerned, stating that she hopes they don't get too used to this lifestyle, but Lucinda laughs, asking if it isn't fine that the children are so happy. Elizabeth hums to herself and thinks that she has become so popular it is starting to trouble her. Nearby, the head sister tells the children to stand in order. Elizabeth watches her, thinking that the head sister is a formidable rival. She observes the dark liquid being poured and realizes it is not just a normal juice. Elizabeth approaches the head sister and asks if she is giving wine to kids in the church's garden. The head sister calmly clarifies that it is just grape juice. Elizabeth realizes the head sister has read her thoughts. Elizabeth takes a drink and exclaims that it is thick and delicious. The children agree, noting they like it and that it arrives every year. Elizabeth remarks that they won't be able to drink anything else after tasting it. A boy begs for them not to forget his share. Elizabeth suggests to the head sister that this might be a good opportunity to make a profit. The head sister ignores the suggestion and simply tells everyone to pray. Elizabeth is surprised, thinking the head sister usually would be on board with the idea. The scene shifts to an empty picnic table after the meal. Elizabeth holds the bottle and asks the head sister where she can get more. The head sister explains that her aunt is a wine farmer and that the bottle is a sample they are given before the harvest begins. Elizabeth is impressed and wonders if the dried grapes in the church storeroom also came from the aunt's farm. The head sister replies yes, it is the result of research on selective breeding. Elizabeth notes that the product is homemade and mentions it is her first time hearing of it. She assumes the head sister and her aunt are on good terms, but the head sister admits she hasn't seen her in years. Christart arrives at the church in a carriage. The head sister asks the feudal lord what is wrong. Christart reports that he just got a report from Lou's farm stating that many people pulled out and quit right before the harvest. He explains that he is going to gather people to go and help them. The head sister lets out a sigh of, goodness sake. The head sister wonders what her aunt is doing at a time like this. She tells Christart she will go in his stead. Elizabeth watches her, thinking that she has never seen this side of the head sister before. Elizabeth suggests that if there is a need for the people, they should all go together, noting that the aunt likely needs all the help she can get. A group portrait titled, The Helpers, shows the entire team ready for work. Christart, Leonid, and Daniel stand in the back. Elizabeth, the head sister, Lucinda, and Roxanne stand in the middle, while the children gather at the front. They are positioned in a field in front of a large windmill. Christart greets Clarissa. Clarissa is shocked to see the feudal lord, noting that he is going out of his way to come to a place like that. Nearby, Daniel tells a child to watch their steps as the little girl admits that she is sleepy. Clarissa explains that they were just talking about harvesting as much as possible since they have no other choice, though she admits it is a waste. Christart says he has gathered the workforce Clarissa needs and asks if everything is okay. Hilda shouts her aunt's name and asks what she is doing, stating that the grapes cannot wait any longer. Clarissa agrees that the grapes cannot wait. Clarissa notes that Hilda came, and Hilda replies that she couldn't just stand still after hearing the news. Clarissa mentions there is a change of clothes in the back and tells them to get changed if they are okay with getting dirty. Elizabeth shouts for everyone to do this, stating she is counting on them today. Clarissa's vineyards are located in Lou's village at the edge of the Corellas territory. Elizabeth harvests grapes, and the narrative notes the brand, Lou's Wines, has taken root because it is so popular for its quality. Harvest carefully so as not to damage the fruit. It is a huge farm, so one person handling one row is ideal. Clarissa remarks that it looks like everything is really going to finish today. A man says he doesn't think he'll be able to carry everything in time. Clarissa praises the knight for being so fast. Christart says Leonid looks like he is good at detailed work too. Leonid replies that he is used to moving his body and taking care of his sword. Christart says he is glad Leonid didn't go around cutting down the grapevines. Clarissa asks Leonid to bring a load to the brewery, and he agrees. Clarissa laughs and tells Leonid he is a big help, calling him fast, good, and reliable. Lucinda giggles that is what she said. The children crowd Leonid, asking him to carry their boxes as well. Christart laughs and asks Leonid to help him too. Lucinda asks Leonid to take care of hers because her hands are tired. Elizabeth and others watch as Leonid carries a massive stack of crates. When Elizabeth calls out to him, Leonid, blushing intensely, loudly asks Elizabeth what she wants. She stammers and says she just wanted to call him. Leonid says he sees, while a metaphorical tail swishes behind him. Hilda tells them to stop idling and start moving her hands. Elizabeth replies, yes ma'am. Later, Elizabeth raises her arms and cheers that they are finally done. Hilda says she is glad they finished before the sun rises above their heads. Elizabeth asks if it is better that way. Suddenly a child runs in excitement. Hilda looms behind them with a dark expression. Elizabeth is scared on their behalf, thinking they shouldn't play in the field or lightning will strike, referring to Hilda's scolding, especially since it is her relative's farm. But that thought abruptly ends when she sees a tear falling down Hilda's face. Elizabeth asks the head sister if she is all right. Hilda admits she let her guard down. She reveals that 6 years ago, her husband and her 4-year-old son died in a carriage accident. She used to come to the vineyard every week. Even now, seeing the grapevines and the path reminds her of her son, and that is why it has hurt to come there ever since then. She admits she is not good with kids. Elizabeth apologizes, saying she thought the head sister simply didn't like them. Hilda shuts her eyes and admits she is not good with kids, they are always making her worry, and even when she acts cold, they still come to her. She says every day is full of commotion and time passes before she can even mourn her family, calling it troublesome. She then shifts the conversation and suggests they get back to work and have lunch afterward. Clarissa tells Hilda that she can't take care of the feudal lord on her own and asks her to hurry back. Hilda retorts that as the manager, Clarissa should be able to handle it. Clarissa admits that all this happened because she failed to notice the discontent of her workers and says she has decided to change. Hilda calls that admirable, but Clarissa tells her not to talk big to her. Elizabeth still watches the head sister. Lucinda tells the head sister and Elizabeth they are late and it's time to switch tasks. Elizabeth reacts with a quiet, "Ah." Roxanne asks Clarissa what the criteria for screening the grapes are, while Christart asks if he should exclude unripe ones. Clarissa agrees to tell her. Damaged or unripe grapes must be sorted from the harvest. Choosing by quality is called fruit selection. Elizabeth holds a stem, noting this is called destemming. The rachis are removed before shipment and anything that could affect the flavor must be removed quickly. Elizabeth says it's like a jewel. Hilda agrees the quality is exceptional. Leonid looks at her and repeats the word jewels. Christart notes that winemaking is delicate and he can't drink it sloppily after knowing the process. Clarissa tells the lord it is time for a lunch break and offers him some fresh luzwine. Clarissa bows and thanks everyone, noting that thanks to them they were able to make it through the day. She tells them not to overdo it. Christart pours a glass of luz wine and admits he feels guilty but notes it is good and makes him love it even more. He asks Leonid if he drinks, but he replies that he is good. Christart then bets that Elizabeth will come up with a new recipe. Leonid seems indifferent and asks so what. Christart appears surprised and thinks it looks like there is still a long way to go. Elizabeth and the other sisters hold up their skirts and laugh as they stomp on the harvest of grapes in a giant wooden tub. Christart warns Leonid that if he turns around now, he may die. Leonid claims he is not interested. Lucinda asks Leonid if he wants to join them. Elizabeth screams for her not to invite him and for Leonid not to turn around. Leonid spins around and shouts Elizabeth's name when she lets out a shriek. But then he pauses, catching a glimpse of her legs in the tub, causing him to blush. Elizabeth scolds Leonid, telling him she told him not to look. Leonid, turning even redder, offers an apology. The men tell them to leave the rest to them. Elizabeth turns to Clarissa, eyes sparkling with excitement, and presents her a recipe suggestion from the Northia Church. She calls it a forbidden treat, a rum raisin butter sandwich. Clarissa leans in slightly, curiosity written across her face, and asks if it uses their grapes. Christart, chewing it, remarks that the sandwich has a rich and refined taste, his voice carrying a hint of approval. Leonid, meanwhile, eats with both hands full, devouring the sandwich as if there is no tomorrow. Christart shoots him a sharp, judgmental look and reminds it is high-quality goods, he should savor every bite. Elizabeth smiles knowingly and adds that there is also a rum-free version prepared specially for the children. Dip the dried grapes from the Luz farm which were stored in the church into the rum. As for the cookie dough, bake it hydrated and shape it into a long rectangle. Mix the butter and rum raisins, put it between, and it is done. Elizabeth says the sandwich melts quickly on a hot day and admits there is still room for improvement. Yet her eyes sparkle as she grabs Clarissa's hands and suggests they present it to the Queen, aiming to delight the entire royal family. She adds that they could request accommodations for white chocolate and, as a local specialty, continue to create even more innovations. Clarissa bursts into laughter, calling Elizabeth an interesting person. Hilda nods in agreement, saying quietly that she could really go for it. Clarissa then turns to Hilda, taking her hand and asking if she might stay, why not start over here together, working alongside them. Hilda, with a gentle apology, declines, and Clarissa's smile falters as she asks why. Even the children look on with wide eyes, waiting eagerly for an answer. Hilda finally smiles, saying that this way suits her surprisingly well. As a servant of God, she must guide the lost lambs, so she is returning to the church. Being the head sister, she notes, replacing her will be difficult, prompting a sigh of relief from the other nuns. Clarissa bows her head in gratitude, thanking everyone and requesting they continue to take care of Hilda. A little boy puffs out his chest, declaring they will protect her. Meanwhile, Princess Rosetta waves at the crowd, accepting their congratulations. Some nobles whisper among themselves about rumors of an elopement, but they hear it was merely for appearances, as the king dotes on the princess so thoroughly. Following the reunion, the king rejoices and grants amnesties, choosing indulgence over punishment. She can only wish he would listen to the nobles' concerns about taxes instead. Elsewhere, Elizabeth unfolds a letter and lets out a tired sigh, realizing she can finally return home. Inside a grand room with tall arched windows, Daniel, the butler, carefully pours tea. Elizabeth and Christart sit together at a polished table, deep in discussion. Christart informs Elizabeth that she is allowed to return home under amnesty, though he admits he had assumed she didn't want to go back. Elizabeth slams her hands on the table with a sharp bang, startling the Lord. She shouts that of course she doesn't want to return. Internally, she thinks she never wants to go back, but she suddenly remembers she has forgotten something important. She pleads with Christart, promising she won't run away or cause trouble. Christart smiles and nods, granting permission, thanking Elizabeth for taking the trouble to report. In the distance, Leonid stands in the doorway, arms crossed. Both Christart and Elizabeth turn to watch him, wondering what he intends. Christart notes that Leonid has trespassed again, though he never called him there. Elizabeth laughs nervously. Elizabeth's former family, the Fontini family, has allowed her to return home for once. Duke Fontini and his wife have decided to act like generous noblemen, taking a vacation during this period to pretend they have nothing to do with her homecoming. Elizabeth watches Leonid as he steps into the room. She feels uneasy about going back alone and thinks having a guard would be reassuring. She wonders if Leonid could accompany her, but hesitates, knowing he is off duty. She worries whether their contract is still valid. If he is truly her knight, he should come with her. Leonid asks what the two of them are up to. Christart jokes that it's nothing scandalous, they aren't having a secret affair. Elizabeth adds that she simply came to inform him she will be going home for a while. Suddenly, Leonid grabs Elizabeth's arm, shouting to ask if she is going alone. Christart covers his face with a hand, muttering goodness sake. Christart suggests Leonid could simply say he is worried. Elizabeth looks puzzled and asks if this means he will come with her. Leonid firmly replies, "Of course I'm coming." Christart is stunned that his point actually got through. Leonid offers a quiet apology. Elizabeth reassures him it's fine. Christart watches, shocked by how well they seem to understand each other, and decides he must see this through to the end. Christart slams his hand on the table dramatically, declaring he will lend them his Clarella's family carriage. He adds that he also wants to visit Moa's, where he learned noble manners before. Elizabeth thanks him excitedly. Christart thinks privately that he isn't intruding. Traveling alone with just the two of them would be impossible for Leonid. Not to mention Elizabeth used to be a noble and he has a duty to help. 5 days later, the carriage is ready. Elizabeth pets Funo, asking him to take care of them. Nearby, Christart frantically tells Leonid to use his hands to help her up the carriage. Leonid does as instructed, holding out his hand, helping Elizabeth into the carriage. She smiles and thanks him. Christart watches, determined, thinking that a long journey with just the two of them is rare. He cheers loudly, "Good luck," while Leonid glances back, confused. The nuns and children wave goodbye as the carriage gets ready to depart. Elizabeth waves back, asking them to handle things while she is gone. Daniel finishes loading the luggage. Inside the carriage, Leonid stares out the window while Elizabeth watches him. She notices the awkward silence and tries to break it, asking if it isn't a nice day. Leonid replies simply, "Yeah." Elizabeth points out the gentle wind, another yeah follows. Elizabeth looks down, blushing, thinking she's the only one bothered by the tension and realizing she can't stand the quiet. Elizabeth thinks Leonid hasn't asked about the purpose of the trip or what she forgot. He hasn't asked what is it for. Or forget what. She reflects that he likely finds it easier not to discuss things. Elizabeth feels reassured that Leonid followed her without asking questions. She decides that maybe the silence isn't so bad after all. From Leonid's perspective, Elizabeth sits very close. He freezes, thinking she is so near. He fears he might say something odd if he opens his mouth and knows that if he fails here, there is no escape. The carriage rattles along the path. Leonid stares intently, thinking a knight is less than lovers, right? So lovers is his next goal, huh? But shouldn't he be her fiancé instead? Isn't this an opportunity to meet her parents and ask for her hand in marriage? No, they should be absent now. Moreover, she's not a noble lady anymore. If she doesn't have parents anymore, then who should he ask permission? Leonid wonders if engagement is possible without parental approval and considers how to tell Elizabeth he wants to be her lover if permission isn't needed. Elizabeth looks out the window, watching the passing scenery. But then looks back at him and smiles, noticing Leonid finally looks at her. He responds with a quiet grunt. She thinks it unusual and wonders if he has become more mellow. She points out a distant flock of white birds. Leonid agrees. She then excitedly spots a ranch. He agrees again. Leonid watches her with a gentle expression. Elizabeth thinks that when they are alone like this, Leonid doesn't feel like a knight but more like a lover. Elizabeth reflects that she never dated anyone in her past life and doesn't know what having a lover feels like. She shakes her head, reminding herself she is still a sister and wonders if sisters are allowed to fall in love. She looks down at her hands, questioning when she will be promoted from apprentice. The group arrives at the Duke Fontaine household in Moa's kingdom. Elizabeth stares at the massive palace in silence. Maids line the hall and bow as Elizabeth, Leonid, and Christart enter. Christart admits he never thought he had the chance to enter a duke's house which has a long history. Elizabeth explains that her former room is at the back and apologizes for the lack of hospitality. She reaches for the handle of a large door. The door opens, revealing a room filled with stuffed animals. Christart struggles to find words, thinking Lady Elizabeth is surprisingly. Elizabeth frantically insists that he is wrong, it wasn't supposed to be like this. Suddenly, running footsteps echo through the hallway. Elizabeth, Leonid, and Christart look toward the doorway in shock. A loud voice declares, "She is here." A young girl with long hair clutches a stuffed bunny, shouting, "Wanisama." She runs toward Elizabeth with sparkling eyes, and the air around her seems filled with flowers and light. Christart and Leonid freeze, stunned. Elizabeth panics internally, thinking she doesn't have a little sister. Elizabeth looks at Princess Rosetta and wonders why she is here. Rosetta's face lights up with a delighted smile, explaining that she heard Elizabeth was coming today and that the weather is so nice. Elizabeth mumbles to herself that it's not really that, but Rosetta continues, beaming, and mentions that thanks to the successful elopement, her marriage has been recognized by the country. Relief spreads across Elizabeth's face, though Christart senses the king's quiet distress. Prince Claude appears quietly behind Rosetta, saying that the location of the elopement hasn't been identified, so Elizabeth doesn't need to worry. She nods, grateful, and thanks him for his concern. Rosetta adds that she had taken care of Elizabeth back then, which is why she wanted to come and thank her again. Elizabeth watches her with wide eyes, noticing a subtle maturity in Rosetta that wasn't there at the time of their elopement. Elizabeth tilts her head, questioning internally why Rosetta calls her sister. Rosetta giggles, explaining in her own way that she has been adopted into a duke's family and that this is her room now. They all shift awkwardly. Claude exclaims they are the prince and princess of the Moor's kingdom, and the king decided she should be adopted into a duke's family before their marriage. Elizabeth frowns slightly, thinking that if it is from the royal family, Claude should have been adopted instead. Rosetta shakes her head, reasoning that if he had lived with the duke's family, the king would not have approved. By being adopted instead, she can marry from the duke's family and still return to live at the castle with the king. Claude smiles nervously and says the king loves her and that he does too. Elizabeth understands the reasoning, but she says that she has been disowned, and in truth, she has never really been Rosetta's sister. Rosetta's eyes shimmer with tears, expressing that she was happy to have a reliable sister all along. Elizabeth offers a small, polite smile and thinks that she will be going back soon, though she will have to intrude in Rosetta's room for a moment. Approaching one of the cupboards, she notices it hasn't changed. Carefully, she pulls out her forgotten item and holds it with quiet joy, relieved that it has remained safe. In her childhood, Elizabeth panicked that she would forget her past life memories and the content of the game she played. She noted as much as she could in a diary where she wrote what she remembered in pure dawn. She couldn't take it during the banishment. There was also the matter of Michelle and Alphonse, so she needs to keep it for the future. She turns to Leonid and says she is done and it's time to go back. Christart is glad Elizabeth found her item. Elizabeth apologizes for troubling them. Leonid says it is time to go, and Elizabeth agrees. But both Rosetta and Claude stare at him. She mumbles that night. Claude says it's Leonid, she should remember his name by now. She asks if they should have tea since they are there, but Elizabeth says she is going now. Rosetta insists, noting she is the princess of the house. Rosetta winks and tells Elizabeth she is not going home that easily. The group sits down for tea in a grand hall. Elizabeth notes the silence is awkward. Rosetta suddenly shouts her favorite apple pie is missing and orders Elizabeth to go get it from the kitchen. Elizabeth is shocked. Christart offers to go, but Rosetta insists Elizabeth do it since she is leaving soon. Elizabeth sighs and says she understands. Rosetta watches Elizabeth walk away. Once she is gone, Rosetta says that nuisance is gone and calls for a meeting about Elizabeth's happiness. The men look at her with shocked expressions. Christart asks if Rosetta wants to help Elizabeth out of goodwill. Rosetta says yes and explains she wants to share her happiness with everyone. Claude apologizes for Rosetta being in a marriage high. Leonid coldly asks, she doesn't plan to hurt Elizabeth, does she? Rosetta says of course she must help her with her love as a way to repay her. Leonid asks about love. Rosetta replies yes and asks Leonid point-blank if he likes Elizabeth. Leonid is shocked. Christart teases well they should at least hear the story. Leonid drops his gaze and blushes hard. Rosetta tells him to leave it to her, promising it will go well because she is there. Christart thinks the princess could either be a powerful ally or a double-edged sword, but still the princess has something they lack. Rosetta tells Leonid to ask her anything as his senior in love. Leonid asks how he should start a romantic relationship. Christart is amazed that he actually listened. Rosetta says that is a common stumbling block and tells him he simply confesses. Leonid repeats the word confess. While looking deeply shaken, Rosetta explains the line, I like you, will you be my lover? Claude adds that if they say yes, then they are in a relationship. Leonid looks on with total confusion. Rosetta says that in essence, one wants to dominate them because they love them. Claude adds that they should love them in sickness and in health and mentions that some say marriage is the tomb of life. Rosetta says it is heaven and can't be a graveyard. Leonid's brain seems to wander through outer space as he processes this. Elizabeth returns with a pie and notes the room is getting lively. Rosetta tells Leonid to hurry up and do good. Leonid is sweating and staring at the table. Elizabeth asks what is wrong. Leonid stands up abruptly, knocking over his chair. He is blushing and shaking. Elizabeth looks at him in confusion. Claude and Rosetta cheer him on. Leonid shouts at Elizabeth, asking if she will turn his graveyard into heaven. Elizabeth is stunned and asks, what? The others collapse in shock and embarrassment. Christart notes it is always like this. Rosetta admits this is a tough one. Suddenly, a man runs into the room shouting, excuse me. Linus shouts that he has urgent news and asks if Lord Guardhelm is here. Christart asks if something happened in the territory. Linus tells Leonid it is urgent and asks him to return to the Guardhelm territory at once. After receiving a sudden report, the group decides to make a detour to Leonid's territory. A carriage pulled by 2 horses travels through a forested path. Inside, a young boy named Linus sits stiffly. He notes that he ended up riding in the carriage and offers an apology for the trouble. Christart replies that the horse was exhausted, and so was Linus, so it couldn't be helped. Linus says he deeply appreciates the kindness. Christart then looks at Leonid and teases him about the chance to show Lady Elizabeth the house. Leonid reacts with a start. Christart continues, telling Leonid he has to imagine his future life with his wife. Leonid is shocked by the word wife, and an image of a radiant Elizabeth appears in his mind. Linus asks Lord Leonid if he is listening. Leonid snaps out of his daze and asks what it is. Linus says he wants to report on the current situation of the territory. He explains that 2 weeks ago, they took in a collapsed man in the Guardhelm territory. The man had lost his memory and no one knew who he was. It seems he took a direct hit to the head when he fell from a demon fruit tree in the forest. Elizabeth wonders if he means akabi, chocolate vine fruit. She reflects that it is edible, but people around there probably don't know that. Christart smiles and says he was bracing himself for news of a rebellion, famine, or disaster, and asks if that is all. He then says that once they arrive, he will write a letter himself. Elizabeth adds that she has some knowledge of noble registries, so she might be able to help as well. Linus thanks her profusely. Christart asks if Leonid is properly doing his duties as lord. Leonid looks confused. Christart asks, Linus hasn't been watching what Lord Leonid does every day. Linus admits that Lord Leonid has entrusted the territory's management entirely to his steward. Christart thinks so this means Leonid is doing nothing. Elizabeth giggles and says that having a capable right-hand man is a skill in itself and that even delegating tasks is a form of ability. Linus agrees enthusiastically. He declares that Lord Leonid is truly an amazing ruler. He explains that there is absolutely no crime in the territory and, in fact, a crime has never occurred there, not a single bandit has appeared in their land or even in the neighboring territories. He concludes that the presence of the sacred lion's great sword is enough to maintain order alone. Christart shudders, thinking to himself that something about this land feels off. Linus explains that it is common for people to misunderstand Leonid as frightening, but that is simply not true. He confesses that he admired Leonid so much that he aspired to become a knight, but shamefully, his strength was not enough to join the knight order. Linus explains that even so, he could not give up and beg to be of some use, and he granted him a position as a servant in the estate. Not only that, there are countless other stories about Leonid's kindness. Elizabeth says she gets it, she already knows Leonid is surprisingly kind. Linus exclaims in a joyful hurrah, his eyes sparkling. Seeing his reaction, she asks if Linus really adores Leonid, and he enthusiastically confirms. Suddenly, a sound startles the group. Leonid wonders if it is bandits, but Christart says it doesn't feel like that kind of commotion. An attendant knocks on the carriage and announces that the princess wishes to take a rest. Elizabeth says she sees. Linus, looking panicked, asks if Lady Rosetta and Lord Claude are really there and wonders if actual members of the royal family are staying at the estate. Elizabeth tells him to just give them some apple pie and they will be fine. Daniel invites the master to enjoy the tea party, and he agrees to come. Rosetta stretches and asks the captain how much further it is to the estate, noting that everyone is stiffening up. Leonid simply says just a bit, however Linus explains in detail that they will see it once they cross the hill and it is close enough to run. Linus decides to go ahead to inform the staff and prepare for the welcome. Leonid tells Linus he is counting on him. Linus brightens up and tells them to leave it to him and bids them goodbye as he dashes off. Elizabeth watches him go and remarks on how energetic he is. Leonid says that while Linus may be small, he is faster than anyone. Elizabeth calls him a dependable and adorable subordinate, and Leonid agrees. Claude expresses appreciation for the hospitality and apologizes for any inconvenience, but Leonid insists it is not an inconvenience at all. Christart asks if they have any idea how hard it is for servants when the number of noble guests increases. Rosetta exclaims, but honestly, it is a huge help. She mentions they had to tour outlying territories for their honeymoon and admits she was nervous about messing up, but with Elizabeth around, it is more relaxed and good practice for the future. Claude asks if this is just practice. Rosetta whines that she just made a tiny mistake. Elizabeth tells her to behave modestly as a guest. Rosetta gives a knowing laugh, causing Elizabeth to ask what is with that expression. Rosetta tells Elizabeth that she is a guest too and remarks that she sounds just like the lady of the territory. Elizabeth is shocked. She stammers that she was just speaking objectively and claims that isn't what she meant at all. Rosetta looks visibly excited, barely able to contain herself as she thinks that she must make sure this plan works. Nearby, Christart thinks since the matter is delicate, rushing into it would be strictly forbidden. A short while later, Rosetta begins splashing playfully in the shallow water with the prince. Elizabeth watches the two of them for a moment before she turns over to Leonid and hands him a cloak as he crouches by the stream, washing his face in the cold water. Leonid looks up in surprise. As he accepts the cloak from her, a faint blush spreads across his face. They simply remain there together, quietly watching the fish glide through the stream. Not long after, a carriage rolls steadily down a winding road. Elizabeth gazes out the window, and a realization slowly settles over her: she has arrived at Leo's domain. The view opens to a grand estate stretching across the landscape. The carriage comes to a stop before the mansion. Linus bursts out of the entrance and runs toward them with excitement, eagerly welcoming them back and announcing that everything is ready. Darcy lightly taps Linus on the head, scolding him for being far too excited. He is acting like he prepared everything alone, but who was the one that ran ahead so recklessly only to become exhausted? Darcy soon introduces himself properly as the steward of the territory and politely invites the guests to inform him or the staff if they need anything during their stay. Elizabeth and Christart stare at him, the famous capable steward. Darcy then turns toward Lord Leo and calmly remarks that it has been quite some time since they last saw one another. And he begins to frantically push his glasses up his nose while launching into a high-speed lecture. He appreciates the trust shown by handing over the territory's management. Leo has essentially left absolutely everything to him. He begins listing the endless reports, communications, consultations, and approval documents that have accumulated. At that moment, a maid firmly reminds them to lower their voices because guests are present. Before long, the chef appears and presents an apple pie, proudly explaining that he prepared it with great care and that it should be eaten slowly because he is very particular about its flavor. Rosetta instantly declares that she loves apple pie the most. Darcy suggests that everyone move inside for tea since they must be tired from their journey. Christart says with a warm smile it feels surprisingly touching to receive such a warm welcome at Leo's home, and Elizabeth silently agrees that the hospitality truly is warm. Darcy adjusts his glasses and says, "Yes, yes," putting aside his prolonged absentee, is certainly a great lord who maintains a dignified presence. Leo's expression suddenly stiffens the moment he is confronted with two enormous stacks of paperwork placed before him. He explains that new agricultural tools are scheduled to be introduced to the farmlands and points out the corresponding budget on a chart. Then he presents additional documents, tax rates, quarterly revenue reports, and forms awaiting Leo's approval. Elizabeth quietly wishes Leo good luck. Leo studies the piles for a moment and with renewed confidence, he declares that he will finish everything in no time. Watching him, Elizabeth thinks approvingly that this is exactly the right attitude. Rosetta suddenly announces that she is ready to meet the person who collapsed. Darcy immediately offers to escort her. As they walk, he explains that the man might have been frail to begin with, but the food served there does not seem to suit his taste. If the man continues to weaken like this, Darcy admits it may become quite concerning. He adds that the man's appearance suggests noble origins, and he had hoped someone might recognize the family crest he carries. Claude asks if the letter he sent earlier arrived or if Darcy had been away from the estate at the time. Darcy mentions that the mysterious guest carries a lute. Hearing this, Rosetta confidently says that the mystery must be solved, he must be a bard. Darcy, however, quietly points out that for a bard, the man does not seem accustomed to traveling and appears unfamiliar with handling money. He also notes that the man's actual musical ability is somewhat questionable. Christart comments that if they simply abandon the man, he would not even be able to earn enough money to continue traveling. Darcy stops before a door and gently knocks, announcing that they are coming in. When the group enters the room, they see a figure with long white hair sitting beside the window, a lute resting in their hands. Elizabeth freezes at the sight, clearly stunned. The white-haired figure begins to strum the lute, the quiet melody carrying a strangely somber tone. The room falls into an uneasy silence as the sound lingers in the air. They all stand in uneasy silence, his negative seems to swirl around them. The man slowly rises to his feet and turns toward Leonid. His gaze is calm, yet uncertain. He says that he is grateful Leonid came back for his sake and asks if Leonid is the lord of this territory. Then he introduces himself as Ivan and politely asks if the two of them might have met somewhere before. Leonid answers honestly that they have not. He states that this is the first time they have met. A look of disappointment crosses Ivan's face. He murmurs that he sees. He sighs quietly and remarks that, at the very least, Ivan was able to remember his own name. Christart mutters that he does not recognize him either. Claude studies Ivan thoughtfully and comments that Ivan does not seem to recognize any nobles he might have interacted with before. He wonders aloud if Ivan could possibly be a member of some noble family. Even the princess begins thinking seriously about who he could be. Everyone looks troubled, trying to recall any noble that resembles the mysterious man before them. Only Elizabeth stands there with a completely deadpan expression. In her mind, the information appears clearly. The neighboring kingdom of Moore's kingdom. The troubadour Prince Ivan Huram of the Huram kingdom. The capture target of the Princess Dawn route. When Rosetta turns toward Elizabeth and asks whether she knows anything about him, Elizabeth answers immediately that she does not. Ivan's expression dims even further when he hears that. Later that night, Elizabeth lies on her bed, clutching the sheets tightly in her hands. She lied. She had planned to repay Leonid for everything he always does for her. He helps her again and again without hesitation. Yet instead of returning the favor, she simply pretends she knows nothing. Because she knows very well that nothing good ever comes from getting involved. After a long sigh, she reaches for her diary and opens it. This will surely be useful. She flips through the pages carefully. There is far less information about Ivan compared to the other targets who have appeared so far. That is only natural. In her previous life, she never pursued his route. The book only contains his basic profile and fragments from the common route. Ivan Huram, 21 years old. A cool and distant troubadour prince who enjoys playing the lute. Elizabeth continues reading. Her memory begins piecing together the events from the game. At a royal ball, Rosetta stands among nobles and royalty, clearly uncomfortable. She hates these gatherings. Her father constantly makes unreasonable demands of her. The smiles, the etiquette, the endless formalities, it suffocates her. Until recently, she had only been a commoner. How could someone like her possibly enjoy standing among royalty and nobles? Feeling overwhelmed, Rosetta quietly slips out of the ballroom. Outside, the night air is cool and peaceful. She wonders what everyone else inside the castle is thinking while they are at that place. Her heart feels heavy. As she wanders through the garden, she eventually comes across a young man sleeping beneath a tree. An apple lies on the ground nearby. When he finally wakes up, he realizes that his head is resting in Rosetta's lap. Rosetta looks down at him and gently tells him that he should not stay up too late. He slowly sits up and asks a simple question. Who is he? Rosetta blinks in surprise and tells him that they had just introduced themselves at the ball earlier. She suggests that he must simply be tired. The man lowers his gaze in confusion. It appears that he has lost his memory. Earlier, the prince collapsed after being struck on the head by a falling apple. The impact caused a brief moment of memory loss. Elizabeth wonders quietly to herself. Was there something Ivan wanted to forget? Rosetta eventually introduces herself again, telling him that her name is Rosetta. The conversation ends there. The light spilling from the castle makes his hair glow like the wheat of harvest season. Rosetta had never seen such a beautiful person. When everyone sees her, they smile and talk to him even if it's a lie, but it seems he has no particular interest in her, a solitary person. She asks him if he hates balls as well. He admits he hates them. The lute that was expected to speak on his behalf plays darkly. The performance isn't bad, but it is hollow. After finishing the song, Rosetta quietly muttered she also hates dealing with royals and nobles. Upon feelings that couldn't be expressed, his mouth seemed to turn for a moment. He then whispers, "It's certainly suffocating," and he will play a song to comfort her. Ivan started playing the new song for her, but it was dark. The dark sound resonated deep into her chest, but strangely it felt like he was voicing her true feelings, and that strangely felt comfortable. They were both people who felt suffocated by the palace. The two of them were drawn to each other. They met by accident in the mountains and forests a few more times, leading to a personal route. Elizabeth mutters she doesn't remember what happened after that. Elizabeth lies on the bed with the book open in her hands, staring at the pages while thinking things through. In the game, the player usually prioritized the person who was proactive in the common route. The official information says Ivan looks cool and distant, but he actually loves sweets. Elizabeth remembers a conversation that happens in the forest. In that scene, he talks about dreaming of a castle made of candy. She wonders if that was some kind of foreshadowing. What else was there? More scenes come to mind. One event shows a moonlit lap pillow. Another shows a frightening image titled Face of Madness with Sword. There is also a scene where he eats porridge with sugar. Elizabeth frowns slightly. The sword scene feels dangerous. If that moment really shows what he is like, then she needs to be careful. If he is the kind of character people compare to Alphonse, then getting involved might cause trouble. She sighs and closes the book halfway. Should she stay quiet about this? What should she do? Before she realizes it, she finds herself standing in the hallway outside Leonid's study. She hesitates for a moment, then quietly knocks and calls for him. The door opens almost immediately. Leonid steps out and looks at her, asking what she needs. Elizabeth hesitates and says it is nothing special. She was just wondering how his work is going. Leonid replies that it is fine and that there is only a little left to finish. Elizabeth smiles and says she is glad to hear that. After a short pause, she softly mentions the troubadour incident and says it is difficult when they do not even know who the person really is. When she lowers her gaze, Leonid bends down so he can look at her face. He asks if she is worried about it and tells her there is no need to worry. It is not her fault. She should just rest today. Elizabeth quietly agrees. She apologizes for bothering him and wishes him luck with the rest of his work. Leonid tells her good night and goes back into the room. Later, Darcy and Linus stand outside the study. Linus whispers that Leonid has been working really hard. Darcy adjusts his glasses and says it looks like their support plan is working. The encouragement seems to be helping. He says it cannot be helped. Then Darcy explains that he is preparing a list of animal habitats women might like to see in the territory. He also plans to bring information about flower blooming seasons and good walking routes. Linus looks confused and asks why they are doing all that. Darcy simply points forward. Linus's eyes suddenly sparkle. He excitedly says to leave it to him because he will prepare everything right away. At that moment, the prince and Christart walk over. Christart says it seems they are all thinking the same thing. He was just about to suggest sending the two of them on a date. The prince adds that Rosetta has been preparing something similar and was planning to show it casually by example. Linus grins and says that if that is the case, then it is decided. Later, Darcy walks into Leonid's study carrying another stack of books and papers. Leonid looks up and asks what it is. He says if Darcy needs another signature, he will finish it now. Outside the room, the others quietly watch. Christart says that tonight they need to make sure everything is clear in their heads. After all, tomorrow is the big territorial unveiling day operation. Elizabeth lets out a long yawn as she couldn't sleep very well. She thinks to herself about what she is doing, being unable to be of any use. Elizabeth feels a hardness as if she hit a wall. Leo exclaims her name in surprise. He says he is sorry for not noticing and asks if she is hurt. Elizabeth tells him no. Leo grabs her with both hands and lifts her to her feet. Elizabeth wonders about him using both hands. She offers a small thank you, little flustered about how she was lifted up just like a 5-year-old child. Leo calls out her name. Elizabeth asks him what it is. Leo stammers he will go for a walk. Therefore, he says that following him is good. The others watch them leave. Christart says thank goodness he managed to take her out. Rosetta remarks that Leo lacks style and that Claude went through the trouble of preparing a script for him. Linus reads from a paper, "Let's walk around the territory. He will guide her. Come here." In a sweet and gentle tone. "She's cute today too, Elizabeth. Does she like it here?" He wants her to know him better. Linus thinks to himself that it seems the script was too long for Leo to memorize perfectly. On the other hand, Elizabeth lets out an amazed shout at the view of the mountains and the lake. Leo explains that the area of the Gardhelm territory is 18,000 acres, and mountains and grasslands occupy the majority. He notes that the main industries are agriculture and livestock at 30% each. He adds that tourism is 20%, others are a little bit, and also, but he skips that part and says that on the hill leading to the manor, this season autumn-blooming crocuses bloom. Elizabeth knows he skipped something. Leo says that in the fields, new irrigation canals pass through. Elizabeth thinks to herself that the fields are actually over there. She asks if the mountains have many conifers. Leo confirms and says forestry is 10%. Elizabeth remarks that it is spacious and the wind feels good. Leo says he is glad the weather is good. Elizabeth tells Leo to look, saying that a cloud looks like a goat. Leo is confused for a moment, then realizes that's right. The bells chime in their necks as Leonid brings Elizabeth to show the real goats. She exclaims how cute they are. The man tells them the goats were born 1 week ago. He asks Elizabeth to go ahead and give them names. Elizabeth asks if it is okay. Leo says, yes. Elizabeth thinks for a moment and decides this child is Kit, and the one sleeping is March. She names the others Tyrol, Marble, and others. But then one approaches her and starts pulling on her dress. Elizabeth asks if they are playing. Leo tells the goat to stop while the man pleads with his lord to be gentle. The quiet creak of the oars echoes over the water as Leonid rows the small boat across the lake. The ripples spread gently behind them while the boat glides forward. Elizabeth watches him for a moment. Leonid notices her gaze and asks if something happened. Elizabeth quickly says nothing happened. She simply comments that, as expected of the Knight Commander, he is very strong. Leonid asks if she wants the boat to move faster. Elizabeth thinks that the speed is already fine. Instead, she suggests that she could row on one side as well and proposes that they make it a contest. Elizabeth quickly notices that Leonid is rowing with only one hand. Still, the two begin rowing together. The boat moves smoothly across the water while Elizabeth smiles, clearly enjoying the moment. Later, they sit together beneath the wide shade of a large tree. The quiet forest surrounds them. Leonid softly calls Elizabeth's name. He thinks to himself that they managed to walk around the territory for quite a while. He wonders if she enjoyed it. Before he can say anything else, Elizabeth gently leans her head against his shoulder. A moment later, she falls asleep. Leonid freezes in shock. Elizabeth makes a small restless movement in her sleep. Leonid stays completely still. A faint sound escapes him. Elizabeth murmurs his name softly in her sleep. She whispers that she is sorry. Leonid looks confused, unsure what she is apologizing for. Elizabeth shifts slightly but remains asleep. Some time passes. Elizabeth now lies peacefully with her head resting on Leonid's lap under the tree. Leonid looks down at her, completely frozen. Inside, he is panicking. His heart is racing as he tries to process what is happening. He covers his face with one hand, his cheeks burning red. Elizabeth continues sleeping peacefully. After a while, Leonid slowly lowers his hand and looks at her again, his expression soft and gentle. Elizabeth lets out a quiet mumble in her sleep. Leonid carefully reaches a hand toward her head. Suddenly, a bird chirps loudly and flaps away. Leonid flinches in surprise. Elizabeth begins to wake. She blinks slowly and looks around in confusion before suddenly realizing where she is. She jerks upright with a startled sound, her face turning bright red as she hurriedly apologizes. Leonid calmly tells her that it is fine. Elizabeth thinks in horror that she actually fell asleep on Leonid's lap. Leonid then apologizes instead. He says he should not have taken her out when she was already tired. He wonders if the outing might have been boring for her. Elizabeth immediately shouts that it was not boring at all. She quickly explains that she simply did not sleep much the night before. Walking around the territory was actually very fun, and Leonid has nothing to apologize for. Leonid smiles softly when he hears that. Elizabeth looks up at him, a little stunned by how gentle his smile is. The two walk through the forest together afterward. Elizabeth points ahead and says that path leads back to the manor as a shortcut. Leonid agrees and notes that there is finally some shade in the forest. Soon they spot two familiar figures ahead. Elizabeth wonders if those are Rosetta and Collard. In the distance, Rosetta suddenly slips and lets out a small yip, before Collard quickly catches her. Rosetta laughs and calls out to him teasingly. Leonid watches them and quietly thinks that what they are doing would be impossible for him. Elizabeth lightly hops over a fallen tree trunk. She notices Leonid's expression and asks what is wrong. Leonid quickly says it is nothing. Not far away, another figure wanders through the forest. It is Ivan Huram. He looks around in confusion, wondering why he is there. No matter how hard he thinks, he cannot remember anything. Then his gaze lifts toward a strange fruit hanging from a vine above. He thinks that if he takes that fruit again, suddenly Elizabeth's voice rings out loudly, telling him to look out. She rushes forward and tackles him to the ground. A heavy object crashes down exactly where he had been standing. Elizabeth quickly calls Ivan's name and scolds him, saying that wandering around like that will only get him hurt. Ivan looks at her in confusion and asks who she is. In the distance, Rosetta and Claude whisper to each other, "Oh no, this looks like an entirely different couple." Ivan apologizes politely for causing trouble. He nervously admits that if that fruit hits his head again, he feels like a demon might come out of him. Leonid watches with a small huff. Elizabeth immediately argues that the chocolate vine fruit is not some kind of demon fruit. She firmly declares that she will prove it. Ivan sits at the dining table with a somber expression as he prepares to eat. The sound of clinking cutlery fills the room. The chef rolls in a large silver tray and explains that thanks to Elizabeth's suggestion, they have 2 extra dishes tonight. He presents the first one as the devil's fruit tempura. Rosetta asks if it is tempura, while Ivan wonders if it is a fry. It's freshly fried. Christart says that if it is something Lady Elizabeth came up with, then there is nothing better than giving it a try. Leonid eats it quietly without saying a word. Still, in his mind, he notes that it has a slight bitterness. But it is actually quite delicious. Rosetta looks at it with shining eyes and says that this might become an addictive taste. Elizabeth gives a small, smug look, thinking to herself that she told them so. Then she calmly explains the process. First, the sweet pulp inside, along with the seeds, is removed. The remaining part of the fruit is cut with the skin still on so it does not discolor. After that, the chocolate vine is soaked in water. A batter is prepared using egg, flour, and cold water, and the pieces are dipped and fried. That is how the fried dish is made. She then brings out another dessert and says they also prepared a special menu for Ivan. Leonid immediately looks jealous. Elizabeth reveals that it is a tart made with plenty of chocolate vine jam. Even though the pulp looks inedible because of all the seeds, it can still be used. By heating it slowly over low heat, the seeds become easier to separate. After that, it is strained through a sieve. She notes that it must be done gently. If too much force is used while straining, it will turn bitter. Once that is done, the mixture is boiled down and seasoned with sugar and a bit of lemon. And just like that, the jam is complete. She asks him if he thinks he can eat it since it is sweet. Ivan wonders about it as he looks at the slice on his fork before eating a piece of the tart and notes that he likes the taste. He says he feels like he used to like sweet things. The chef asks if Ivan had a sweet tooth. Elizabeth expresses that she is happy that even just one memory has returned. Ivan gives a small smile and thanks Elizabeth, telling her it is thanks to her. Elizabeth tells Ivan that it wasn't much. Leonid looks on with a dark aura, telling Ivan that he hopes Ivan finds out where he belongs very soon. Elizabeth reflects that as she thought, Leonid is also troubled. She realizes that this isn't a fundamental solution. Elizabeth clenches her eyes shut and blurts she is sorry. Elizabeth points at the amnesiac young man and shouts his name, calling him Lord Ivan. She reveals that he is the 10th prince of the neighboring Huron kingdom. Elizabeth thinks to herself that she said it. She worries that perhaps she will get caught up in something again because of this, but she feels she cannot just stand by and watch while causing more trouble for Leonid. Ivan laughs and says, "No way," asking if he is really a prince. Elizabeth looks on with an eh. Linus exclaims that there is no way a prince from a neighboring country would just be wandering around on a stroll. Darcy says he sent a messenger to check just in case, but they will likely be turned away at the door. Ivan thanks her for their concern. She stammers she was not saying it as a joke. Elizabeth clenches her head in distress, unable to believe Ivan's memories aren't returning. The next day, Darcy informs Leonid and Elizabeth that a reply from the Huron kingdom arrived stating there is no missing prince. Elizabeth thinks about how Ivan is the 10th prince and was shunned, wondering if his family is ignoring him, thinking his disappearance is a good opportunity. She becomes distressed, wondering if he is an A lookalike and if the spoiler came too late and now things are irreversible. She determines that she must make the next move. Leonid and Darcy watch her in silence. Elizabeth serves Ivan the bowl, telling him here it is. Ivan smells the dish and says it smells lovely, then asks what it is. Elizabeth happily identifies it as porridge. She thinks to herself that if the chocolate vine didn't work, then this is still life food. A bowl of porridge is shown. It is described as a reproduction of an in-game recipe, the nostalgic taste of a nanny's cooking, porridge with sugar. Porridge is a so-called commoner's meal of rice gruel made by boiling oatmeal in milk to a preferred taste. For the sweet-toothed Ivan, plenty of sugar and honey are added as a secret ingredient. Ivan says it is a nostalgic taste. Ivan recalls that a long time ago, his nanny used to make a certain dish for him. Elizabeth excitedly says yes and asks if having a nanny means he comes from a high-born background. Later, Ivan eats the meal. Elizabeth asks him how it is and if he is starting to remember. Rosetta asks what that is and wonders if it is a home cooking offensive. Claude says he doesn't think it is anything like that. Leonid looks moody and emits a dark aura. Claude remarks that Leonid seems troubled. He smiles and explains that Elizabeth is purely trying to help someone in trouble, though he notes it would be complicated if someone did that in Leonid's own house. Linus makes a pouting face. Darcy asks him what is with that expression. Linus thinks to himself that even though Lord Leonid and Elizabeth were finally in a good mood, things are complicated. Darcy mentions he is having the matter investigated further, but he wonders if the man is really not a prince. Linus throws a tantrum, shouting that this is no laughing matter and that their master is much more wonderful than a prince. A maid laughs, saying they have princes and princesses and it is quite a lively time. Linus insists this is no laughing matter, their master is much more wonderful than a prince. The chef asks him what kind of things is he saying to others and tells him to calm down a bit, not to worry, whether it is a nobleman or a king, no one can beat the master, they will just provide hospitality so the future mistress will like this place. Elizabeth looks at the hanging fruit and exclaims that it is incredible. She thinks to herself that it is a mountain of rare ingredients. Oldron explains that partly as a hobby after retirement, he is growing about 300 species. Elizabeth crouches down to inspect a coffee plant with sparkling eyes while Oldron watches her. Oldron tells Elizabeth that if she lives there permanently as the madam, she can use the ingredients anytime. Elizabeth's eyes sparkle as she thinks about being able to take as much as she wants while staying there as a friend. Oldron asks if she is doing all this for the sake of the young man with amnesia. Elizabeth looks back at him and thinks it looks like she can still make all sorts of things. Elizabeth says no. She smiles and explains it is to support Leonid's work as a lord. She says that because Leonid is always helping her, she wants to be useful. Leonid hides behind a pillar, wondering what those two are talking about and noting he can't hear them well. Oldron tells Elizabeth he shall return to work and to take her time. Leonid stands a short distance away, quietly trying to listen in on their conversation. Just then, Oldron walks over and stops beside him and remarks that things worked out well, did they not? Leonid reacts with a start and asks how Oldron found him out. Oldron laughs, saying it would be troubling if Leonid underestimated an old soldier. Leonid grumbles to himself and tells the chef he will leave the rest to him. Elizabeth watches from the side, wondering what is happening. Elizabeth finds Leonid in the conservatory and mentions that Mr. Oldron is outside. Leonid says he knows, they passed each other. He asks Elizabeth if she is planning to make something again. Elizabeth explains that she hasn't decided on anything specific yet, but she was thinking of going with something sweet again. Leonid looks away with a grumpy expression. Elizabeth thinks to herself that she just thought she would solve the problem quickly. Leonid asks if she means the amnesia. Elizabeth shouts, yes, before immediately realizing and correcting herself, saying that is not it. Elizabeth tells Leonid that she just wanted to be of help to him. She explains that being helped all the time doesn't sit right with her. Leonid is left speechless and appears taken aback by her sincerity. Leonid thinks that if it is for his sake, he can tolerate her making handmade things for that guy, but he quickly admits to himself that he doesn't like it. He realizes that the problem won't be solved that way. He snaps out of his thoughts and asks Elizabeth if he can help with something too. Elizabeth reacts with surprise and asks if Leonid means help with making sweets. Leonid confirms and adds that he is actually quite good with his hands. He believes he should be able to do things that require strength, like stirring. Elizabeth is impressed and tells him she will take him up on that offer. Elizabeth happily suggests they make the next one together. Leonid blushes and tells her to leave it to him. Elizabeth wonders to herself if continuing the sweet thing strategy will truly bring back the young man's memories. Leonid asks if the dish is not sweet enough or if they should make it bigger. Elizabeth ponders if it is a matter of quantity. Recalling information about a longing for a gingerbread house, Elizabeth excitedly declares that they should make a big one. The next special memory recovery is the Huram castle made of sweets. Elizabeth suddenly grows excited and suggests that they should try making something big. Christart frowns slightly and remarks that when he first heard they planned to make sweets together, he wondered whether an outsider could truly handle such work. Leonid silently wipes the sweat from his forehead while thinking to himself that this is basically their usual routine. Meanwhile, Rosetta tilts her head at the wooden structure standing in the center of the room and asks if it is a doghouse. Elizabeth quickly corrects her, explaining that it is actually the base for a sweet castle. She reflects that a sweets castle may sound easy, but building one is surprisingly difficult. In her previous life, she used to plan things like this for children's birthday parties. Leonid and the chef confidently declare that she should leave it to them. Still, Elizabeth knows that a castle cannot simply be built out of biscuits and cookies alone. A proper base is necessary. Since they do not have cardboard, they construct the structure out of wood so they can attach the sweets using icing and melted chocolate. At one point Elizabeth notices Rosetta holding something suspiciously and quickly tells her not to do that. She explains that what Rosetta is holding is definitely not an apple pie. Rosetta pouts and argues that her version looks cuter. Nearby, Christart studies the blueprint and calmly remarks that the structure and ventilation are important elements as well. He leans against the windowsill and quietly thinks to himself that he might avoid macarons for a while after this because the sweetness is already giving him heartburn. Darcy soon appears and informs them that he has invited the children from the surrounding neighborhood. Because of that, they must make sure the castle is finished in time. The entire kitchen and household staff are already working at full capacity. The project needs to be completed within 3 days. At that moment, Ivan appears quietly in the doorway. He inhales deeply and comments that the smell is amazing, wondering what everyone is making. Elizabeth startles and immediately shouts for him to stop, telling him that he cannot come inside yet. Ivan tilts his head and asks if it is supposed to be a surprise. Elizabeth smiles and explains that it is indeed a surprise until everything is finished. She adds that it is something meant to bring back many wonderful memories, so he should look forward to it. Ivan simply nods and quietly agrees. Elizabeth then excuses herself. 3 days later, the enormous sweet castle stands completed. There is cream on Rosetta's cheek, so the prince leans over and licks it off. Elizabeth watches, smiling softly. For the final touches, whipped cream and fruit decorations are added to the castle. To enhance the atmosphere, Elizabeth has crafted marzipan decorations from almond paste and sugar. Christart glances at the decorations and notes that marzipan is tricky and doesn't always turn out right. Leonid inspects his work quietly, saying it looks realistic to him. Elizabeth beams. She has also created the symbol of the kingdom of Huram, a double-headed peacock in marzipan. Only one final piece remains. She asks Leonid if he can reach it, but he notes that they'll need a stand. The chef steps forward with a sly grin, suggesting that there's nothing tall enough to reach it, but it might be faster if Leonid carries Elizabeth. Rosetta's eyes light up immediately at the idea, eagerly approving. Elizabeth looks slightly worried, saying she is heavy. Leonid doesn't hesitate. He assures her that she's not heavy and lifts her into his arms. Elizabeth directs him to move a little more to the back, and he adjusts carefully. Her chest ends up dangerously close to his face as she places the last piece on top. Once it is secure, he sets her down. She steps back in size. She thanks him warmly, saying that the castle looks beautiful because of his help. Leonid, however, looks strangely tense, as though he is struggling to maintain his composure. The others begin asking if he is alright. Oldron laughs softly and remarks that the future lady of the house is certainly interesting. The blonde man quickly reminds him that the topic is delicate. Rosetta suddenly complains that the overwhelming sweetness is giving her heartburn. Then someone panics and shouts that Leonid is not breathing. Ivan appears later, curiosity etched on his face, wondering if all this serious talk has anything to do with his memories. Elizabeth smiles and lets him know that there's something she really wants to show him. Leonid quietly adds that they all made it together. Ivan's eyes widen as they fall on the massive suite structure. He flinches and grabs his head, realizing that it is Huram Castle. Recognition hits him all at once. He identifies himself as Ivan, the 10th prince of the kingdom of Huram. Linus lights up, relieved that Ivan's memory is back and noting that now they can contact his people and explain everything. But Ivan shakes his head, his priorities have shifted. Before contacting anyone, he asks if he can eat the castle. Leonid hands him a sword made of candy. Elizabeth forces a small smile, a strange twinge of déjà vu creeping over her. Why does this feel so familiar? Ivan remarks that he would like to invite her to the real castle someday, though he realizes that she has already built a sweet one here. Elizabeth smiles warmly and tells him she is truly glad that his memories have returned. He muses softly that perhaps he had simply been wandering inside a sweet dream. Later, Ivan performs a song. Oldron describes it as a melody about happiness. The lyrics tell of meeting someone in a distant land, a person with a gentle heart and sincere warmth. The song speaks of a lovely lady and a brave knight who are as sweet as candy. Ivan smiles faintly as he plays his lute. Eventually he announces that it is time for him to leave. Rosetta cheerfully tells him to enjoy his journey, while Claude thanks the household staff for their hospitality. Christart then suggests that they should also return. Leonid simply nods. Elizabeth smiles and says that she had a wonderful time. She thanks everyone sincerely. Darcy politely invites them to visit again in the future, while Linus sadly admits that he will miss her. Just as they are about to leave, Linus suddenly remembers that he forgot to tell Leonid something. He casually remarks that next time Leonid returns, he should bring Elizabeth back as his wife. Leonid answers that he will. Some time later, a ship sails across the open sea while seagulls circle above it. Far away, Roxanne and Lucinda walk through a busy marketplace. Roxanne remarks that they have already bought everything they need and suggests returning. However, Lucinda insists that they should take a small detour first. Roxanne reminds her not to forget her vows. Lucinda complains loudly, calling her stingy and cheap. She calmly replies that Lucinda may call her whatever she wants. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious man with a thick mustache watches them from the shadows, quietly remarking that there is no doubt about the identity of that girl. Elizabeth is greeted warmly by the villagers as she walks through the town. One villager tells her to take care of herself, and she thanks them. Leonid exclaims that the whole village missed Elizabeth's bread while she was away, and she missed it too. Elizabeth laughs and tells her that flattery won't get her any extra filling in her bread. Elizabeth looks at her basket and admits to herself that she has hit a bit of a creative wall. She feels that with everyone expecting so much from her, she cannot just settle for the status quo and needs to push herself even harder. She then asks Roxanne if Lucinda was expecting a visitor today. Roxanne confirms that Lucinda is expecting someone, but since it is not until the afternoon, she figured she would head back beforehand. Lucinda's mother passed away before she was old enough to remember, and she was placed in an orphanage as an infant. Recently, a letter arrived from a wealthy merchant who caught sight of Lucinda and wondered if she could be his daughter. Roxanne says they have had situations like this before, but they always turned out to be cases of mistaken identity, plots, or scams. She hates seeing Lucinda's heart get toyed with again. But then their attention shifts to a crowd gathered nearby and they wonder what is going on. A villager tells a man that it is perfect timing and points him toward the church. When Elizabeth approaches them and asks if something is wrong, one of the ladies explains that these folks were looking for the church but seem to have gotten a bit lost. The lady turns to the man and tells him that is what happens when he is dawdling. What if they are late? But the mustached merchant argues that he had to get the gifts. He tells the woman with him, Tricia, that he simply cannot have Lucinda disliking him from the start, as first impressions are everything. Tricia tells him that being late for his appointment is going to leave a far worse impression. Elizabeth and her friend react with surprise as they see the two. Later the merchant stands in shock before Lucinda as she says she looks just like her mother. Tricia looks at Lucinda with wide, sparkling eyes and gasps before throwing her arms around Lucinda, calling it a miracle. The merchant begins to sob, thanking God and Lucinda. Elizabeth and Roxanne watch in silence, looking slightly overwhelmed by the sudden display of emotion. Inside the church, Hilda says, judging by her age and appearance, it is highly likely the daughter the merchant seeks is indeed Sister Lucinda. The priest asks how the family came to be separated. The merchant explains that it happened 22 years ago. At the time, he was a merchant frequenting a port following his father's passing. Amidst the cutthroat competition, his one and only solace was a woman who ran a stall in the plaza, beloved by sailors and merchants alike. That woman was Lucinda's mother. The woman in the flashback offers protective charms to those setting sail, noting they are all handmade. The merchant recalls hoping to give her a gift, but a boisterous man interrupts, shouting for her to marry him. She laughs it off, telling him to ask her again if he makes it back from the sea alive. The merchant recalls being just another face in the crowd of men who had fallen for her. As a merchant, he was still green and lacked the confidence to believe he was a man worthy of her affection. And yet, she took notice of a man like him, so he mustered all his courage and confessed his love. He explains that they had spent only a single, dreamlike night together when a marriage proposal from a wealthy merchant's daughter came his way. Wishing not to stand in his way, Lucinda's mother quietly stepped aside. He went to the family to refuse the engagement, but by the time he returned, she had already vanished. No matter how desperately he searched, he could never find her again. In the present, the merchant cries, telling the group they have no idea how much he has regretted what happened back then. Tricia tells her dad to stop being such a crybaby and apologizes to the others for him. The merchant presents a shell locket, saying he truly believed it was the only trace of the mother he had left, but he is amazed to have actually found Lucinda after all this time. Lucinda looks at the locket and says it was the only thing she had on her when she was found as a baby. The merchant gasps, noting it is an exact match, and thanks the goddess. He tells Lucinda he is so sorry for all the hardships she had to endure on her own. He asks her to please come with them and promises to make sure she is happy. Tricia introduces herself to Lucinda, commenting that their father really can't keep it together. She explains that their father didn't know Lucinda existed and married Tricia's mother after losing contact with Lucinda's mother. Now that Tricia's mother has also passed, it is just the two of them running the family business. Tricia notes that their father is determined to never be separated from the people he loves again. She adds that their business is stable, so Lucinda doesn't have to worry about her livelihood, and she is personally thrilled to have a big sister. Lucinda says she is thrilled too, but it is all happening so fast and she is still trying to process everything. She asks to be allowed to take her time, and the merchant quickly agrees. The merchant says he brought some gifts and shows off rare and wonderful things he has collected from all over the world. Tricia tells her father not to do this right there in the church. Lucinda lets out a nervous laugh and thinks that he is such a wonderful man, far more than someone like her deserves. Elizabeth looks on with a smile. The merchant admits he has no idea what a young woman would even like. Tricia points out that he brought so much that only a professional chef would be happy with it all. Elizabeth detects a powerful scent and asks what it is. She identifies it as cumin. The merchant is impressed that she knows what it is and notes he was lucky to acquire some. Tricia remarks that just because it is rare doesn't mean it's the kind of gift a young woman would enjoy. Elizabeth is absolutely ecstatic. The others observe her reaction. Roxanne asks if Elizabeth's happiness means she already has a premonition of a delicious meal to come. Elizabeth declares that with the spices, she can create a dish that is wonderfully stimulating and utterly addictive. The merchant asks if she means right now and right there. Elizabeth stands proudly and declares that to celebrate the Lucinda family reunion, she hereby declares the commencement of a curry party. The others look on with a mix of excitement and confusion. A recap of the last episode states that Elizabeth has obtained cumin and thought of making curry. The main event is the reunion between the merchant and his lost daughter, Lucinda. Elizabeth continues to go to the Nortia church with her spices, which she generously offers without charge. Her interactions with Lucinda gradually deepen as the church bell rings. Lucinda tells the man to just call her Lucinda and requests that he does not add lady. The man is moved to tears of joy, while Lucinda and Trisha look on with slight amusement. The group begins constructing a brick kiln. Leonid works on placing a large pot while Elizabeth and Trisha prepare for the cooking process. Elizabeth exclaims that they are ready. Trisha mentions that she had opposed putting cracked pots on the ship as products, but she notes there seems to be a demand for them. Elizabeth smiles and says they managed to bring the pots there without breaking them. The tandoor oven was successfully completed and all the spices are now prepared. The distance between the family members seems to be narrowing during the preparation. The merchant declares that he is so happy and expresses that he does not want to leave yet. Trisha scolds him, telling him he has already extended his stay and cannot stay for free. She tells Lucinda not to mind him, as her father's departure blues are a regular occurrence. Later they gather in the Nortia church kitchen. Lucinda admits that she didn't quite get it at first, but she feels like she can speak more now, though she still cannot call him father yet. Elizabeth says she is glad. Elizabeth expresses that she is also grateful to have met the spices. Elizabeth observes the nun's willingness to match Lucinda's pace. Roxanne tells Lucinda that she doesn't have to go if she doesn't want to. Later, Lucinda complains that just the smell of the cooking is making her dizzy. Elizabeth laughs and tells her it is fine, promising that once she tastes the finished product, she will be hooked. The ingredients for the curry roux are displayed: cumin, turmeric, coriander, cardamom, pimento, and chili pepper. The cooking process involves cutting chicken into bite-sized pieces and crisping the skin. Sautéed onion and grated garlic are added to the pot. The spices are added sequentially. A note mentions adjusting the spice level for the kids. Elizabeth notes the smell is so appetizing. Consommé broth made from boiled beef bones and vegetables is added. The instructions advise to carefully skim the scum from the surface. Sugar is added to the mixture, and it is left to simmer further. Garnish vegetables, including eggplants, pumpkins, and peppers, are fried as desired. The flavor is adjusted with salt. Finally, the spice curry is completed. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Leonid are hard at work making tandoori chicken and naan in the tandoor oven. The naan ingredients, flour, water, salt, and yogurt, are needed, left to rest, and fermented. Leonid stretches the risen dough into teardrop shapes. He then sticks the dough to the oven wall. The chicken wings are marinated in yogurt and spices, skewered, and added to the empty space in the oven. The instructions say to wait. Elizabeth asks Leon how it is going over there. Leonid says he is just about to take the food out. The tandoori chicken is ready. The naan was custom-made with a special iron skewer by the blacksmith, Roberto. It is peeled off the wall using a spatula-equipped skewer. Roberto wonders why he was made to do this again. Elizabeth cheers for the freshly baked naan. Leonid wipes sweat from his face and smiles. The meal is served to the group. Elizabeth invites everyone to enjoy. Leonid looks at his food in silence. Elizabeth tells Leonid to enjoy the meal. He takes a bite of the food. He reacts with intense surprise at the spicy heat, his face turning red. Elizabeth smiles at his reaction. Lucinda exclaims about the bread, saying it is spicy, hot, and delicious, while Hilda remarks what a deep flavor. Roxanne eats a piece of bread and thinks to herself about the crispy yet chewy parts. Another nun remarks on what a deep flavor it has. Charlotte eats with a blush, wondering what she should do because she can't stop. The merchant father calls out Lucinda's name and tells her that she looks so happy. Lucinda looks back at them with a surprised expression. Lucinda tells the merchant that if he has family, he should leave there with them, but she trails off. He tells her to take her time to decide. He suggests that if she stays there, she can make them souvenirs to bring back from the port. He watches her with a hopeful expression as Lucinda becomes conflicted. Trisha winks and suggests that since she has been gripped by the stomach, maybe she will live there too. She then says she is just kidding. The merchant asks Trisha not to say that. Lucinda calls him father and thanks him, saying she will wait for his next visit. The merchant reacts with joy, agreeing enthusiastically. He tells Lucinda to please stay well as they share an emotional moment. Elizabeth watches the scene from a distance with a small smile. Lucinda decided to remain at the church. It is a secret that Elizabeth was relieved she wouldn't feel lonely. An old woman eats a piece of bread and exclaims, asking what it is and noting it is spicy, hot, and delicious. Elizabeth laughs and asks if she is feeling better now. Lucinda exclaims that the curry bread is a big hit. She remarks that anything can be made and savory breads cannot be underestimated. Elizabeth thinks to herself that if it is in her hands, it is easy. Lucinda says, oh, while Elizabeth thinks to herself that it is just curry that was cooled and hardened, wrapped in dough, coated with egg and breadcrumbs, and fried. Lucinda notes that there is still one piece of bread left and finds it strange since the visitation should be at the house they just went to. Elizabeth looks slightly flustered and avoids eye contact. Elizabeth finds Leon and offers him the bread, asking him to eat it if he wants. Leon looks surprised. Lucinda thinks to herself that before she leaves across the sea, the two of them should go off together happily. Leonid tells Elizabeth the bread is delicious. Elizabeth says she is glad. She acknowledges that watching over her every day is a lot of work and offers her thanks. Leonid looks at her with a serious expression as Elizabeth lets out a sigh. Christart runs toward Leon, shouting his name. Leon looks annoyed. He exclaims that he has been looking for Leon and told him to show himself. Leon simply asks, what? Christart presents a letter from the Moaz Kingdom Knights and notes that Leon didn't send any reports. Leon tells Collar to tell them he needs to return by winter, mentioning they kept saying that. He claims he said it over and over. Leon looks troubled as he considers the situation. Christart tells him not to forget to send his reply. Christart also reminds there is still someone there to talk to, so Leon can just reply verbally. Leon says he understands. Leon then shouts to Elizabeth that the bread was delicious. Elizabeth laughs, saying she heard that earlier. Image. Elizabeth is left alone, looking contemplative. She wonders about the mention of a deadline. The scene opens at a bustling harbor. A large stone bridge arches over the water. Elizabeth stands on a set of stone stairs, looking down at the crowd, her expression peaceful and happy. Her delicate hand clutches a wooden merchant's pass hanging from her neck as she hums softly, proud of her new status. Mr. Benjamin, the merchant they helped before, gave her a special pass before leaving. Thanks to it, she can now access more shops, including the big trading firms. She feels grateful for the chance to help the church and village. Leonid walks beside her. He leans slightly and says, let me carry that. Elizabeth smiles brightly. Thank you. As they walk, Elizabeth notices something different about Leonid. Somehow, he seems more reliable than before. She offers him a warm, sweet smile. Leonid glances at her, eyes briefly falling on the merchant's pass at her chest. He says nothing, but his gaze lingers, thoughtful, protective. They pass a high-end jewelry shop. In a fleeting daydream, Leonid imagines getting her a gift which she accepts with a blush, but in reality, he stands nervously, staring at the accessories. Aren't you going to look at the accessory? He asks. Elizabeth, too excited for the rest of the market, says later, her main goal for today is the shipboard market. She declares. Leonid watches her with a soft, gentle expression, enjoying her energy thinking it's so like Elizabeth. They reach a massive wooden ramp leading up to a giant sailing ship. The deck is crowded with people selling exotic goods. How about some spices? Fruit not supplied to the trading firm, calls the market sellers. Suddenly, a man rushes through the crowd, clutching a small white sack. Leonid reacts instantly. He grabs the thief, twisting his arm behind his back. The thief screams. Elizabeth whispers, wide-eyed, Leo. Leonid stands calm, holding the man in one hand, a package in the other. Watch out for pickpockets, he warns. Yua. Forgive me, great sword of the Holy Lion Sama, the thief cries as he scrambles away. The local merchants are amazed. That's the commander of the Moors Knights, they whisper. They are so grateful because Leonid has made business easier by decreasing the number of criminals in the area. Elizabeth is fired up now. Now then, let's get started. I'm going to buy a lot, she cheers. We see a montage of all the amazing things at the market, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling, baskets of fresh round fruits, and even piles of fresh fish, crabs, and giant shells. Leonid is shown standing behind her, looking a bit overwhelmed as he carries a mountain of paper bags and boxes. Elizabeth is humming happily, already planning what she should make with all these new ingredients. She leads Leonid down another ramp toward a different ship. That ship? I haven't gone to that one yet, she says. This ship is very big, but Elizabeth notices something strange. There aren't many people around, she wonders if it's unpopular. She walks onto the quiet deck, looking around at the empty crates. Suddenly, a group of rough-looking men appear. They are wearing bandanas and have tattoos on their arms. One man with long black hair and a mean face shouts, "It's Basil's ship out in the offing. Today's the day he sinks them." Elizabeth freezes. These aren't merchants. These are pirates. She gasps as the pirates start moving toward the side of the ship. They start shouting commands, "Prepare to fire cannons. Chase them." Elizabeth realizes she is in big trouble. She hides behind a wooden wall, her face pale with fear. She gasps as the ship begins to move. A massive close-up shows the flag of the ship, a black, Jolly Roger, with a skull wearing a decorative hat. A pirate ship, she screams in her mind. Back on the docks, the crowd is in a panic. Wah wah, it's a pirate ship. People are running everywhere. Leonid is pushing through the crowd, his face full of worry. "Get out of the way," he roars, trying to find Elizabeth. The pirate ship is already moving away from the dock, leaving a white trail of foam in the water. Leonid stands on the edge of the pier, watching it go. It's suicide to try and swim, a merchant warns him. The merchant tells him that if they are headed somewhere, it is definitely Grant Island, the pirates' home base. Leonid doesn't hesitate. He grabs a local sailor by the collar and demands, "Please. Let us hitch a ride near there." The sailor is terrified, stammering and DHH, while Leonid's face looks more dangerous than any pirate's. Back on the pirate ship, Elizabeth is crouching in a dark corner behind some crates. The ship is creaking as it hits the waves. She pulls her hood over her head, trembling. "Won't it sink? It'll be fine, right?" she whispers to herself. She decides to hide until the ship docks somewhere, hoping no one finds her. But then, a loud sound comes from right behind her. Elizabeth jumps in fear as she hears slow, heavy footsteps. A man is walking toward her hiding spot. He is tall and very handsome, with long, wavy black hair. He wears an expensive-looking red captain's coat with gold tassels and a large pirate hat. He stops in front of Elizabeth and pulls back the curtain of her hiding spot. Man stares at her with dark, heavy-lidded eyes. He looks like he hasn't slept in a week. "You have some nerve boarding my ship without permission," he says, his voice cold and dry. Elizabeth lets out an eek of terror. The pirate captain grabs her by the shoulder and drags her out into the open. "Wait. It hurts," she cries. She tries to explain she just got on the wrong ship, clutching her arm, her face full of pain. But he grabs her by the neck and mutters, "Even knowing he is Oscar, does she think he will accept such a pathetic excuse?" Elizabeth looks up at him and realizes who he is. Her brain starts racing through her game memories. As she thought, the pirate king Oscar from Pirate. She remembers the game info about him. He was supposed to be the cool, arrogant, second-generation pirate king who is deeply loyal to his comrades. He was the player's #1 favorite love interest. But the man standing in front of her is different. His personality is the exact opposite, she thinks, looking at his gloomy, tired face. Oscar is interrupted by one of his crew members. "Captain Oscar. They escaped onto Basil's ship," the pirate reports. Oscar doesn't even look up. "No need. They can kill such small fry anytime," he says dismissively. He looks at Elizabeth and sighs. "So, who messed up?" The other pirate begs for forgiveness, while Oscar just looks bored. He turns back to Elizabeth and gives a cruel order, "Consider it entertainment until we reach the island. Tie this woman up in my room." Elizabeth is dragged away, shouting, "W. Wait." She is desperate now. She turns to Oscar and yells, "Weren't you aiming to be a pirate who protects the order of the sea? One who wouldn't shame your father?" She is trying to use the game's hero version of Oscar to save herself. Oscar stops. His eyes narrow, looking truly scary now. The first pirate king. He can't make a living as a pirate with such idealistic drivel, he sneers. He explains the harsh reality of their life. He tells her that the land bandits who used to be their source of income have vanished from the Lamesa area. Thanks to that lion who drifted in from the neighboring country, he growls, showing his sharp, shark-like teeth. Elizabeth is stunned. That means, could it be, because Leo came and improved safety, the pirates who lost their livelihood have turned into villains? She realizes that Leonid's good work as a knight has accidentally forced these pirates to become more dangerous. The scene cuts back to Leonid on the other ship. He is leaning over the railing, his face full of stress. "Can't we go any faster?" he asks. The captain tells him this is the limit for a merchant ship and it's impossible to catch up to a fast pirate vessel. Leonid suggests going straight to their base on Branjit Island, but the captain says that is even more impossible. They can make it to the nearby supply port, but... Suddenly, a pirate lookout shouts from the top of the mast, "Pirate ship ahead." It's Basil's ship, which was out on patrol. A large black flag with a skull and a cutlass through it marked with the name, Basil, waves in the wind. The merchant ship is quickly surrounded by the much larger pirate vessel. A rope ladder is thrown down and the pirates begin to board. A scary pirate with an eye patch and a tattoo on his chin sits on a crate, looking very smug. "Be thankful it wasn't the ship of a ruthless pirate king," he says with a mean laugh. "Now, cough up whatever you've got." The poor merchant hands over a bag of gold, begging him to take it. The pirate captain isn't satisfied. "While you're at it, bring us a cup of booze. If you do as you're told, I won't do anything to you." The merchant is shaking with fear, stuttering an "sir knight," as he looks behind the pirate. The pirate captain turns around, confused. What the hell? Standing right behind him is Leonid. He looks absolutely furious, his eyes glowing with a dark light. He is standing tall, towering over the thief. "I am in a hurry," Leonid growls, his voice full of a knight's power. "I have no time to deal with thieves." The pirate captain pulls out a sharp rapier and points it right at Leonid's face. What did he say? Is he looking for a fight? The man smirks. A newcomer? He swings his huge blade, lunging with a shout, saying he'll make it fun. Leonid doesn't flinch. He presses a hand against the man's stomach. The pirate stumbles back, eyes wide. He knows the great sword of the Holy Lion when he sees him. Leonid tells them he's in a hurry. If they want him, now is the time. All of them attack at once, weapons raised high, shouting. But Leonid moves like a storm. He dodges, strikes, and grabs one of the men's chains, swinging it with perfect timing. The chain crashes against the others, sending them flying across the ship. The pirate rises, smirking but impressed. "You're strong. The real thing," he admits. The captain beside him freezes in shock. Who would have thought one man could turn the fight against a pirate crew? The man laughs, shaking his head. He had no idea he was expanding into the sea. If there's anything he needs, he can just tell him, but Leonid shakes his head. He doesn't need anything. They can just take the ship to Rigra Island at full speed, he orders. The pirate smirks, looking intrigued. Going to take down Oscar next? His companion shudders. No way. After escaping from him? Leonid's attention sharpens. He asks what does he mean? Aren't they allies? The man explains they were once a single pirate crew, making money through sea passes to merchant ships. Ships without a pass. They wouldn't kill, but they'd take the cargo and sink the ship. Protecting other ships with passes kept order on the sea. And stolen goods added more income. But when the great sword of the Holy Lion reduced land crime, that income disappeared. He doesn't hold a grudge against him as he knew they always made money from bad deeds. But Leonid is different. That's why, to make up for losses, they steal whether ships have passes or not. That's how they ended up fighting each other, leaving pirates struggling alone. Leonid asks quietly, "Elizabeth is on Oscar's ship, right?" The man nods. "Yeah. She picked a bad ship to board." Then he laughs. "Oscar sure is an unlucky guy. Kidnapped the lover of such a strong man." Leonid flushes and says she's not his lover. The man says sure. He then calls his men and announces Captain Leonid says, "Starboard for Rigrant Island." Since he defeated him, Leonid is now in charge. The man shudders. He just seized a pirate ship casually. He wants to head back so they don't get dragged to this. Meanwhile, on the other ship, she is tied up in the basement, her hands bleeding from the ropes that cut into her skin, and every little movement makes a sharp pain shoot through her arms, but she tries to stay calm. She knows she was careless. She wanted to resist what was happening, to fight back, but she shouldn't have gone near this ship at all, and now she's paying the price because she let her guard down. She thinks about Leo and wonders if he's worried, imagining him pacing or staring at the horizon, and it makes her chest ache because being apart from him feels so lonely, but then she reminds herself that being a villain is her problem and she has to figure a way out on her own. Just then, Oscar walks in, and she immediately glares at him, trying to look fearless even though her hands hurt and her heart is pounding, and he leans in with a knife, pressing it lightly against her cheek. "You've got quite a bit of spirit," he says slowly, almost like he's enjoying it, "but your cheekiness is an eyesore." She grumbles, annoyed, saying if it bothers him so much, he can leave her alone. He tilts his head and smiles, saying, "Elizabeth, was it? You're just like a lady raised in aristocracy." She tells him to stop, but he just keeps smiling and says she should understand that the more she begs for mercy, the more She runs at full speed and then jumps high, managing to grab the rope, and swings herself across, and just like he promised, Leonid catches her, hugging her tightly, asking if she's okay. But before she can answer, the ship shakes violently from an attack, and he loses his grip, and both of them slip off the edge and fall into the cold, churning water below. And that concludes today's video. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. And most importantly, thank you God for this day, and for always being there.